Chandan, what is the update from the MeitY? Jaideep sir's update?
Yeah, okay, sir. Yeah, sir has morning, sir. Sir has reached office,
Okay.
and as soon as Nandi sir joins the event, like the moment he start, we'll alert his office and request.
Yeah, fine. So anyway, you got the WebEx link, everything, right?
Yeah. I've got the mail, and I just spoke to Surinder ji. He has checked with the sir office, so sir is there in the office only. So as soon as Nandi sir joins the event, I will alert his office. So within few minutes, they will let him join.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Naresh, please once again do the sharing rights to the anchor, Ruchika. Yes, now you can.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So when we can start, we'll wait.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, the members is ready, and then maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. The Jaideep sir is ready.
Yes. Good morning,
Good morning,
Misra.
sir.
So after a long time again.
Yes, I know. I hope all well, sir.
Good morning, Jaideep sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
We'll start with maybe another 2 minutes.
Let me see if my video is okay. Yeah.
I can see you.
Thank you very much, sir.
For me, I think black.
Yes, because you are sitting in a contrasting position, I think. You need to go
Let
out
me
the-
do it. Let me do it something. Oh. Let me do. Now maybe little. Now it is okay. 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 Good morning, Vasji.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Dr. John, when you can start?
Yes, sir. We can start now. I think the dignitaries from the MeitY is ready, CDAC, and then we have the participants slowly logging in. I think we can start in the interest of time.
Is it okay, Dr. Joydeep? Mishraji, is okay? We can start?
Yes, sure, sir. We are ready.
Okay. So Ruchika, you can start. You can turn on video and then start.
Sir, am I audible?
Bit more louder.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. And I warm welcome all the dignitaries present over here in this one-day IACA Virtual Presentation Conclave, IVPC 2022. Keeping in view the pervasive nature and impact of cybersecurity on all walks of life, economic and social, Government of India has identified information security as one of the major thrust area for launching various development programs. One of the key elements essential for information security is availability of right kind of qualified and well-trained human resources who could take up research and development, can develop indigenous solutions, softwares, secure and maintain various systems, including critical infrastructure. Information Security Education and Awareness, IACA, is a project funded by Ministry of Electronics and IT. Education and Research Network, India is one of the implementing agencies for the government officials training. MeitY has approved this ISEA project back in 2005, which was completed in 2014, and after the successful completion of IACA 1, phase 2 of the said project got approved for the period of another 5 years. Just a moment. The project objective is capacity building in the area of information security to address human resource requirements in the country by training of government personnel, creation of mass information security awareness, creating a national repository of courses in information security to design countermeasures against various types of security attacks. IACA Virtual Presentation Conclave, IVPC 2022. Is a one-day virtual presentation conclave under the banner of IACA Project Phase 2 that provides the right platform to interact with experts and budding researchers in the field of information security. The event consists of technical sessions from experts from academia, industry, and foreign universities, invited talks from young Indian researchers, followed by interactive session that emphasizes upon the career opportunities. Once again, I warm welcome all the dignitaries present over here, Dr. Jaideep Mishra, Professor Sukumar Nandi, Dr. John Jose, and all the dignitaries present here. Moving forward, I would like to welcome Professor Sukumar Nandi. Professor Sukumar Nandi, Senior Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, is also the Chief Coordinator of IACA activities at IIT Guwahati. He is alumnus of IIT Kharagpur. IVPC 2022 is the brainchild of Professor Nandi and his team at IIT Guwahati. Professor Nandi joined IIT Guwahati back in the year 1995, and with the over past 3 decades of rich experience, he has coordinated many national and international projects and spearheaded many research activities of national importance. An accomplished researcher, guided over 20 PhD theses and playing a pivotal role in the growth of IIT Guwahati. Professor Nandi is instrumental in coordinating all the activities of IACA program across the country. He is also a key member of the task force that was formed to prepare the vision note of IACA project phase 3. I welcome Professor Nandi to give inaugural address. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Respected Dr. Jaideep Mishra, Dr. John Jose, Sanjay Bhasi, all IACA PMU persons, MeitY persons, all speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I, on behalf of Information Security Research and Development Center, that is ISEA DC of IIT Guwahati, and IACA project phase 2, welcome you all to second edition of IACA virtual presentation conclave. This is happened to be a flagship event of IACA organized by ISEA DC IIT Guwahati. It is a forum for learning about new ideas and on emerging research areas in field of cyber security and providing exposure to emerging tools and techniques in cyber security. We have successfully organized the first edition of IVPC 2020 on 29th to 30th January 2020 with more than 300 participants. Considering post-COVID scenario where all activities are moving towards offline mode, we focused for giving more emphasis on initial learning or handholding of a few latest fields of information security research domain in IVPC. In these directions, these editions, IVPC provides trustless blockchain, which is the emerging topic, as well as modeling attacks, that is machine learning based attacks on physically unclonable functions, and other areas by industry academia experts from India and abroad. These areas have multifaceted applications in cyber security. This will provide opportunity to the new learner or the new budding researchers, that is participants, to get an option for systematic and structured way of learning on these topics. Hope all stockholders and participants will be benefited from this one-day event. I once again welcome you all to the second edition of IVPC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this welcome address. Now, moving on. So thank you once again for this inaugural address. Now moving on. I would like to welcome Dr. John Jose. Dr. John Jose is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Guwahati. He completed his PhD degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, in the field of computer architecture. He is also serving as the Vice Chair of IEEE India Council. His research group in multi-core architecture and systems lab at IIT explores the domain of network of chip, cache management techniques for large multi-core systems, non-volatile memories, hardware security, domain-specific hardware accelerator, and disaggregated storage systems. He is associated with many national pilot projects like NPTEL MOOCs courses, Spark, GIAN, TQuip, and IACA, including Ishan Vikas Vigyan Jyoti. He is one of the recipients of prestigious Qualcomm Faculty Awards in the year 2021. Sir, I welcome you to this event and I request you to kindly give IVPC program overview. Over to you, John, sir.
Good morning, all of you. Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra, Additional Secretary, MeitY, Government of India. Other dignitaries and special guests from MeitY and from ISEA, Sanjay Vyasji. Other key members of the supporting team, my senior colleague, Professor Sukumar Nandi, members of the organizing team of IVPC 2022, participants and other delegates. It gives me immense pleasure in inviting you and welcoming you all again to this one-day online event, which is an important activity under the ISEA project phase 2. We are extremely happy that in spite of being a working day, not many students from various engineering colleges and so research labs have registered this program. Some of them have already joined, and we feel that in another couple of minutes, the others also will join once the technical session starts. Today's one-day-long program has 4 basic sessions. After the inaugural session, we have the first expert to talk from the well-established hardware research group spearheaded by Professor Rajat Subra Chakrabarty from IIT Kharagpur and his team consisting of Mr. Pranesh Shantikellur, Technology Innovation Institute, Abu Dhabi, UAE, where it's a 2.5 hour long detailed discussion on modeling attacks on physically unclonable functions. Professor Rajat Subra Chakrabarty and his team from IIT Kharagpur is very much instrumental, and it is known for the pioneering role played in hardware security research. I hope that this session would be giving a right foundation for all aspiring young engineers in our forum to explore the possibilities of further working in this domain. IVPC 2020, when we conducted 1.5 years before, the key idea was to give platform for young researchers to present their work and to nurture the young talents. Keeping that in mind, this year also, we have 3 invited young researchers, one from the academic fraternity, one from the industry fraternity, and third from the research community of young researchers. We have Dr. Urbi Chatterjee, Assistant Professor at Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur, who is also the program co-chair of IVPC 2022, would be talking on network data remnant side channel attack on spread, edge spread, and reverse AODV. After Dr. Urbi's talk, we are having Dr. Nitin Singh, a young researcher from IBM Research Bangalore, who would be talking on enabling security multi-party collaboration over sensitive data. The third talk from Young Researchers Forum is on hardware security, specifically on securing on-chip interconnects against hardware Trojan in network on-chip based tiled chip multi-core processors. And the speaker is Dr. Ruchika Gupta, who is a postdoctoral fellow from IIT Guwahati. And then we have break from 1:30 to 2:30. And the afternoon session kickstart from the second expert talk. Nowadays, there is a booming interest in the field of blockchains. So we have the second expert talk on open trustless blockchains, security trade-off from Dr. Davide Patti from University of Catania, Italy. And Dr. Patti's research group has a vibrant presence, especially in the area of blockchain security in Western Europe. And he is a very key resource person in blockchain related security workshops and symposia. And then moving on to the last session from 4:30 to 5:30, since we understand that majority of our audience are engineering college students and researchers, we feel that a special session, an interactive session, throwing lights onto higher studies, internships, and career options in various higher educational institutions would be an apt topic for discussion, as we want more young engineering students to pursue higher education and take up research as their career choice. Professor Sukumar Nandi, who is also the General Chair of IVPC 2022, and the person who have conceived the idea of IVPC, he would be the best person to give or kickstart the interactive session. I hope this session would be extremely useful for all the aspiring students, and you will be having an option to interact with the experts also during that time. From our last year feedback, an interaction session like this was being well appreciated by all the participants. So overall, if you look, we have the right mix of young and experienced researchers spanning various aspects of security. I hope that all the participants would be able to have good takeaways at the end of this program. And once again, thank all source persons who have agreed for taking a session on IBPC program. So looking forward to have productive discussions with you. I wish the program success. Thank you. Over to you, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your overview for the IVPC 2022. Right. So moving forward, we have Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra with us. Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra is working as Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He did his BTech and PhD from IIT Delhi in 1990 and 94, respectively. He has over 25 years of experience in the government and public sector in country and globally in the fields of IT systems and especially in field of public financial management. He also has vast experience of working as IMF and UN advisor in Africa, Southern Eastern Asia, and Middle East. His areas of interest include large IT platform design, development, and implementation, IT skilling, and internet governance. Presently, he is the group coordinator of HRD division, internet governance, NICSI, and several other groups of MeitY. He is closely involved in implementation of some of the key programs of HRD, namely Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan to usher digital literacy in rural India by covering 6 crores rural households. Information Security Education Awareness Project Phase 2, capacity building, formal, non-formal education, training and mass awareness in information security. He is also involved in Future Skills Prime program for reskilling, upskilling of IT professional, capacity building for new areas in emerging technologies. Sir, I welcome you and I request you to kindly give your inaugural address. Over to you, Jaideep, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Professor Sukumar Nandi, Dr. John. Thank you for the initial overview of the sessions and this entire program that we are doing. So distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen. As usual, it is an extreme great honor for me to be again participating in this kind of a conclave that Professor Nandi has organized, despite a lot of constraints and hardships. And I'm extremely grateful to him for always living up to the expectations and being able to organize such an event. So this session, as you know, being spearheaded by IIT Guwahati and by our organizing team, by team from MeitY, which has been actively working with them. So I welcome all, including the speakers, the researchers from the academia, the industry, both in India, and I see there are some expert talks from participants from abroad. I think Dr. Patti is there, so that should be an extremely enriching environment and a conclave for you all. So welcome to everyone. I would like to place on record my appreciation for this project, especially Professor Nandi, as I initially mentioned, which has been basically driving this project. And as most of you would be aware, that we have an active collaboration of 52 premier academic institutions of the country, comprising ISC Bangalore, select IITs, where including IIT Guwahati, several NITs, triple ITs, government engineering colleges, CDAC, the two main institutions of MeitY, CDAC and NELET, and several technical universities where we have been promoting collaborative research, education, training, mass awareness, and activities in this area, which I'm sure a lot of you would be also aware that there is an active interest on this area even in the parliament. And we have had a lot of questions and queries coming from parliamentarians about the activities that are happening in this domain per se. So we are extremely happy to share that we have been reasonably successful in answering those queries, and it's all the collaborative effort and the hard work that all of us have been putting into this area. So the ISEA project, the phase 2 that you are again, we are currently undergoing, has about 1,14,000 candidates that have been targeted to be trained in this program. And so far we have reached about 80,500 of those candidates, where we have been training in both formal, non-formal courses in information security. And besides, in addition to this, about 2.25 to 3 lakh student candidates, about 2.74 lakh candidates, I'm informed, have been reported as trained or undergoing training in these various affiliated colleges of 5 technical universities. In addition, I think against our target of training, how many? About 24,000, about 25,000 government employees also we have been able to train in this, which has exceeded our target. So that is good. And we have done about more than about 1,400 awareness workshops across the country for children, for students, training faculty through CSCs and all. And a lot of effort has gone into creating direct virtual mode through which we have covered almost 2.63 lakh participants and an estimated 5.75 crore beneficiaries through the various indirect modes. So I would encourage those of you who are still trying to gather more information to actively check our website, which will provide more information on this. On the course, I am extremely delighted to see the format of the program that Dr. John shared with us, where we have a good blend of experts as well as researchers, and then we have the interactive session which Professor Nandi will be coordinating. So I'm sure this deliberations will be extremely useful, and the program fits in very well with our overall agenda that I think some of you, I would expect that most of you would be aware on the Digital India program that the government had launched through the Honorable Prime Minister in 2015. So that was Digital India 1.0, where cybersecurity and all these areas has an extreme, there is a pillar dedicated to it also, where we have a focus on, especially on this area, so that we have a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy, while keeping the area of cybersecurity in mind, and also that we are able to provide a safe, trusted internet for our people, as well as the basic security aspects of link to the cybernet and the internet. So in this 8 years of journey that we have seen, we have reached out and touched the lives of, I would think, all the citizens of India, and have made efforts to ensure digital access, digital service delivery, inclusion, based on the technology, which is sustainable, affordable, and transformative. And we are currently, I think, in line with, especially in the last couple of years, you would have seen that there is an extreme, there is almost a spurt on the number of unicorns that are coming up in the country, and we are the third largest number of startups that have come up. During the pandemic also, we have played a significant role in the nation's resilient response, and the digital technologies have enabled the country to reach the remote parts of the country, and while promoting both, I mean, as I said, promoting reaching out to the citizens while ensuring that there is adequate framework and protection for the citizen interests and in the area of through cyber security and the other interventions and efforts that have been made. I would like to share that from coming 1st to the 7th of July, we are celebrating the Digital Mahotsav in the form of a Digital India Week, where again cybersecurity and even the ISEA project will also be showcased. And we are hoping that the Honorable Prime Minister would also have an opportunity to show him among almost 300 other different stalls that we are looking to set up. We are also setting up a stall on the ICA project also, and we are hoping that we will see very good, extremely good response and interest in this project further down. So as India races towards digitization of its economy, it makes it mandatory for us to protect the cyberspace from cyber attacks and safeguard the national assets, critical infrastructure and citizens from emerging the cyber risks. So several developments have happened in technological, social, legal, geopolitical landscape, which have necessitated the need to put adequate attention to security. And the next generation will live in a much more digitized world, and they will be inevitable face even higher security challenges than we do. So therefore, there is an imminent need for us to put in adequate safeguard mechanisms, educate our people on basic cyber hygiene skills up to advanced level of cyber security to meet these challenges. So considering the importance of cyber security education, collaboration and exchange of experience is the key to building efficient training programs and creating greater cybersecurity aware society, which is an immediate need for us, especially a country of the size of ours, where we have almost more than 800 million internet users, and a lot of them, and as you know, only about 18% of our total population understands English. But currently the internet is still English driven. So you can understand that while we have 800 million Indians who are hooked onto the internet, how many of them would be actively understanding how the internet is working and what are the safeguards that need to be done. So this is the biggest challenge that we are faced with the large number of internet users, but we expect that not many of them would be fully aware and conversant with what needs to be done to protect their interests in the cyber world, which is extremely rapidly developing. And as you know, as I mentioned about the startups, while we have the good side, we also have the bad side. So we need to meet up those challenges. So from the expectation side, considering the need of this security awareness and need the conference, the conclave that we are having is an extremely right platform for deliberations and discussions. As threats are rising, so does the expenditure on cyber is also increasing, especially due to the shortage of resources, talents, and rights product in this sector. So this sector basically, as I think there was an introduction also was mentioned about the Future Skills Prime project, which is basically targeting about providing skill sets and in about 10 emerging technologies for 5 lakh citizens. So it is a B2C model where we are looking at supporting our own citizens and people who are working with the identity industry, likely to get jobs or who need to upskill their skills. So cybersecurity is one dedicated theme in an emerging technology where a lot of work is being done. I would encourage all of you to also actively look and take part in the Future Skills Prime platform, which will definitely offer greater employment potential and opportunities for you, because those skill sets is what the industry is requiring. And besides your formal education that you are doing, I think it is you are all aware that there is an extreme focus on the skilling side of it, so that there is greater employability both with the industry as well as there is greater understanding for you to do your own startups if you want to create one and take forward. And you are also aware of the country's advocacy towards the Atmanirbharta that we are doing in both developing our own products, our own security product solutions, which are capable and solve our own Indian problems that have come up. And so West has their own problems. We have our own security related problems, the internet related problems. So we are hoping that this kind of a platform that we are deliberating, discussing today will be an extremely useful platform where you will get a larger, I would say, a vision of what the country wants to do. And it would give you greater insights and thoughts about how you can develop your own skill sets and how you can contribute in the nation building. So I'm extremely happy to share that the next phase of the ISEA Project 2, ISEA Project 3 actually, because we are now in ending stages of ISEA Project 2. So we have also already started and done substantial amount of work on getting the Project 3 also, and we are hoping that very soon we'll be able to take that also off ground and be able to offer a much more diverse kind of a platform than what ISEA 2 was offering, and migrating and maturing into further based on our learnings, and be able to roll out and unveil the ISEA Project 3 during this current financial year itself, which will, I'm sure you will find it extremely challenging through a lot of other innovations built into the project of hackathons, innovation challenges, boot camps, internship models, which we will build in. So with this background, I would like to offer my best wishes to the organizers, to Professor Nandi and his team. I'm extremely thankful to my team at MeitY, who has been also working tirelessly on this project. And I would wish all of you, each of you, to the best wishes for this program. Please utilize the opportunity as best as possible. Physical would have been best, but virtual also offers much more different kind of opportunities of being flexibility while you are able to contribute also remotely. So I once again thank all of you and wish IPVC 2020 a grand success. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ruchika ji.
Thank you so much, Jaideep sir, for this insightful deliberation, and we look forward for contributing more in the upcoming IACA Phase 3, while contributing more into the research direction for uplifting the research image of our country. So moving forward, I would like to now thank you, Dr. Jaideep Mishra, Mr. Sanjay Vyas, and special thanks to Shri Sanjay Kumar Vyas, MeitY, for all the love and care to IACA activities. He has always been a great source of inspiration and support for IACA throughout all of our activities. I would also like to thank Professor Sukumar Nandi for always being there and for the kind support with this innovative ideas and giving us more support and innovative ideas. Professor John Jose for seamless support and the coordination. All the invited speakers who are here with us for throughout the day to make the event more knowledge enriching. CDEC team, which is always there in the background. They are not the faces, but they are the one who, because of them, we are running. And IACA team and all the participants to present here and be the part of this event, IVPC 2022. So as an Assamese traditional culture of felicitation, I thank you all for this showing this presentation of Assamese Jhapi, the Gamosha and the Horai. And please accept our heartful gratitude to be the part of IVPC 2022. Thank you once again. So inaugural session ends here, and within 2 minutes, we will move for technical session in which we have Professor Rajat and his team. So we will be working on it. So just it is a 2 minutes break such that all the participants and experts joins and we started.
Good morning to Professor Rajat Subra Chakravarti. I hope I am audible.
Hi, yeah, hi, Professor Jose. Yeah, I just saw your message. Yeah, Pranesh would be joining, I think, towards 11 o'clock, because the way we have planned the talk is the first 45 minutes to 1 hour. I will speak,
okay,
and then Pranesh will take over. But yeah. I think he will join much before 11. Actually, there is some time difference. He's currently
because that since he's from UAE, there is a time difference.
Yeah, he is in UAE, so it's early morning. I think it's about 7:30 at his place. So yeah, so 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
Would you want us to introduce both the speakers together, or when Pranesh comes and before that we will introduce him? So how do you suggest?
Yeah, maybe you can introduce me now and once before Pranesh. Actually, what I plan is to maybe give a 10-minute break because 2.5 hour talk continuously would be too long probably.
True.
So once I finish my part, there will be maybe a 5-minute break and then Pranesh will start. So at that point of time, maybe you can introduce.
Yeah, fine. So Ruchika, please note that before we start the session, let us introduce Rajat sir first. And then as he mentioned, there will be a break. And after that, we'll introduce Pranesh.
Pranesh, okay. So sir, should we move or?
Wait. We will wait for update from Nandi sir.
Dr. Rajat, good morning.
Hi, Shukumata. Hi. Good morning.
Good to see you here and your team.
Yeah, I wish this was a physical event, but anyways, online is also okay.
But in future, ISEA Phase 3, we want your team participation heavily. That is the things. Ruchika, can you unshare your things? I think it is your thing is showing.
Yeah, by the way, I need the slide sharing permission because currently I do not have.
Already given. I think already given.
Yeah, now it is activated. Yeah.
And then once the session starts, she will share her slide for at least another 30 seconds to introduce you, and then you can share your slide once it is over.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, sure.
We can start then?
Yeah, sure, please. Yeah.
So Ruchika, please, over to you.
Yes, sir. Naresh, I do not have sharing rights. Okay, now I got it. Thank you. Okay, so moving forward, we have our first talk of the day on modeling attacks on physically unclonable functions. So we have our expert with us, Dr. Rajat Shubhra Chakrabarti. He is currently an associate professor at the CSE department of IIT Kharagpur. He received his PhD from Case Western Reserve University, United States, and BE from Jadavpur University. He has professional experience of working at National Semiconductor Bangalore, India, and Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, Santa Clara, United States of America. His research interests include hardware security, VLSI design, and design automation, design content protection, and digital image forensics. He holds 2 granted US patents and has co-authored 6 books, 8 book chapters, and over 110 publications in international journals and conferences. His work has received close to 6,000 citations till date, and a paper co-authored by him won the Best Paper Award at the IWDW 2016 workshop. He has received several prestigious national and international awards such as IIT Kharagpur Outstanding Faculty Award 2018, IEI Young Engineers Award 2016, IBM Shared University Research Award 2015, Royal Academy of Engineering, United Kingdom, RECI Fellowship 2014, and IBM Faculty Award 2012. He is currently an associate editor of IEEE TCAT Journal and has previously been an associate editor of IEEE TMSCS Journal. The list is long. Sir is having very tall height in terms of the accolades and laurels. Dr. Chakrabarti is also a senior member of both IEEE and ACM. Sir, I heartily welcome you with an apology that instead of DR, it is me, MR somewhere in this slide. So please accept my apologies for not putting.
No issues. No, I didn't notice. I didn't notice it before.
I'm
no
so
problem.
sorry because of something it skipped. So my heartfelt apologies to you. But sir, we welcome you on this platform, and over to you.
Thank you very much
for expert talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Yeah.
Sir, I stop sharing such that you can share.
Sure. So just to save bandwidth, is it okay if I close my video and just share the screen? Is it okay? And at the question and answer session, I can again turn on the video.
Yes, we will leave it to your choice how to manage that. No problem.
Yeah. I think there are some bandwidth issues today. So
yeah, fine. No problem. Yes.
So let me know whether you can see my screen.
Yes, now I can see the screen, but it is not in full screen mode.
Yeah, now I've got it in full screen.
Perfect. Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, actually there is a pop-up. Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, thank you for the invitation to deliver a talk at the ISEA virtual conference. I've been associated with the ISEA Phase 2 activities because IIT Kharagpur is also a participating institute. And today's talk is titled Modeling Attacks on Physically Unclonable Functions. Physically unclonable functions, as you will see, is an extremely important component to ensure cyber security. Actually, it is useful in ensuring the authenticity of the devices or the hardware that is used in cyber communication. So in that context, it is an extremely important resource. I will deliver the talk along with my former PhD student Pranesh Santikellur. He is currently in a national research lab in Abu Dhabi, UAE. He is working there as a scientist. So he will join in a few minutes, and he will deliver the second half of the talk from about. So I will occupy about 45 minutes to 1 hour, and then we'll have a short break, and then Pranesh will take up. So. So I will introduce the first two parts, the PUF fundamentals and applications part and the example PUF designs part. And Pranesh will take over the attacks on PUFs part. Okay, but in particular modeling attacks on PUFs. Although from this slide it seems that my portion is substantially more than Pranesh's portion, it is actually the reverse, because Pranesh's portion has extremely deep technical details which will occupy and your time, and it will take a lot of effort to actually explain it. So I will first introduce the motivation for PUF circuit design, the concept, fundamental properties, the common quality metrics, and I will show some applications of PUFs in security. This some applications in a sense that this is not an exhaustive list. PUFs have found their application in many security algorithms and protocols. We do not have time to go into details of each of them. So I'll just cover some of the ones which are particularly relevant to us. And I'll cover some common PUF designs along with describing the challenges of PUF design in general. And then Pranesh will take over and describe the attacks on PUFs, which is kind of the most like the major focus of this talk. The reason why it is very important to evaluate attacks is you cannot start using a resource or a particular component in your security infrastructure unless you are sure that you have evaluated its security. Okay, so as we will see, that PUFs also have several severe shortcomings at current state of the art. Hopefully future research and future developments would solve many of them, but we will describe the cutting edge attacks that exist on PUFs which challenge their security and their usage at the current scenario. So what is the motivation for PUF circuit design? Anti-counterfeiting of integrated circuits is a very important topic. Although the government of India has recently announced that India is going to focus on in-country fabrication of integrated circuits, currently that is not available. Other than one or two very specialized fabs which fabricate ICs in very small volumes, we do not have any large volume manufacturing of integrated circuits. We import almost 100% of all our ICs. And interestingly, not only in India, but around the world, counterfeit integrated circuits constitute about 30 to 40% of total business. That is a scary number, actually. Okay. The estimated business in 2008 was about $1 billion per day. Okay. So you can guess that 2008, this is 2022, it has increased a lot. In fact, it is estimated that counterfeit electronics is the, not only ICs in general, overall counterfeit electronics business is probably the second or third largest illegal business in the world after narcotics and human trafficking, probably. Okay, so you can guess the scale of this. And India, because it imports all the ICs, we are particularly vulnerable. Okay, what is the threat? Well, if you don't yourself know whether the IC you are using is counterfeit, whether it is from the company that is claimed to be or some other company. So we have a quite hostile neighboring country, which is kind of very well known to produce counterfeit goods, okay, including counterfeit electronics. So how can you be sure that that IC has not come from that country? Because that country manufactures a lot of silicon. Okay, so this level of trust actually decreases, and when you start using this component, say a router or a high-speed switch in your communication infrastructure, in your power grids, in the command and control structures associated with any industrial control application or smart grid control, this type of very important applications in aviation, in army infrastructure, okay, the chances that this might fail is high, and if it fails, the impact can be severe, okay, on the entire country. So the goal is, can we have a lightweight hardware security primitive that can act as a fingerprint generator to uniquely identify each IC instance? Okay, just like a voter ID card or your biometrics linked with your Aadhaar uniquely identifies every biometric is probably the better example. Your fingerprint that is registered in the Aadhaar database that identifies every human being in India, okay, who has been registered for Aadhaar. Similarly, can we have that type of an identity component, but in silicon as a circuit? Okay. Another motivation is, can we, Internet of Things is big now. It is being used all over India, all over the world, in smart city infrastructure, everywhere, not only smart cities. Anywhere you go, you will find Internet of Things being deployed. Now, IoT nodes, one issue is they are very energy and area constrained, okay? Area, in a sense, the form factor, the total volume of that device is usually constrained. You cannot have too much space to have a large battery, okay? So because the battery size is small, your energy budget is also very small. Traditional cryptographic protocols are computationally too expensive for these devices typically. Okay, so can we have a lightweight hardware security primitive to allow secure but inexpensive security protocols? And finally, can we have keyless cipher design where we do not need any keys at all? So that might sound very strange, that what do you mean, but there would be no key. But can we use the inherent property of some component which would act as an unpredictable secret key and would perform the same functionality as a cryptographic key? Okay, so that brings us to this concept of physically unclonable function. This concept was formalized in a MS thesis in the early 2000s, around 2001, 2002, around this time. 2002, as far as I remember correctly. That PhD thesis from MeitY in USA formalized this concept of physically unclonable function, gave examples of electronic physically unclonable functions and non-electronic physically unclonable functions. For example, optical domain physically unclonable functions, and also proposed several possible physically unclonable function implementations and developed attacks on them, some of them which we are going to discuss in today's talk. In short, a physically unclonable function is a fingerprint generator circuit for integrated circuits. It can be included in any integrated circuit. It does not take too much area. Usually, it can be fabricated using the same circuit technology that you use to fabricate the rest of your IC. It implements a challenge response mechanism where you apply an input and the circuit responds with an output which you call the it generates an output which you call the response, and you match whether the challenge is matching with the response. You can throw several challenges to it and it gives several corresponding answers back. Each response you match, if you are happy that yes, he has that circuit has matched the response sufficient number of times, you allow the you consider the IC is authenticated to be original. Okay, so you might have seen these movies, these Bollywood movies or these gangster movies where there is a secret meeting going on. Okay, and there are several rooms, and at each of the rooms there is a security guard. So if a person wants to enter the final meeting room, he has to go through each of these, he has to satisfy every security guard. So each of them ask a unique question to him, a secret question, and he has to give a secret coded answer. So only when the security guard is satisfied with his answer, he lets him go to the next level and then to the next level and so on. At any stage he fails, you basically he gets blocked. So you can compare this in a similar manner. This block diagram basically shows the there is a small typo that I'd like to correct probably. This is basically it's just a Boolean circuit with an n-bit challenge and an m-bit response. Okay. Now the unique feature of this puffs is that okay, this is a digital circuit that you apply an n-bit input, it produces an m-bit output. So what's the big deal? Well, this mapping or the truth table of the circuit, which contains the information about the challenge to response mapping, that truth table is unique. Okay, for every instance. So that is very, very peculiar, because when you are making digital circuits in general, you do not expect that the design of the circuit is exactly the same. So try to understand this and try to appreciate how anti-intuitive it is. Okay, it's not at all intuitive. You have a digital circuit, several instances of them, each of them is exactly the same design, manufactured at exactly the same facility using the same silicon technology, but their input output characteristics are different, their truth tables are different. So that is quite peculiar. That usually does not happen. If it happens, that is considered a bug in the design. Okay, but in PUFs, the way the circuits are designed and implemented, that is the desirable feature. That is what you want. Just like every human being has a separate fingerprint from birth. Okay, and there is no way to clone it. You cannot on demand produce another human being to have exactly the same fingerprint as somebody with an existing fingerprint, right? So this is unclonable, okay, and it is instance specific, that every individual has a different fingerprint. Okay, so puffs, as I mentioned, can be of different ways. We are interested in silicon puffs. Why do this property happen? Well, the silicon puffs actually utilize something called process variation effects in modern nanometer scale, deep submicron or nanometer scale MOSFET devices. Okay, so those of you who are familiar with MOSFET fabrication technology, you must be knowing that nowadays we have transistors in our microprocessors and this type of circuits, even in the laptops or desktops that we are using, where every transistor is only of length like 7 nanometer, sometimes 3 nanometer, etc. So it has become ridiculously small. Okay, I mean it is mind-boggling how small every transistor is. It's almost gone to an atomic level. Okay, So literally we are dealing with, we are kind of making devices which individually, they basically, they control the movement of individual electrons at that level. Okay. I mean, it has literally come to a size where it is that, like every MOSFET, there is a something called a gate in a MOSFET device. That gate layer is nowadays few angstroms wide. So 1 angstrom is 1/10 of 1 nanometer. It is only a few angstroms wide, and the estimate of the width is like, it is about 5 molecules thick. So can you imagine that we are growing layers or films which are only 5 molecules thick on average? Okay, so manufacturing technology has progressed to that level that we have the ability to control the thickness of layers or grow a layer, silicon dioxide layered on silicon, which is 5 molecules thick. Of course, these equipment are extremely expensive, and that's why they require a lot of capital investment. Okay, billions and billions of dollars of investment. Okay, that's why very few countries have it actually. Okay, now this process variation effect of modern deep submicron devices is usually the process variation. What happens is you lose the control. That although I am claiming that we have the ability to manufacture, the 5 molecule width can become a 3 molecule width, or it can become 7 molecule width. Okay. Now, at that scale, even a small deviation causes a lot of change of property of individual transistors, and finally for the entire circuit. So this is called manufacturing process variation. This is not good. This is from a circuit design perspective, it is challenging, but useful for part design. Okay. And impact for process variation becomes more pronounced at advanced technology nodes. What I mean by that is, for ICs which were manufactured 10 years or 20 years back, compared to them, nowadays the ICs which are manufactured at cutting edge technology are much more severely affected by process variation. So in a way, that is good for circuit design. So now some abstract mathematical properties of puffs before we come to the actual physical realization of these circuits. The puffs should be, any puffs instance should be evaluatable. What we mean by evaluatable is, given a puff instance and an input, it is easy to evaluate the puff and get the output. Every puff instance should be unique. That is, it should contain some information about the physical entity that is embedded in the puff. That is, there should be some signature about the puff. It should be reproducible. That is, you can at any point of time apply the input and get the output. There can be small deviations or small errors in the output compared to the golden response, but that should be correctable. Okay. So one interesting property of puffs is that the response is not always constant. This is comparable. So every morning you wake up, your fingerprint slightly changes. So that is quite dangerous, right? I mean, then you cannot trust the fingerprint. Right. If your biometric identifier changes every morning you wake up, or changes every few hours, that's a problem. Puffs have this issue that it has a reliability issue, that its output is not constant over time. But there are ways to correct it by using additional error correction circuitry. I don't go into that in today's talk, but there are ways to solve that problem. Okay, which effectively brings the reliability to 100%. That is, effectively it becomes fully reliable and the output signature does not change. I mean, you won't observe any change. Okay. It is unclonable, that 2 instances for the same challenge, it is difficult to construct up another puff instance which for the same challenge produces exactly the same response. It is unpredictable. This unpredictability is going to be a major topic of discussion in today's talk. What is ideally claimed is that, suppose you have built up a set of known challenges and their corresponding responses. Okay. With this set of tuples, okay, it is impossible for you to predict the output for any other challenge that is not in that set. So that actually is a very difficult task to do. Okay, so that is what is the unpredictability property. Unfortunately, that actually does not hold for most types of puffs that people have come up with over the years and even till recently. That is going to be Pranesh's topic of uh, uh, tutorial today, where he will show that by applying advanced machine learning techniques, you can build mathematical models of puffs which can predict the outputs of different other types of, for a large database of this known input, known challenges and responses, you can get another set of outputs actually for some challenges which are not there in the initial training set. Okay, so that is very interesting. Okay, one way is trivial, that from the response it will be difficult to guess the input. And tamper evident means if you try to physically do anything with the puff, then its challenge response mapping would permanently change. Okay, so that people would be easily able to detect the tampering. Now let's come to some important quality metrics for puffs. Every puff should be unique. So this diagram basically on the x-axis shows different instances, how the instance changes. C denotes the same challenge and R denotes the corresponding response generated. So puff 1, puff 2 and puff 3 are three instances of the same type of puff. Okay. Each of their responses are different for the set of challenges that are applied. Okay. For example, you can compare it to the fingerprints of three different individuals. You ask them, what is your fingerprint? They give the response, and their response are more or less guaranteed that the responses of each person's fingerprint is different from the other person. So this is called a uniqueness property. We want it very strongly in puffs. Then comes the reliability. What is reliability? Now forget about three different instances. You consider only one instance, and this is what I was describing in the last slide. Suppose you have the same instance, you apply the same challenge to it, but at different instances of time. Like you characterize it today, you characterize it tomorrow, you characterize it day after tomorrow. Okay. The question is whether they will give the same response or not. Whether your fingerprint today, your fingerprint tomorrow, and your fingerprint day after tomorrow, would they be the same or not? What do you want? Of course, you want them to be the same. Otherwise, it's not an dependable biometric identifier, right? So similarly, I want the reliability to be 100% or perfect, which means the response should be exactly the same over time. Unfortunately, as I said, this does not hold practically. With temperature change, with aging, with minor voltage fluctuations, the responses do change. Sometimes the response changes are very small, mild. Sometimes the response changes are substantial, but they can be corrected using some error correction coding hardware or software layer built above the puff instance. And I'll not go into it, but it is possible. It uses the current implementations of protocols uses BCH coding to kind of improve the reliability. We use error correction coding. Other than that, there are some other properties. Another important property is uniformity. What do you mean by uniformity is, suppose you have applied several challenges, say 10,000 challenges to a puff instance. Okay. Remember, a puff with n bits of input has 2 power n number of challenges. Any digital circuit with n input bits has 2 power n number of possible input. Okay. So puffs are no different. Of course, if n equal to say 64 or 128, which is very common in practical puffs, you cannot completely enumerate the puff. It is out of question. You cannot exhaustively enumerate and build its truth table. However, you can apply only a subset of them. Say you apply 10,000 or 100,000 random input challenges and you write down the corresponding responses by noting them from the puff. Now, in the outputs, out of this 100,000, you would expect that ideally there should be 50,000 responses which are zeros and 50,000 responses which are ones. And we say that uniformity of the path is 50%. Okay, that it is the output is not biased either towards 0 or it is not biased either towards 1. Okay, that's a good property, because if it is biased towards 0 or 1, that makes the entropy of the path less, and that is bad. Okay. And there is also something called like the bit dependency, which is basically the autocorrelation coefficient of the response. You basically write the response of a sequence and you calculate the autocorrelation with itself with certain shifts. There should not be any bit dependency. Now, why are paths important? Well, if you do not have a path, then you require keys, right? Usually in a secure location somewhere you have to store keys in non-volatile memories typically. Okay, so that there are ways to steal that key from those non-volatile memory locations. Adding a non-volatile memory is usually done through EEPROM, non-volatile memory currently at the current technologies. EEPROM adds additional complexity to manufacturing. You have to add a ROM unit. Okay, if it is on the SoC, then it's adds to the manufacturing. Otherwise, if it is on the PCB, you have to add a ROM chip. Okay, so that is additional cost, and it's a separate chip sitting outside your main chip, which again creates certain vulnerabilities. On the other hand, the path is an intrinsic property of a device. Okay, so this is comparable to adding an ID card with you physically. I mean, carrying an ID card physically with you and having an intrinsic identifier like an fingerprint or an iris scan. You don't need to carry anything separate. It is inherent within you. The person who wants to check your identity can check if he has the proper infrastructure of checking a fingerprint or an iris scanner. He can check it at any point of time. You do not need to physically carry a photo ID card with you anywhere. Okay, so nowadays I think in many Indian airports nowadays, and it is already there in several international airports outside India also, that automatic face recognition technology is getting introduced. What is the meaning of that is that, well, your access will be determined automatically because there is a database with your face image stored, okay, in a secure database. Okay, and if that can be authenticated real time with the face that is getting captured on the camera, you will be given access. So earlier this type of technology was not very dependable, but nowadays with the advancement of image processing and computer vision and real-time image processing, this type of things have become feasible. Okay, so in future maybe we will not need to carry any physical ID card with us anymore. Not in our mobile phones, not with us physically, nothing. Everything will be automated. So that, of course, that is advantages. So in a path, the key can never leave the IC's bounded, right? Because it is inherently within the IC. And there is no need to store it separately in a non-volatile memory. It is available on demand. You ask for the identity, it will provide you the identity. And there is no question of the key being extracted, because after the usage is done and the challenge is removed, the response is gone. Okay, so gone means it is not visible anymore. Again, you apply the challenge, you will give a response. So it increases security levels while decreasing cost. Now let's come to, this is kind of the canonical application of PUF. As I mentioned towards the beginning of my talk, PUFs have found many applications. I mean, there, if you read the latest papers, so recently I myself along with a couple of my students wrote a survey paper. It has been just recently accepted about 4 or 5 days back in a journal. So we were like trying to cover some PUFs. I mean, the amount of literature that is available is just enormous. I mean, You cannot believe. Okay. So, and the number of applications that people have come up with is enormous. So this, what I am mentioning is the canonical application. When PUFs were first proposed, this is the application that was proposed. Okay, this is easy to understand. It is not connected that much with cryptographic algorithms or protocols. It is a simple challenge response protocol which anybody can understand. Okay, so let me describe. The basic idea is that you want to authenticate a device. In our case, a device can be anything. It can be an individual IC, or it can be a very complex device like a computer or a router or a switch, inside which there are one or more ICs, and inside each of these ICs there is a PUF instance sitting there. The PUF it takes a very small area compared to complex ICs. Okay, compared to a microprocessor or a microcontroller IC, a PUF is nothing. Okay, in area, as you will see, it's quite simple design, so it can easily fit in. Now, when the silicon IC has been made, remember that before the silicon IC has been made, even the manufacturer does not know what is going to be the output response, challenge response mapping of a PUF. Just like before a baby is born, the baby's parents have no idea what is going to be the fingerprint of the baby, right? Nobody knows that. It's a completely random thing. And apparently in animal kingdom also this biometric concept exists. For example, apparently every tiger has a different stripe pattern, every zebra has a different stripe pattern, every leopard has a different spot pattern, etc. etc. Okay, so this is nothing new. In animal kingdom it exists. Similarly, in silicon, before the PUF has been manufactured, nobody knows what is the mapping. After it has been manufactured, it is characterized. Okay, for several challenges, and the corresponding responses are noted down in a secure database that is maintained with the manufacturer. After that, the manufacturer releases the IC in the market chain, like the commercial chain. Okay, so possibly untrusted agents. Okay. Now, at later point of time, somebody gets suspicious that there is an IC with a serial number, which somebody gets suspicious that although the serial number is there, there is a reason to suspect this IC is not authentic, because serial numbers can be faked. That is not a very dependable criteria. Okay. Now there are many nowadays many instances of PAN numbers being faked, Aadhaar numbers being faked, etc. Being faked in a sense that you basically take the PAN number, a valid PAN number of one person, and use it for another person. This type of things has happened. So serial number is not a dependable criteria. Now, once a suspicion is raised that IC can be characterized, again, you apply the same challenges that was there in your secret database and you note down the responses. Okay. And you compare the responses that has been obtained with whatever you are getting from the ICs. Okay. If most of them match, you declare that the PUF is authentic. Why I am saying most of them match and I am not demanding 100% match? Because, as I said, the reliability is not perfect, and even with error correction coding, some amount of liberty is given that okay, still the PUF response might not match with everything. So usually at currently about more than 95% match is considered. Some people say 95, some people say 97. That is considered a safe threshold. So basically you apply 100 challenges. If you find 95 or more matches in the recorded responses with the obtained, with the database responses, you say, yeah, okay, fine. Although the 5 others responses are not matched, because 95% is matched, I'm accepting this to be authentic. That's how authenticity is established. On the other hand, if these responses do not match, then it's a fake. It's the counterfeit IC with a fake this number, this repeated basically serial number. That was valid serial number was there in some other product, but that has been faked. And worst is, if that IC does not have a puff itself, then it is clear that it is not that authentic product. Why is there a confidence that nobody will be able to have an IC with exactly the same challenge response pair puff? Well, because by definition puffs are unclonable. Okay, so you cannot clone or build another IC in silicon even with the same technology. As I said, that we have a hostile country which holds all the fabs, silicon fabrication facilities. Okay, a hostile neighboring country. Now, how can you be sure that, well, it is being made in the same fabrication factory, same factory, but it is in the same technology? Because it is their factory. I do not have full control over what is going on there. Okay, I can only speculate. But I have the confidence they would never be able to make a silicon circuit with exactly the same fingerprint. That is a very important concept. Okay, that gives me confidence that, okay, well, they would never be able to clone this. So everything can be cloned. I mean, this country is actually famous for cloning and producing counterfeit everything. Even eggs have been, there are counterfeit eggs, reports of counterfeit eggs actually, which are sold in that country. Okay, from food items to daily necessity items to high-end electronics item, from low-end items to high-end items, everything they have cloned. But if you want to stop that for silicon ICs, at least, this is one of the ways that has been proposed, that have a puff circuit in every instance. Modern Xilinx FPGAs, those of you who are familiar with FPGA development and FPGAs, modern Xilinx FPGAs actually have a puff inside. They do not call it a puff, they call it a, I think they call it a device identifier or something. It does not allow you to give a response. There is only a one time, it's like just a readable value that you can read. But that is unique for every, just like and serial, in addition to serial number for that IC, it is a unique fingerprint of that IC, which is there inside the IC, that actually identifies that IC. Okay, it is readable from a ROM inside the IC. Okay, using special commands, you can read out the value, and that bit string actually identifies that Xilinx FPGA instance. Okay, then puffs can be used for private or public key pair generation. So one of the ways in which keys are used is that from master keys, several keys are derived. So there are several algorithms to derive keys, derive public key, private key pairs. Okay. So one option is to have a key ROM-based key storage, master key storage, from which further keys are derived. But if you don't want that, you can use a puff which will generate an identifier for that IC, and then you can use that one for key pair generation. Then a pseudo-random function. This is actually that keyless cipher that I was mentioning. It's a slightly fancy idea, and I do not know whether this has been actually adopted in practice. More of an academic research idea, but it's very interesting. This was proposed in a paper in ISEA 2009. It's quite old idea actually. What this says is that there is something called a Lubirachov construction. Okay, so you perform 3 rounds of a substitution and permutation operation, and the output you get, there is a result by Luby, and like this Lubirachov result, that this construction produces pseudo. This is basically a pseudo-random mapping actually from input to output. Okay, pseudo-random transformation. Now you can instead of the substitution boxes or S boxes, you can use different puff instances over 3 rounds. Okay, that actually is a simple cipher kind of a thing basically, because it performs a pseudo-random permutation, and you get at the output something which after 3 rounds looks like as kind of a cipher text. Okay, How do you decrypt this? Well, decrypting this ciphertext is very interesting. As such, there is no key there other than this random value that of course has to be shared with the receiver somehow. There is no, other than that, there is no key. Okay, I mean, the only way to decrypt is to basically send these physical puff instances to the receiver, and the receiver would perform the same operations in reverse, the mappings in reverse to get the outputs. I mean, to decrypt basically. So whether it is feasible or not, probably it is impractical to use in practice. That's why I don't think it has been actually deployed. But it's an interesting construction where you require minimum amount of hidden key, secret key to cause a like generate ciphertext. So this is kind of a keyless cipher. Finally, let us come to actual implementations of puffs. The first one we consider is called an arbiter puff. This is the most widely studied puff variant, and variations of this have been used in many other puff constructions, some of which will be covered by Pranesh. Okay, this is one of the simplest puff but most widely used puff. Okay, this was proposed in 2002 itself in the thesis that I mentioned, which introduced puffs. So basically, you have a cascade of two-port networks. Okay, say here in this figure there are n+1 such stages. Every two-port network is controlled by one control bit, which I call C0 or C1 or C2 up to Cn. If the control bit is 0, the signals entering the top port goes out through the top output port, and similarly the signal entering the input bottom port goes out straight through the signal. These boxes as such perform no transformation on the signals other than possibly changing or swapping their directions. The connectivity is if the challenge bit is, if the control bit is 1. Okay, so if the control bit is 1, the signal entering at the top goes out through the bottom port. Signal entering at the bottom goes out through the top port. These are cascaded, and this bit string, actually this n+1 bit string is the challenge to this circuit. At the end, there is a D flip-flop, edge triggered D flip-flop, and the output of that you consider as a response. Now, how does this work? First, you reset this D flip-flop. You short the input ports of the first stage of the switches, and you apply a pulse, okay, a step waveform basically. This step waveform divides in two parts and starts propagating along the two input ports. Depending on the combination of zeros and ones that have been provided, either the top signal either goes straight here, then maybe again cross, I mean it comes down and crosses. This crossing, don't get bothered about this yellow crossings, okay, they are not physically connected. It just shows that the signals are being routed from one port to the other output port. There is no physical crossing of the signal, so don't bother about that. Means they are internally their signals are not shorted. So the two signals propagate along the zigzag paths along these switches. For example, if every bit was 0, then the signal entering at the top port would go out through the top output port, and the signal entering through the bottom port would go out through the bottom output port. Okay. Now at the last stage, basically, depending now over as they go over these zigzag paths, because of process variation, there are small delay differences. Although the geometrical lengths of these paths are exactly the same, very carefully they are made to be the same. Because of process variation, the electrical delays of signal propagation along each path is slightly different to each other, and these delays accumulate over these stages. So there are 64, 128-bit stages. Finally, at the arbiter path, at the arbiter output, I mean input, suppose the top signal reaches first before the clock edge reaches, which means then the clock edge, after that it reaches, it samples the logic 1, and then this response becomes 1. But if the clock edge reaches first and then the D input reaches, then the clock edge has missed the signal transition at the top, which means the response remains 0. So you note down the response is 0 in the second case, and the first case you have noted down the response is 1. So out of this 2 power n plus 1 here, it's not 2 power n, 2 power n plus 1, different challenges, you can build up your truth table. Of course, if n is large, you cannot exhaustively enumerate it, but you can enumerate it before applying every challenge. You have to reset the flip-flop and again start from beginning. In this way, you build up. It's a very simple design. Every this path swapping switch can be built using a what should I say? Using two multiplexers, 2-to-1 multiplexers, extremely simple, and it's not a big deal. The hardware delay is minimal, the hardware resource requirement is minimal, the design is extremely regular, everything is quite good about it. Okay, what is the problem? The problem is that it is susceptible to modeling attacks, as Pranesh will discuss. What is modeling attack? I'll come to it, but it is susceptible to certain attacks. Okay. Then let's come to a ring oscillator puff. This is something that generates ring oscillators are circuits which can generate clock-like waveforms, basically with an odd number of inverters in a loop. And you compare the generated frequency of these waveforms using counters. Okay. And if the frequencies are because of process variation, the frequencies are slightly unequal, so the counters count at slightly different rates, and then you compare whether the value of which counter is larger than the other one. Depending on that, you get a decision of 0 or 1 or whatever, and accordingly you write down your response. Okay, so again there are n-bit applied challenge, selects to different arrows from a bank of 2 power n ring oscillators, and the process variation, it implies that the arrows are different oscillation frequency, and its comparison generates the responses. It is difficult to model, but it has exponential hardware requirement. For n-bit challenges, you require 2 power n ring oscillators. So any ring oscillator path with more than, practically it has been seen, more than 10-bit challenges is quite difficult to build. The third one is a very interesting puff that is actually sold by certain companies. I have personal certain reservations about whether this is safe, but anyways, this basically says that this is the standard 6 transistor SRAM memory cell. When you power on a SRAM cell without actually writing any value to it, it automatically, unless there is presence of special circuitry to reset it, it automatically comes to logic 0 or logic 1 at the output. And that is the signature of that bit of SRAM. So you have an array of SRAM cells, you can get a signature. Okay. And your address decoder, whatever address you are applying, that can be considered as the challenge. And the corresponding output you get, that can be considered as the response. This is difficult to implement on FPGAs, but ASICs have been built using SRAM puff IPs that are available commercially. You can include them in your design with that. SRAM fabrication is compatible with digital logic process in regular ICs. That's one advantage. Okay. DRAM is a different, slightly different process, so it's slightly difficult to directly integrate DRAM into your other CMOS logic. So this power on value is in response. So there are some other silicon packs. For the sake of time, I will not go through them because they are basically similar in principle to the SRAM puff. Now, what is the challenges in puff design? Well, traditional CAD tool based IC design flow is inapplicable to puffs because traditional CAD tool based IC design flow is based on the idea that you will be able to simulate the circuit before fabricating it to know how is it behaving. Well, in puffs, the behavior is not very well defined. What is the correct behavior of a puff is slightly difficult to answer. Like if somebody asks you, what is the correct fingerprint of a human being? Does this question have any meaning? This question does not have any meaning because nobody knows. I mean, the question is meaningless actually. So similarly, what is the correct challenge response truth table of a puff? Nobody knows. For other digital circuits, yes. Somebody asks you, what is the correct truth table of an AND gate? You know, and you design an AND gate and you simulate it and you find that it is not matching the truth table. Then you say my design is wrong. Something is wrong in my design because there is a specification which says this is the truth table of an AND gate and my design is not matching it. So there is something is wrong. Perhaps that is not other than obvious errors. Like any challenge you apply, you are getting a 0. That is a problem. That there must be a design flaw. But other than that, this simulation of process variation is very difficult. There are tools, but they are not very, because you don't know what it is going to create finally when you before you get the silicon, right? So, and interconnect routing has to be very carefully manually controlled. For example, as I said, these paths have to be very carefully laid out so that their lengths are equal, geometrical lengths are equal. Otherwise, you will introduce bias, and that will introduce bias in your path response, which will create problems and decrease the entropy of the path. Okay, that is not what you want. So it involves a lot of manual labor. Even in FPGA-based design, it requires. And finally, FPGA implementation of SRAM path is also very difficult. By the way, SRAM path, the reason why I said I am not particularly enthusiastic about it is that several years back, a team from, I think around 2015 or 14 or 15, team from Technical University of Munich in Germany, they actually physically cloned a 65 nanometer SRAM path module. So it was a very roundabout technique. It required access to fabrication facility, etc. But they did clone, which means that they generated another SRAM module instance with exactly the same signature. This is like saying that you have a human being with some fingerprint. I can clone another human being with exactly the same fingerprint. This doesn't actually happen in practice. Like even genetically identical twins have different fingerprints. That's known. So there are even genetically identical twins otherwise looking exactly the same physically in appearance. Their fingerprints are different in human beings. Okay, so that's something which is very particular about SRAM puffs, which is should be noted. Now coming to puff attacks, of course, you have any security, anything related to security, people will try to attack. So the primary attack is to clone puffs. Okay, either to build a mathematical clone of the puff or to build a physical clone of the puff. Physical cloning of puff, which as I said, other than one particular work which cloned 65 nanometer technology SRAM puff, I am not aware of any successful attempt. However, mathematical cloning of puff, there are many successful attempts, as Pranesh will show, and it is considered it is infeasible, and the creation of a mathematical clone actually requires that the raw puff instances should be available. If it is available, then something is there. Other than that, mechanical probing and side channel probing of puffs attacks are also known, but essentially they help in the mathematical cloning of puffs. They do not directly clone the puff. They help in building a mathematical model with less amount of training data. In mathematical cloning, you require characterization or training data. Okay, like in any machine learning exercise. Okay, so security parameters are physical and mathematical unclonability, but mathematical unclonability, as I said, is questionable. Okay, there is brute force attacks and replay attacks. These are brute force attack is basically you have characterized the entire path and build a database. That is not feasible if your number of input challenge bits of the path is large, like say more than 80 bits or so at current technology. Oftentimes you find 96 bits or 128 bit paths. So that attack is not feasible. Replay attack is basically you have noted down the challenge response pairs and replaying it, intercepting the messages and replaying them later on. That is possible, but that depends on, that can be prevented by adding nonces or this type of things to your messages when you are exchanging. That's the protocol level defense is required. Okay, that can prevent replay attacks. Primarily in this rest of the talk today, we are going to discuss machine learning based modeling attacks. Many different machine learning techniques have been used: support vector machines, artificial neural networks, logistic regression, evolutionary computing, etc. Primary focus nowadays is on support vector machines, logistic regression, and which have been also like popular for a long time, and deep learning. So Pranesh will describe mostly his work on deep learning based attacks on paths. Okay. So how successful are these attacks? I'm just giving you a summary. People have shown that they can model arbiter paths close to 99% accuracy in extremely a small amount of time. XOR arbiter path and lightweight arbiter path are variations of arbiter paths, which Pranesh will cover. They can also be modeled. XOR arbiter and lightweight arbiter paths were built to make them resistant to model building attacks, but even those can be modeled. Okay. So in the MS thesis, they use computer simulation model of arbiter path, and they obtain 100% modeling accuracy. Then ASIC data for 64-bit arbiter path, 90% accuracy. Actually, 900 CRP is challenge response pair. That is this collection of tuples of challenges and corresponding responses. 500 is really less. If this is increased to say about 5,000, then close to 100% accuracy is obtained. And that's what we observed for 64-bit arbiter path for FPGA implementations, about 96% accuracy using support vector machines. So that's it for my part of the talk. I'll now hand over to Pranesh. But before I hand over, I'd like to maybe invite some questions.
Thank you, Professor Rajat. We can take one or two questions if anybody from the audience have. If the attendees, if at all they have any query, they can raise their hand. So I can then select them and unmute them, or you can chat in the chat window, the other case, so that I can read it out the question to Professor Chakrabarty. Anybody, any query? So to the all students who are there in the panel, Professor Rajat and his team is doing marvelous work in the area of hardware security. And a lot of his scholars are well placed in many reputed institutes. Even one of the invited speaker, Dr. Urbi, is also from his team from Kharagpur. And she's a faculty in IIT Kanpur. So it's a good chance to interact with the Professor Chakrabarty, and then looking for possible avenues to join his lab, maybe once he is back from Intel. So please explore opportunities to interact and clarify your queries. He also may be looking for young minds to join his research team in the subsequent years.
Yeah. I mean, you are welcome anytime. Just drop me an email if you want to visit us at IIT Kharagpur to explore opportunities to interact with our team. Just let me know. We can arrange that, and I'll be very happy to host you here. So I mean, there are many faculty in IIT Guwahati who are alumni of IIT Kharagpur, right?
Yes.
Professor Nandi himself, Dr. Chandan Karfa, Then Dr. Arijit Shur, all of them are.
I think we have over 35% of our faculty, 35 to 40% of our CS faculty in Guwahati are Kharagpur alumni.
Yeah, and in particular, I know Chandan from the days he was a PhD student here in the department. I joined around the time when he was, I think he had just finished his MS and started his PhD around 2010. So yeah, he is doing very, very good work on hardware security, particularly logic encryption and attacks on logic encryption. So it's a very challenging and good research area, hardware security in general. There are many opportunities to engage in this, and the most important aspect of this, which that feature which is not there in many other research areas, is that you will find a topic where your skill set and your interests are relevant. For example, say Pranesh, my student who is going to, former student who is going to give the continue with the talk, he as such is not a person who is particularly had any exposure to circuit design or things like that, but his interest was in machine learning. Okay, so we found a topic which will suit his research area of interest. So he chose deep learning based attacks on puffs, in which he obtained fantastic results, published in fantastic top venues like multiple papers in IEEE TCAT, got best paper award nomination in IEEE conference, etc., etc. And now he's placed in a very good lab in UAE. So so you will find something. So we have opportunity if you are focused more towards the hardware or system side, or you are focused towards the data science and machine learning side, or computation and algorithms in general. There is some opportunity to work on some topic in hardware security. It's such a vast and broad and diverse area of research. That opportunity is not offered in many other areas of research, right? In computer science. Okay. So that is something unique about hardware security, which is very, very useful actually. So don't get, I know computer science students often have a allergy. As soon as they hear the term hardware, they get scared. But it's there is, I mean, I don't remember the last time I have started actually touched and like say a breadboard kit or an yeah, FPGAs my students use, sometimes they require, but most of it is through simulation software and writing your own code to do analysis and to simulate and to perform attacks, to build models, etc. So don't get scared by usage of the term hardware. There is no hardware component as such in hardware design anymore. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we can discuss, because many people have different opinion about it, especially slightly senior people. They say that it has become too much software oriented and simulation based, and you don't have the deep insight anymore that previous generation hardware designers used to have. I agree to a certain extent, but then the design complexity have come to a level where you cannot do manual design by hand anymore. I mean, you have to depend on advanced CAD tools and software and write your own code as and when needed. Okay, so it's a very important area of research, and hopefully you have not got disinterested by my part, because the part that is coming up from Pranesh, many of you probably have take deep interest in data science and deep learning and AI and cutting edge ML, etc. They would find this part very, very interesting, because this is usage of absolute cutting edge ML in solving a hardware security problem that had not been solved before. Give you an idea, I'm just giving a very brief idea of the results that Pranesh had obtained, and that some of which he's going to describe in the talk today. He's going to describe attacks which previously people have reported took months on a 100-node supercomputer type cluster to solve. Those problems have been reduced to by clever application of cutting edge algorithms to problems which can get the same results or even better accuracy running on a single workstation, ordinary workstation with say 16 or 32 gig of RAM, one single workstation over a few days. Okay, so from 100 node supercomputer cluster to one workstation in a few days. So it's a very, very interesting work, and I hope you find interest in that. Dr. Joseph, should we take 5-minute break or you want to continue?
So I think since the audience are in online, last 5 minutes, it is like a break to them also.
Okay.
Like you are talking in an informal manner to reaching out. The point what you told is well correct. Even we at Guwahati find it's difficult to attract the students to our hardware group. We, myself, Chandan, Professor Hemanki, Professor Dekka, we all, this fear of the term hardware is so much.
Yeah, so I know a little bit about Chandan's work. So if you take Chandan's work, what is hardware in it, right? It's mostly formal verification, which is like the, what should I say, the pinnacle of computer science probably, right? So that if people say that it is hardware, that is very disheartening actually. I mean,
so I think we require more of awareness programs to tell that when the term hardware doesn't mean, people think that you require transistor logic, Boolean diagram, or other things that is being required. So even I faced the same problem when I started the hardware research here. Let's see how things evolve.
Okay, so I'm stopping the video. So hopefully.
So over to you, Ruchika, to formally conclude the Professor Rajat's session and then going with the next one.
Right. So, sir, thank you so much. I hope many of the queries of the audience must have been cleared by your candid deliberations which you gave at the end of your talk. So, sir, I formally thank you for, it is a great pleasure to have you here and listening to your insightful understanding of hardware security. And I hope many of the, people will be able to know the research areas where they can work and contribute. So by presenting this SMEs, Japi, Kamoshas, and Horoi, I would like to thank you once again to be the part of IVPC 2022 and adorn this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. I'll now hand over to Pranish.
Yes, sir. Sir, should we move forward or we need to take some 2 minutes break?
We can move forward. We can move forward in the interest of time.
Okay, sir. So now for the same expert topic, there is another expert we have with us, Mr. Pranesh Shanti-Kalur. Pranesh Shanti-Kalur is currently working as a senior embedded security researcher at Technology Innovation Institute, Abu Dhabi, UAE. He has submitted his PhD thesis from IIT Kharagpur under the guidance of Dr. Rajat Shubhra Chakraborty, whom we heard just now. He received his Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science and Engineering from SDM College of Engineering and Technology, Dharwad, India, back in 2010. He worked as firmware engineer with a total of 6 years of industry experience at Horner Engineering India, Bangalore, and Processor Systems, Bangalore. His research interest centers on the application of machine learning to hardware security problems. I welcome you, Mr. Pranesh Shanti-Kalur. Thank you for giving the consent to be the part of IVPC 2022. So I over this stage to you.
Thank you so much, Ruchika.
Pranesh, I think now you have the rights to share the screen. Just share button would be active.
Yes.
So we have time up to 12:30 for you, including the Q&A, so you can plan it in that way.
Yep.
Take your time. Yes.
So the screens are visible now?
Yeah, it is not in the full screen mode, but screen is visible. You can make it full screen.
Yep.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ruchika, and thank you, Professor Rajat. we had a great introduction to puffs. I think by this time probably we have some idea about a different understanding of the puffs. Like we got to know the properties of the puff, how puff circuits are designed, and good applications of puff as well. So this has been a great talk. So let me try to continue on the same level. So to get the comprehensive idea of the puffs, it's important to understand from all sides. So my talk will be majorly focused on attacks on puff, specifically more focused towards modeling attacks. So in my talk, I will try to mainly address few important questions like what is the nature of the modeling attack, how these attacks are related to machine learning, how puffs have tried to evolve against these attacks, and finally, what is the metric that we will see if it could exist, what is the measure of robustness of puff against modeling attacks. So hope this talk gives some ideas so that you can go home and try these attacks, and you can shoot me back with the questions also. So we saw that I think Professor Rajat sir has many times told that there is a there is a gap between the promise and reality in the implementation of PAF. So not all things remain same for taking an idea from conceptualizations to implementation, and this is true for PAFs as well. We see that there is a large gap, and which I'm going to speak about. So because of which there has been various kinds of attacks, including invasive attacks, such as physical cloning and laser-based attacks, and non-invasive like machine learning-based attacks. One of the main questions that we set is how does the modeling attack relates to a machine learning problem? So please recollect that in the previous discussion by Professor Rajat sir, one of the properties of the puff is it is said to be it should be unpredictable, which means that using a small set of CRPs, it should be hard to predict the puff responses. This problem connects to machine learning for the fact that it can use the small set of CRPs and try to establish the pattern between the corresponding challenges and responses. Hence, on successful learning by machine learning algorithm, the puff responses becomes predictable. So I hope this answers one of the first question that we started with. So puffs, the modeling attacks have evolved quite a much. And now if all the different modeling attacks, if I classify them, this is how majorly it looks. So one kind is we have mathematical attacks, which majorly, so what I'm speaking is about more machine learning based modeling attacks. So one specific kind is mathematical attacks, which uses theoretical machine learning framework like pack learning. So if you've not heard of pack learning concerns towards guaranteeing how well an ML algorithm can perform on unseen data. In other words, if an algorithm does not need any more than certain number of examples to learn a concept with some probability, so it can be said as a pack learnable. So this is a very, very interesting field of attacks on the puff. And the other two categories are practical. The first one was theoretical. So the one uses only challenge response to train the model, whereas the other one uses additional features along with the challenge response pairs to construct the model. So these additional data can be noise based data or power and timing based data, thermal noise based data. So there has been a different machine learning algorithm used for deploying these attacks. The popular ones are evolutionary algorithms and machine learning algorithms and deep learning algorithms. So from the evolutionary strategy category, the popular one was genetic algorithms and CMAES, which is covariance based matrix adaptation evolutionary strategies. And from the ML side, normally logistic regression used, and from the deep learning side, generally, feed-forward networks are used. So just a recap of what Professor Rajat sir has described before. So arbiter path consists of identical two-port delay stages which are cascaded, and at the end the arbiter is placed. So for each delay stage, the connectivity is controlled by the bit C of I. The two input ports of the first stage are shorted. So when the input pulse is applied, the exact path followed by the two signal actually depends upon the challenge applied. So although they have identical layout, due to the process variation effects, there will be difference in delay. That difference is captured by the arbiter, and it outputs 1 or 0 based on which signal has reached the faster. The author who has proposed this puff, by the way, this puff has been very well studied if you see in the literature, and the author who has proposed this puff also came up with a mathematical model saying that the delay difference between the top signal and the bottom signal can be modeled, which is given by, and it says that it is dependent on the challenges and delay components. So as you can see in the equation, it is given by the dot product of weight values and phi. So here phi is a transformation of challenges, and W is known as weight vector, which are actually essentially delay components. So probably I suggest you to you should see this derivation, and it's a very nice mathematical derivation. And if you observe this equation, so if you know phi here, which is a parity vector, and if you know weight, so you can able to predict the response of arbiter puff. So the attacker employs machine learning algorithm to learn the W for a given challenges and responses. So hence the modeling attacks can be, that's how the modeling attacks can be launched. So if you want to understand this equation better, so we can switch to more geometric interpretation of this equation. So remember, I think dot product is a convenient notation to represent this as a hyperplane, which essentially what it means here in the context of the arbiter puff is the weight vector acts as a hyperplane, and which is basically made up of delay components, separates the 0 or 1 responses, and hence we can say that arbiter puff responses are linearly separable, which also means that any linear machine learning model can break the arbiter puff. In next slide, I will show how this attack practically can be carried out for a simple 4-bit puff. So let us consider the 4-bit arbiter puff, which means that its input is 4-bit challenges and output is 1-bit response. The table shows the challenge response of puff, and the next step is to transform the challenges to parity vectors, which is given by that formula that we saw. So now once we convert the challenges to parity vectors, so this becomes our data set, which is ready to fed to a machine learning model, which is like SVM or LR. So hence the slide shows using SVM, the delay parameters and hyperplane equation can be derived. So if you want to try this code, you can find it in my GitHub repo, and so you can try this code, and if you have any questions, you can email me also. So given that arbiter puff is susceptible to machine learning based attacks, there has been different paths proposed to increase its robustness against modeling attacks, where the common idea is to form a composite puff using multiple arbiter puffs. Typically, we see that there are 3 types of compositions: the combination based, selection based, and interpose based. In combination-based composite puffs, an external function like an XOR is used to combine the multiple arbiter puffs. So here you can see in the equation F1, F2 represents the multiple instances of arbiter puff, and though the output of the responses is XOR to generate a final response. In the selection-based composition functions, the idea is among the multiple arbiter puff, only some of them are selected based on the challenge. And in the interpose-based composite puff, the response of one puff is generally fed as a challenge to another puff to get the final response. So we'll see each of those category in detail. So let me start with XOR arbiter puff. So as you saw, it belongs to category of combination-based composite puff, where multiple arbiter puff responses are XORed to generate a single bit response. So having known about the mathematical model of arbiter puff, XOR puff ML model can also be constructed. Let's say we have X arbiter puffs whose equation is given by the dot product of weights and parity vectors. The arbiter puff responses are 0 or 1. So if we encode 0 or 1 in a bipolar, using the bipolar encoding, XOR becomes the product. So hence it becomes the product of sign of dot product equation. So the objective of XOR puff design is to make it modeling attack resistant. So it was also seen that as we increase the number of arbiter puff in the XOR puff, the machine learning attack requires exponential number of training data. For modeling, higher XOR puff, it requires substantial amount of resources. For example, to attack the 9 XOR arbiter puff, so it requires approximately 350 million challenge response pairs using a logistic regression algorithm. So basically, generally what traditionally the attack has been followed was, so they try to use the modeling equation of XOR puff and try to construct the logistic regression algorithm using that. And they traditionally used to run on the heavy cluster machines to break it. The XOR arbiter puff is really good, against modeling attacks, because it makes the exponential dependency for the training data. However, later it was found that on the practical implementation, the responses of XOR puff was highly unreliable. So I think the Professor Rajat already spoke about the reliability of the puff, which means that XOR puff responses are unreliable, which means that XOR puff was generating different responses for the same challenge. So this information was used for an attack which reduced the exponential dependency of training data, that is CRPs, to linear dependency. So now moving on, the objective became, that there are two objectives now. One thing is we should achieve the robustness to modeling attacks as well as reliability. So moving on, to achieve this trade-off between the robustness and reliability, multiplexer puff was proposed, and multiplexer puff belongs to the category of selection-based composite puffs, where let's say n comma k yum puff, that is multiplexer puff, employs 2 raised to k is to 1 multiplexers with k select lines, which are being connected to k arbiter puffs. Let me simplify that. For example, let's say if we have 64,3 yum puff, it uses 8:1 mux, and which means that it uses 8 arbiter puffs, and further the select lines also uses 3 arbiter puffs. So the other two variants of MPuff were also proposed, which are called CMPuff and RMPuff. So RMPuff has, if you see the diagram, RMPuff has a structure of multiplexer tree, which leads to more usage of arbiter puffs, whereas CMPuff replaced half of the inputs of the mux as its complement. So it was proven that in this paper was from our lab, and it was proven that 64,3 RM puff achieves same robustness as 10 XOR, and it's reliable as 4 XOR. So the whole idea of achieving the trade-off, like we should take the best from the best of the reliability and best of robustness. So it was proposed in a way that it is as robust as 10 XOR puff and as reliable as 4 XOR puff. And this is an ideal trade-off to get the reliability and robustness. The last category in types of arbiter puff compositions is interpose-based composition. The popular example of puff in this category is interpose puff. The idea of interpose puff is it employs two XOR puff instances where the responses of one XOR puff is applied as a challenge to another XOR puff. Please note that here, if first XOR puff takes n bit challenge, then the second one takes n plus 1 bit challenge. And this paper was published in just 2009 from the authors who were previously working in our lab. So this paper was very important because it had proven a lot of security guarantees, even from the reliability perspectives as well as robustness perspective, where the authors demonstrate that the 3,3 IPUF is satisfactorily resistant across different kinds of attacks. So previously, researchers have carried out modeling attacks using modeling equation, as I was mentioning. So I'm constructing the LR model according to it. So this idea of logistic regression was quite successful for XOR puffs. However, as the more complex puff designs arrived, it was difficult to frame the modeling equation, and so the attack was becoming difficult. Hence, we were looking for a tool or where ML can be applied without the modeling equation or feature engineering. So that's when we thought the deep neural networks, with its immense automated feature extraction capabilities, would be highly useful in the modeling the secure paths. Hence, we applied deep feed-forward neural networks, and we were able to break the security of many state-of-the-art paths. Okay, I don't want to get into the details of the deep neural networks. So I just want to cover that the idea of using deep neural networks. We already know that from and there are multiple videos from the many tutorials. So they have been successful in modeling the complex tasks, and this credit mainly attributes to automated feature extraction and other state-of-the-art improvements like optimization algorithm, activation functions, and weight initialization, etc. So our reason to employ deep neural networks for modeling attacks was for two reasons. The first one is it was much needed because of the automatic feature extraction that we require, and second one was to improve the efficiency of the existing attacks. So hence we applied these models across the most secure paths, and we applied the state-of-the-art hyperparameters. And this was the architecture diagram that we used, where I mentioned that in the previous slide of arbiter path, we convert the challenges to parity vectors, and parity vectors are fed to the neural network model, and where we get the prediction. And this is mainly a supervised training. So these are the results of XOR path. Here you can see that as the number of arbiter paths increases in an XOR path, the training CRP count increases drastically. So this we have seen with respect to logistic regression and as well as deep neural networks, but the deep neural networks were quite efficient in it. And so previously the multiplexer path wasn't broken because it was difficult to put it in the mathematical model. But since the deep learning does not require any of the mathematical model, you just feed the data and it tries to generate the patterns and generate the features and try to find the pattern in it. So we were able to break 64-bit and 128-bit for all the MPUF variants. And it was a very easy attack. Actually, the authors proved that the RMPUF is, as I was mentioning, it is robust as 10 XOR, but it was found that during our attack, we disproved that it is not that robust. In fact, it was very easy to attack. And we also broke the interpose path, which was one of the very well-known state-of-the-art work on the puff. So here the authors claim that the 3,3 IPUF is highly secure, but we went ahead and then we proved we were able to break 3,3 and 4,4 as well for 64 and 128-bit puffs. So so we got to know some things. So one thing is we got to know, okay, how the puffs can be modeled, and what is the general structure to model the puffs, and why we employed the deep learning modeling on it. And we also saw that we broke the novel puffs such as multiplexer puffs and interpose puffs. So now, so we also saw that using the deep learning, even it was very difficult to break the XOR puffs. XOR puffs we saw that it has an exponential dependency on the number of challenges on the training data, that is CRPs. So the question that we asked was, can we design something which can make the attack more easier? And this is where we have to look into that the XOR equation very carefully and transform the equation into tensors and then try to model using machine learning. So the next few slides will be slightly mathematical, but be with me. You'll be able to understand. So as you all know, we know vectors and matrices, and tensors are just mathematical structures which can be represented using multi-dimensional array, right? And these are, we can intuitively think like the generalization of scalars, vectors, and matrices. Like you can consider scalar is a order 0 tensor, vector is a order 1 tensor, and matrix is a order 2 tensors. So the most important concept here is, so in the tensor rank, the tensor rank is the minimum number of rank 1 tensors that fits the tensor X. So I think I'll come to this point after a few slides. So the inner product of tensors is just like we can think in terms of dot product of vectors, where you multiply the corresponding element and sum them all. So so this is a very important concept which we have used. So CP decomposition, it's one of the tensor decomposition method, where let's say if you have tensor and you try to decompose that tensor into sum of rank 1 tensors. So this rank 1 tensors is like kind of vectors. So you can see in the diagram the tensor X is order 3 tensor. It's a 3-dimensional tensor, and R denotes the tensor rank. Here R is 3. Means we can express that the whole tensor as a decomposed form, and this decomposed representation is quite helpful, because if you see the tensor, for example, like if you have a tensor of 64 into 64 into 64, that becomes quite huge to represent it. and you cannot do any operations with such a huge things. And imagine if we have very big tensors for us. For example, like 6 XOR APAF uses 6 order tensor, which is quite huge. So you cannot think of break it use if we directly represent it as a tensor. So we had to use the decomposed form. So the next thing is, so once we once we represent the XOR puff as a tensor, now we saw that there has been good work that is happening in the machine learning itself, where they try to use the images or the language models and try to convert them into a tensor and use that representation for achieving the better accuracies. So we thought, since by design, I mean by the equation of the XOR paths, we can think in terms of tensors. So we can use this tensor regression network for achieving the, I mean, we thought if we could try that. So let's see what's going to happen. So their work, it primarily uses the multilinear structure for image data sets, and the images go through it is in the, like, probably if you know the convolution neural networks, it has few convolution layers and then fixed layers, fully connected layers, and then we have a final activation function. So what they try to do in this work was, so they try to replace the fully connected layers using tensor regression network, so that they retain their structure. And that retaining structure was primarily important from two reasons. One reason is it was comparatively better than the fully connected based processing, and another thing was it was probably more explainable. We talk about a lot of explainable IAI, where we need to understand, okay, what's happening when if it says the weight is something, okay, what is that weight, does it mean something? So we try to understand what is happening in the model. So from the two angle, so it was very helpful, and hence they deployed this tensor regression network. So, but they used generally another decomposition technique called Tucker decomposition technique to enforce the regression weight tensor in low rank space, instead of like what I described for the CP decomposition. So they use Tucker decomposition. So now let's see this CP decomposition, how we can apply for the tensor regression network. So we'll revisit the equations of XOR APAF, which I think I described in one of the first slides, where the response is given by the product of, dot product of arbiter puff. So this can be formulated in terms of tensor products as described in equation 4, which means that, so each of the weights of different arbiter puffs, so now we can form it as a weight tensor, and the parity vector of all the arbiter puff, we can form it as another tensor. So, and now we can form this as the dot product of two tensors. So now imagine those are, the tensor itself is very huge, as I mentioned. So imagine if we have such a huge tensors, and computing the dot product, it would be highly computational, and it is difficult to store also. So so that's where we use the CP decomposition form to optimize this computation. And if you see the tensor regression, the fundamental equation is same as the linear regression, where you have the dot product of vectors there. Here you have the dot product of two tensors, and it is exactly in the same way. But now we'll discuss how do we optimize this tensor computation part. So to solve this XOR arbiter path, modeling problem of computing the dot product. So we noted the two important things in this equation. The first thing is that the tensor W, that is a weight tensor that can be expressed as expressed in the CP decomposition form as sum of the rank 1 tensors, and input phi, if you see, is inherently rank 1 tensor because it is the just outer product of vectors. So if you see here in the XOR path, we have the phi remains same. The challenges applied to arbiter puff chains remains same, whereas the weight only changes. So once we transform this to this, we observe that it is already in the decomposed form, and now we try to express this in the CP decomposition form. So this this representation, where once we represent both of them in the rank 1 tensors, so the dot product becomes very simple. For example, if you see that here, let the rank 1 decomposition of two tensors we have, which is of order n, A and B. So now AR1, AR2 are each of rank 1 tensors, and here BR1, BR2 are rank 1 tensors. So now how you compute the inner product is basically you try to do inner product of vectors. So this is like saying that if I have to calculate the inner product of a tensor, you just do the product of dot product of vectors. So the dot product of tensors is converted to the dot product of vectors form, and this is where we achieve a lot of computational reduction. So now we try to put all these things together and try to construct the new tensor based modeling equation for modeling the XOR path. So for a X XOR path, let's say that we use n bit challenges and m bit output. M here is 1, so we can represent the phi XR, which is of dimension x, and W XOR, which is also dimension of x. So now what we do is we try to represent the W in as a CP decomposed form. Let's say we can approximate this using some tensor rank, which is WR1, the outer product of rank 1 tensors, and then we directly represent 5 as a outer product of 5. So now if you saw that the inner product computation redundancy, so we will replace that equation here, where the tensor inner product reduces to inner product of vectors, and we finally form this equation in terms of multiplication, in terms of computing the dot product of vectors, and the final equation looks like this, as equation 14 shows. So if I try to put this all graphically, so this is how it looks. So we try to convert the x into the tensor form, and then we try to do the computational reduction, and then we feed it to a sigmoid to get the final output. And if you see the computational efficiency, how much we got, so just think that, for example, if we have the tensor inner product of the tensors, so it is of order n plus 1 raised to x, and now it has reduced to x into n into r, where r is the tensor rank. So that reduces a lot. And these are the experiments with our tensor rank. So here important thing to notice is, so here that r becomes another hyperparameter here, so which we have to try out during our modeling. So we saw that, okay, for what is the tensor rank that we are working, that was giving very good accuracy. Like for XOR, we tried with rank 5, and it was giving good accuracy with this much batch size and the learning rate. So what we saw was the maximum of 1000. We used it for modeling. We were able to model 8 XOR in our the lab small desktop workstation compared to what people have used before. And these are the modeling accuracy results. And here, if you carefully see, I have quoted the, okay, I think I'm not mentioned in the here. So here, the seven work correspond, sorry, the 4 work corresponds to logistic regression, and 7 work corresponds to, yeah, it's the 7 and 4 both are corresponds to logistic regression work. And if you see this work, which is ECPTRN, and if you try to compare the accuracy, for example, if you see the 64-bit 7 XOR, so using our method, it uses 800 KCRPs, and the training time is 7.1 hours, and we are using the the lab desktop workstation, and we were able to achieve 98% accuracy. And if you see the same logistic regression previous methods, so it used 20,000 KCRPs, which is quite huge, and their computational resources are also very high. So they were using clusters of machines, and it recorded for 2.43 hours, and which also recorded the same accuracy. And this is also true if you see for 128-bit PUF. For 6 XOR, we saw that, okay, we were using 1200 KCRPs, and with the modeling time of 6.1 hours, with achieving accuracy of 97.76, whereas the same logistic regression work tried to use 15,000 KCRPs with modeling time of 4.45 hours, and with achieving accuracy of 98%. So this is so we try to analyze the dependency of CRP training dataset size on the number of XORs, and this is how it looks. So we wanted to see if our how much we have reduced, or how much does it look like exponential graph, and it was slightly better than what we tried to saw in the previous logistic regression based methods. So now I will be describing one of the most important questions that we set in the initial part of our discussion is, I mean, it's all fine. We are doing a lot of attacks on the path, so initially we saw that there were paths which we thought we cannot be attacked because they are complex to derive it in a mathematical way. And then we found out that, okay, the deep learning is there now, which you don't need any mathematical way, and you can break very complex paths with it. And then we also saw that when we have an alternative representation, we can break the XOR paths in much more efficient way than what we saw even in the deep learning as well as the logistic regression. But the fundamental question here was, this attacks is all fine, but if we want to solve this path, which makes modeling resistant path, right? So we have to understand what makes what is responsible for modeling attacks and what is not. So if we understand the core aspect of it, then probably we can think of, okay, if I propose the path in this way, then it becomes modeling resistant. Or can I say that, okay, if once I design it, so if we have any metrics, then we can say that, okay, using this metrics and this is how it looks, and so that I can change my design, or this design looks perfect. So that is the most fundamental question. And because there are a lot of paths which were almost all, many paths have been attacked, and it was very important for us to answer this question. So we were trying to find out how do we solve this problem. So one of the aspects we saw was when we try to think this problem, actually, if you see this is the one of the core problem of core problem that essentially relates to machine learning. Okay, so I'll just try to give a very brief idea on this. So when we try to solve the problem, so we thought that, okay, does this problem relates to amount of training data or number of parameters necessary to launch the modeling attack? Which means that, let's say that I have a path and I have modeled it using machine learning. Now, so can I say that by the amount of CRPs, amount of training data that it takes, can I say that, okay, some paths are hard to break and some paths are very easy to break? I think, yeah, this could be also one of the point we thought, because as we saw that, some paths are easily breakable, some paths are very difficult, and difficult path, we saw that they used to take a lot of training data, and also if you see the deep learning based attacks, the more complex paths require more number of parameters. So this is one observation we made, but this was not a concrete thing, because for example, tomorrow somebody designs a path and they might intentionally use more training data or intentionally deploy the ML model which consists of lot of parameters and say that, see how hard my path is. So although these are right things, but getting the minimal amount of training data or the minimal number of parameters, so that is a problem, and that problem I think many people in the core machine learning areas also trying to address that. And so then we found out, then we are thinking on the so basically the paths are very complex. They have they are in high dimensional, because we saw that in the tensor representation, and they are also highly nonlinear, and that is why the modeling paths becomes very complex if you see from the XOR path angle. So then when we are trying to understand these things, we found a metric called intrinsic dimension for computing the robustness of the paths. So let me explain how does this solve the problem. So we found that just to give a brief idea about intrinsic dimension, this has been the problem. The intrinsic dimension is a problem in problem definition that many people are trying to solve from a very long time. It is a problem in topology, and it is a problem in statistics. So it is one of the fundamental problem that people try to address from at least as far as I know from the decade. So so the intuitive definition of this, what does this intrinsic dimension means is, so let's say if we have a set of data points which are in d dimensions, so now we can say that those points have an intrinsic dimension equal to id if the members of the set lies entirely within id dimensional subspace of RS to D. So what does this means that when we try to so here this diagram, you can see that the set of points are wrapped around in the coil form, but does this set of points, can we say that those are actually in 3D? No, because once you uncoil it, it can be essentially represented as 2D. So which means that although the points appears to be 3D, but actually they can be represented in ID, in 2 dimension. So the ID of these set of points, we can say it is 2 instead of 3. So you can imagine the complexity of the problem in this. So it just not like, okay, we have a data points which is in D dimension, then the actual ID will be equal to D. It can be less than D also. So this metric gives the core, what is the core dimension of the data values. And this was very important. And as we try to see the more literature on it, we found very interesting results. And what we saw was, so the ID was sometimes related to the complexity of machine learning algorithms and generalization of the data set. Right? And this can be, this we thought, okay, if we can give the one metric that can give the complexity of learning, then we can probably think of relating it to modeling attacks. And we formed, this architecture where we try to use the linear projection layer after the first input layer, and then use completely fully connected layer, and then the output layer. So we try to do this for the composite APUFs. I will tell you the reason. The reason is, first thing is, we wanted to see how the intrinsic ID looks for composite puffs, or how the ID looks for the core puff, and using that ID can be computed for further more compositions. So here in this diagram, you can see that. So we have a first layer that is a linear projection layer, which is very simple from the machine learning. And what we try to do was, once we train this model, let's say once we get very good accuracy, then we used to set this layer value equal to some high value, and then as we get the high accuracy, we try to reduce this and again train this. And once we get the minimum number of minimum number of nodes here where we can get the good accuracy, and that's where we were taking this model and trying to analyze. So once we puff the puff data set here, the challenge responses, so we take this is all after post training. So we take the output from these nodes, and then try to compute the intrinsic dimension. So the more details of, okay, why exactly we did like that, why not we place this linear projection layer here or in the last. So that is, I think, more explanation is provided in the paper with mathematical guarantees. But here I just want to intuitively say that we want to carry out the representation which is directly coming from the input layer. Means we didn't want it to represent after the subsequent layers, because it has less information than what it used to be. So then after we got it here, so we applied intrinsic dimension algorithms on this output of the linear projection, and then we started reporting it. And if you see the results, so we found out that it's a very good metric, and we were really surprised that it was for XOR. If you see that it was increasing exponentially, means it was reporting just exactly how the modeling complexity was. And for example, if you see 5 XOR 4 XOR, so there is a huge number of gap. So this is gap is in terms of probably number of neurons, and also the training data as well. So, and if you see that for IPUF also, so we can to some way we can indicate what is the complexity of IPUF, and for 3,3 IPUF and 4,4 IPUF. So this was this metric was, we were able to frame all the existing paths into one picture and say that, see, this is how the complexity looks of each of the paths. And so that was very interesting, because okay, we can now analyze, okay, how these why these have formed. And when we grouped these paths according to their composition types, okay, we found out that, okay, so the combination, particularly XOR based paths, have a different pattern, and IPUFs follow different pattern, and the multiplexer path follows a different pattern. And we can try to visualize all of this complexity in a one picture. So that was interesting for us. And So we try to propose more work on this because we were thinking of something ID arithmetic. For example, now if the puff in the design itself, if I know that it uses a XOR gate, XOR composition, and then it uses the mux or it uses the interpose based composition, so I should be able to directly quote the intrinsic ID. For example, if you see here, the 5 XOR is approximately 5 and 6 XOR is approximately 6. So the ID for XOR puff, it's almost grows by 1 for every subsequent increase in the arbiter puff chains. However, if you see that for other puffs, it is not true because of what is happening is probably there is a lot of correlation between the arbiter puff chains is happening, because of which it is losing the independent dimension. So the idea was, so we want to take it to next level where we can compute the ID arithmetic, where we can say that given the design, okay, I can say that now if it has a one of the 3 types of composition, I can say that okay, it might break with this much of CRPs. So and so that could be possible, I think, with this intrinsic dimension metrics, and that's where I think it was we found it as a very interesting and promising results also. So I think with this I will conclude with the summary. So I think we had a great introduction to puffs, and we discussed a lot of properties, and then we saw how the machine learning connects to puff modeling attacks, and we also saw the novel design of modeling attacks, that is sensor-based attack, and we saw brief overview of intrinsic dimension, which can be used to quantify the robustness of the composite puff. So thank you so much. So if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Thank you, Pranesh. So we have a few minutes left before we start the next session. I open the floor for discussion. Both the resource persons of the first expert talk are there. So request audience to make use of the time for interaction.
Yes.
You can please raise your hands and then I can then unmute from our side.
Yes, we have 15 minutes.
Anybody, any query? As of now, we are not hearing any query. If the participants wanted to chat in the chat window as well, if you're not comfortable in asking, feel free to ask in the chat window.
Yeah, you can ask me the questions for the in the chat also. So I think there are a lot of students who could be interested, in the specifically applying more machine learning techniques here. So it's quite good, and you can if you had any doubts or this is slightly different from what we see in the image based modeling or language based modeling. It's entirely a new area, and very interesting, and a lot of work we can do this in this area, and very less people are working, and so we can if you can propose something solid, it becomes quite important, because the general perception is that machine learning is majorly for images and language modeling, but there are a lot of areas where we can do a lot of good work. So if you have any questions on that, or generally paths, or generally on the machine learning side, you can ask me.
Yeah, I just want to add regarding this last point that Pranesh mentioned, that regarding the application of machine learning in many different interesting areas. Machine learning is being used in all fields of science and technology for currently. So I'm not an expert of machine learning, so I won't dare to describe all applications of machine learning, but just to sticking to my area of specialization, if you are interested in hardware security, you have seen there are several problems in which machine learning is being applied. One of them is this path modeling, which you have seen. Then there is application of machine learning in breaking and attacking logic locking, which Dr. Chandan Karfa works on. And then coming up with new logic locking techniques, that is also machine learning is being applied. And VLSI CAD in general is a very rich area where some of the most challenging problems of computer science are handled. And the VLSI CAD area is particularly challenging because you open any textbook, you will find that these problems essentially, all of them, almost I would say 95% of them are NP hard or NP complete problems. So this is an area of computer science where none of the problems or very few problems are easy to solve. Most problems are extremely difficult to solve, and hence you must resort to heuristics. So there are very clever heuristics and extremely good heuristics which can give good solutions. That's why we can design very complex ICs. Otherwise, we've not been able to have complex electronic circuits. But nowadays, machine learning is a new craze and a new extremely hot topic, that is the application of machine learning in trying to solve classical problems in, say, physical design or even logic synthesis, automatic test pattern generation, etc. So those are each of them has very interesting problems, very interesting existing solutions, and even more interesting new applications of machine learning to these areas, to these classical problems, which have been known. Some of them have been known for 50 years now. Okay, but they are still very difficult to solve problems. Okay, so their machine learning is being applied in exciting new ways, and that is opening up entirely new avenues. In fact, many of the jobs in modern EDA, VLSI, CAD companies are in the areas of for machine learning experts, which earlier wasn't the case. Probably 10 years back wasn't the case. Okay, so that is also another area where probably you can concentrate on as some future endeavor, actually. So that is I just wanted to add to kind of elucidate to you the new avenues that machine learning has opened up in this area of electronic circuit design and security and many other things.
So, Professor Rajat, one question from my side. It's not technical, since majority of our audience. Am I audible?
Yeah, sure, yes.
Yeah. So we do have an interaction session in the evening that is specially meant for throwing out some higher studies option at IITs and NITs and premier institutes. There is always a fear from the undergraduate students of tier 2 colleges spread across various engineering college. They feel going and doing PhD program is tough, and now I think there is more emphasis on BTech PhD program. There is no need for having a master's degree. So can you say a few words to motivate them, like what are the options available, how they need to focus if they really wanted to have a research career? Sometimes they have a feeling that IITs are untouchable. You have to really prepare well in order to
I mean, it's a very good question, and I think the best example that I can give is the other person who gave the other part of the talk, Pranesh himself. I myself was not an IIT graduate. Okay, I studied at Jadavpur University, which is a state engineering college. Pranesh himself studied at probably a state engineering college in Karnataka. And Pranesh joined his PhD after BTech, and that too 6 years after he had finished his BTech, after working for more than 6 years, he wrote GATE, he qualified GATE, and of course that requires motivation and strong will to actually decide to leave your job to go for a PhD in an IIT. The admission tests are tough in all IITs. You have to crack the admission test. GATE is just the qualification criteria. So without GATE, you cannot even apply. But after that, you have to crack the admission test and join it. If you join directly after BTech, there is some amount of coursework requirement in the IITs and IISc that you have to complete. I agree that if you have an MTech, that amount of coursework requirement is little less. If you already have an MTech, for people who have joined directly after BTech, it is more. So there is some load, but still I have seen most of my students who have done PhD, many of them did their PhDs directly after, and currently they are also doing direct. I have a PMRF who is doing directly after BTech. Pranesh did his PhD directly after BTech. I have currently another student who is doing directly after BTech. You can manage. You need motivation and hard work, and there is nothing that we teach at IITs which is like out of this world ordinary. Okay, I mean, we teach stuff that is part of standard curriculums. Yes, the rigor is more in all IITs. The rigor is something which you have, if you have come from a tier 2 or tier 3 college, probably will be something which will be initially kind of new to you, because the rigor, the depth at which the topics are covered, the types of questions that are set in the exams, the types of assignments that are given, the problem sets that are given, the programming assignments that are given, these are, I would agree that these are probably more rigorous, but that's why you want to come to a higher ranked institute, right? I mean, what your entire motivation is to go to a higher ranked institute is so that you get exposed to this world class rigor and the quality of teaching and the infrastructure, etc. Otherwise, if you had continued along the same path, then there is no opportunity to grow. Unless you are faced with challenges, you would never grow. So don't get discouraged by this additional rigor. Don't get discouraged by any fear that you might have. You might have heard from seniors, oh, it's very, very tough. It's not, well, it is tough in a way because you have to put in hard work. If you are ready to put in hard work, it is not extraordinarily difficult. GATE itself is a very difficult exam. If you have qualified GATE, okay, that shows that you have the aptitude of an leading UG student in the country. You are among the best UG students in the country if you have cracked GATE, right? So beyond that, when you joined a PhD, you have to take PG level coursework. So that's okay. I mean, will you continue to take BTech UG level coursework? Of course not, right? So that coursework, and then once you get your coursework done, you pass your comprehensive exam or qualifier exam, whatever that may be, then you actually start concentrating on the research, which has its own challenges. You have to first find a good problem. You have to discuss with your PhD supervisor. You have to find a good problem, work on it hard, and it is doable because students are doing it all the time. And as I said, the person in front of me, Pranesh, I saw him do it, and he had a family, so he had to manage everything together. Okay, so people do it all the time. It's not impossible, and it's highly doable. Many students are doing it all over India. Abroad, people are doing it. I myself did my PhD abroad, but I did my PhD directly after BTech. I did not have a master's degree, so I had to take like 12 courses. Okay, for my requirements, coursework requirements. Yes, it was tough. It was tough initially, but yeah, I mean, you manage. I mean, you work hard, you slog it out, you manage. You take the challenge, take it head on, and you can manage. It's not impossible. Nothing to be scared of that you are coming from a lower ranked college to a higher rank. Of course, everybody tries to go to a higher ranked place, right? Who would by themselves want to go to a lower ranked place for their PhD? It doesn't make any sense, right? So don't be scared. There are a lot of opportunities in India now to do good research. Maybe 20 years, 30 years back, that was not there. We are fortunate, you are also fortunate that there is a lot of opportunity of doing good research, world-class research is going on. And try to take advantage of that, try to take advantage of schemes like PMRFs. If you are an IIT or NIT UG student. And yeah, I mean, best of luck to all of you. And we look forward to having, it's like the PMRF I have, he worked in industry for 3 years. Then he wrote GATE and he wrote he joined PhD in IIT under me. Then he wrote a PMRF proposal for the lateral entry stream, which got selected, and he is now a PMRF. And he is like, he's extraordinarily good. I mean, I won't say much because he's currently a student, but he's, what I have found is extraordinarily good student. He is from NIT. Okay. So, I mean, NIT, IIT, state college, private college, it doesn't matter. If you are motivated, if you work hard, you can be the best. Don't worry about it.
So thanks for Professor Rajat. That was a pleasure having you and your student, and it is always a pleasure for every teacher to give a keynote or an expert talk along with a proud student who has also done extremely well. So we wish Pranesh also to graduate soon and then enter into the world of research to mentor more Praneshs like this. So with this, we come to...
He's earning a lot in UAE, so I don't know. He has to motivate himself to take a pay cut and come back to India. So that's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's good, Rajat, like even my own students were going through some of your works and very excited. And regarding PMRF also, so I will talk in the evening when my session comes for the interaction.
Yes. Yeah.
Like what Professor Rajat mentioned, it need not be students from IIT.
PMRF quotas are not filled. Okay.
Yes.
I've heard from people. Yeah. I mean, it is such a nice scheme the government has introduced, and the sad part is there aren't sufficient good candidates to fill candidates to fill up the approved number of PMRFs per year. It is so sad. Yes. Okay, so
that's the story. Anyway, so we do have candidates who have studied from private engineering colleges also, who joined in my research group last year, and through lateral entry scheme, he got PMRF, and that's also in the hardware security area for the multi-core processor network conflict. So there are a lot of schemes available. So to students, try to explore that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. So once again, thank you, Professor Rajat Shukra Chakravarti.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Professor Jose. Thank you, Professor Nandi, and thank you all the other faculty and madam who introduced me. So yeah, have a good day. Best of luck with your workshop. Workshop.
Thank you very much.
I hope we'll meet in person soon.
Yeah, sure. We'll have a forum by which we will be happy to invite you to Guwahati and then come. And wishing you all the best for Intel work there.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. So, dear participants, now we are moving to the exciting area, one of the key area or key session of our program. So, this is with respect to the Young Researchers Forum. We have just heard from Professor Rajat Shukra Chakravarti that there is a lot of promising talents in the country, and some of them have been very successful. So, the next session of 1 hour, we are going to introduce you to 3 young researchers, one from the academia who recently joined academia in the last year, and one from industry, and one still continuing postdoctoral research. So this session would be chaired by Dr. Subbalakshmi N from IIT Guwahati from the Multi-Core Architecture and Research Lab. So over to you, Subbalakshmi, to take the lead of the session, and request Naresh to share the screen presentation rights to Subbalakshmi, who's already a panelist. Subbalakshmi, over to you to take up and then lead the session. Can you open your camera, please? Yes. You are not audible. You are muted. Please unmute.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes. Go ahead, and you can share the screen as well.
Yes, sir. Is the screen is visible, sir?
No, the sharing is not done correctly.
Is it, sir?
Yes, now it's coming. Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm Dr. N. Subbalakshmi, member Multi-Core Architecture and System Research Lab, associated with ISEA project, IIT Guwahati. I'm going to handle the
Subbalakshmi,
session.
sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not in the correct order. I think it is maybe some screen touch has happened. Yes, now it's okay. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry for the interruption. Yes. I'm going to handle the session titled Young Researcher Forum as the chair. Over the last 1 decade, there is a great interest in pursuing research in engineering. There is well visible in the significant research contributions from the young researchers. In order to continue the research ecosystem and to inspire more to take up a research career as a choice, platforms like Young Researchers Forum plays a crucial role in enhancing scientific temperament and research work culture. The next session of IVPC 2022 is Young Researchers Forum, where we have 3 resource persons, one from faculty fraternity of IIT, one from industry fraternity, and one from doctoral or postdoctoral research fellow fraternity. So the session starts with the topic of network data remnant side channel attack on spread, head spread, and reverse AODV by Dr. Urbi Chatterjee from IIT Kanpur. Dr. Urbi Chatterjee is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Previously, she was a member of Secure Embedded Architecture Laboratory, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and she worked as a research assistant for 1 year. She has completed her PhD in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. She has many publications in reputed journals and conferences. And her broad area of research is hardware security. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Urbi Chatterjee.
Can you hear me, Shulashmi?
Yes.
Hi. So, hi everybody. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you all of you to give me the opportunity to interact with the students and the other faculty members of IIT Guwahati and the postdoctoral fellows and other resource person. So, should I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Naresh, please enable.
It is already enabled. Urbi ma'am.
I think she has such a network issue. It shows like that.
Yes.
Okay. We'll wait for a minute. I think she. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll wait for a minute. No problem. Maybe. Let me talk with her once. So I just talked with Urbi. Nitin Singh from IBM. Can you hear me, Nitin? So Nitin, you are there or what?
John, you shift to Ruchika.
Okay. So I was talking to Nitin whether he is ready or not, so that if the second speaker is ready, we could go with that. Urbi had a problem in the permission setting in the Mac. So once you give a screen share, that was an issue. Let me. One minute, I'm calling. Naresh, Urbi has joined back as a normal attendee. Can you please make her panelist?
Actually, it is not.
There is problem there? Technical issue is there?
No, actually, madam might have joined through Ubuntu. It is not allowing us to make
it to a panelist. Okay. Okay. Nitin, you are there? Let me call upon Ruchika. So Ruchika, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am here and I am ready with my presentation.
Okay. In the interest of time, then we could do that. So then we will go with the third the presenter first. So Subbalakshmi, I will ask you to introduce the speaker. Please give the screen rights to Subbalakshmi. We will go with the Ruchika. You can keep that slide and share.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
The topic is securing on-chip interconnects against hardware trojans in NOC-based TCMP. The speaker is Dr. Ruchika Gupta. She is a postdoctoral fellow under ISEA project IIT Guwahati. Dr. Ruchika Gupta has completed her PhD in IIT Surat. Prior to joining postdoc, she was associate professor in Chandigarh University. She has many research publications in reputed journals and conferences. She is also serving as a member of technical program committee of many national conferences. Her research area is computer architecture and hardware security. Over to you, Ruchika Gupta.
Thank you so much, Subbalakshmi. So without waiting much, I am going to share my slides. Naresh, could you provide me the sharing right? I am unable to share. Okay. All right. Subbalakshmi, is it visible?
Yes, Ruchika, it is.
Critical. Okay. Thank you so much. So, because of certain issue, I am presenting first, and my talk will be on the topic of securing on-chip interconnects against hardware Trojan in NOC-based TCMP. We all know how the paradigm shift taken place from unicore machines to multi-core machines. Unicore machines where we have a single resource, single cores, and the application that runs over those cores gets the chance to execute and utilize that resource on the basis of the established principle of context switching. While in a multi-core architecture, we have multiple cores, and these cores are all responsible and dedicatedly can be given to the application, while some of the cores would be running some system softwares to enable the environment in which the cores can run the designated applications. Even today, in these mobile phones and laptops, everything is actually now operating on multi-core devices. So let me walk you through with what is actually the core architecture. The core actually comprises of the components that includes processor, L1 and L2 caches. L1 caches are private in nature, while L2 caches are distributed. We have tile controller that provides a connection between the L1 and L2 caches and network adapter. And network adapter provides the further communication to the other tile in the TCMP. Now the question is how these inter-core communication takes place. It is possible that one of the data is present in one tile and the data that is required by the tile is present on some remote tile. So we need a communication such that these tile can utilize each other's data to execute the applications running over them. For that, we have every tile has its own router, and these routers are connected with each other, and these connection across the routers provide the inter-core communication across the tile, and this communication is known as network on chip. So if we see the router architecture, then we see that each router is having certain buffers where the packets would sit. These buffers are known as virtual channels. Each core has its 4 of the neighbors: east neighbor, west neighbor, south neighbor, and north neighbor. So this router can receive the packets from these 4 directions and one from the processing element, that means the local core. With the help of the control logic and crossbar, the packets transferred to the next direction can be any direction, east, west, north, south, or the processing element, the local processing element. The data flows in the form of packets, and these packets in the NOCs are further split into the smaller units known as flow control units, or we abbreviate it as FLITs. There are 3 kinds of FLITs: head FLIT, body FLIT, and tail FLIT. Head FLIT is always responsible to provide the control field information to the neighboring routers from which the packet is flowing. The head FLIT has the information like what will be the FLIT type, VCID, that means in which buffer this packet is going to sit in the downstream router. What is the packet ID, source ID, destination ID, packet length, what is the type of this message, what is the priority of this message, what is the, some command bits are reserved for certain users, and what is the address from which that data block is needed. So all the information that is required to put a root information that is given in the head FLIT, while body FLIT and tail FLIT only contains the data payload along with the FLIT type and VCID. These only knows where it needs to sit in the downstream writer. So by default, wherever head FLIT goes, tail FLIT or body FLIT follows, and they work on wormhole routing principle. So now the next question is how these packet flow. There must be some definite way these packets should travel across the NOC. We have various routing algorithm, in which one of the most established and most popular algorithm is XY routing, that is known as also a static routing, in which first the packet travels in the X direction, and once the X direction gets exhausted, Y direction will be explored. So if we need to reach from 4 to 15, first X direction will exhaust it, and then only the flit will move into the Y direction. But it is possible that many of the links between two routers or two tiles is congested. Because of that, we need to have certain a routing algorithm that also needs to take care the congestion into the picture. Here in this example, if we use XY routing and if source is 4 and destination is 3, in that case, the XY routing will follow the path of 4, 5, 6, 7, and 3. Keeping in mind the congestion, how the routing algorithm works, 4 is a source and 15 is a destination. And on the basis of dynamic routing, 4 will check the congestion status of its neighboring nodes. And wherever the congestion status is less, that flit will be forwarded to that node. And accordingly, adaptively, the data will reach, the flit will reach from source to destination. So in summing all these as tile chip multi-core processor, we have a tile chip multi-core processor. It is a class of system on chip that integrate multiple cores on a single tile. And these multiple cores are connected via interconnection network. And these interconnection network is a packet-based network known as network on chip. So here we can say if the tile number 4 wants to communicate to tile number 15, then on the basis of XY routing, first the request packet will travel through the path that is shown by yellow, and response packet will come through the path shown by blue if XY routing is employed. These are the popular example of TCMP, Tilera 64, Xeon Phi, and AMD Ryzen Threadripper. They works on TCMP principle or the multi-core architecture. System on chip design using intellectual properties. The manufacturing of a single chip is the globally distributed process, where long and globally distributed supply chain of hardware IPs makes SoC design increasingly vulnerable to diverse trust and integrity issue. The reason is because here designing is happening at somewhere else at the globe and fabrication is happening somewhere else. That gives a rise to the security vulnerability into the system, and that can happen due to in the design phase, integration phase, synthesis phase, or even fabrication phase. Hardware Trojan at the same time have the unwanted circuitry that actually change the normal behavior of the pattern and produce the altered output, right? So we are working on these hardware Trojan and my research work, and we have tried to explore few possibility that if some packet header values gets changed while traveling through NOC, what is the impact that can be produced? These are malfunctional practices. Suppose we are, if HT is present and if we are buying, missile from certain country, what if we launch that missile on the day of war, and upon reaching the GPS coordinate of that country from which that missile was purchased, it stops working how it's supposed to be done. So these kind of functional practices can result into catastrophic results. So let me walk you through with the thread we have worked on. What is the different kind of thread? If such certain kind of small circuitry is available in one of the core, and how it can create the system performance degradation or even more. Suppose 4 is a source and 15 is a destination. Normally it should go like this: 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 15 if we use XY routing. But we are considering the moment the packet passes. H5 number node is a node where HT is present. Right, this HT could be sneaked in from the multiple phases of IC manufacturing, and this 5 is now the naughty guy. It is actually working, not working as it's supposed to be, and then it changed something. So here the first threat is DID change. We have the head flit where destination ID is present. The data should reach to 15, that is given by the 1111, but why? Because it is an HT node, it is changing it to 0011. So instead of sending this request, the request sends to 3. Because 3 do not have that data, because distributed L2 cache property, 3 do not have that data block, and it will eventually drop the request, and 4 will never receive the response from 15. So the apps the application that is running on core 4 will actually have too much delay, and ultimately that core will halt. Overall system degradation is definitely will be the outcome. Another is dead flit Trojan. This Trojan talks about that what if now this is the bad guy is now the road number 6, HT is present there, and instead of sending it as a head flit, what this HT is doing, we have FT in, we have a flit type information that says if it is 00, it is head flit. If it is 01, it is body flit. If it is 10, it is tail flit. And 11 is not defined. What if a single bit garble, if HT is making 00 to 01, that means head flit should behave now as a body flit. But because it do not have the required other information, because it is never present in the body flit and tail flit, it will keep on sitting in the buffer and will never move out. So that means it will eat and consume the resources, and it will act as a dead flit, and it will keep the buffer busy, and the complete system will actually experience the delay, and many of the application will halt because of the unavailability of data blocks. Third delay Trojan, let me introduce you that this delay Trojan, this is another variant of the Trojan. What it does here, 5 is a malicious node, and it, even if the bidirectional link between 5 to 6 is free, still it will not forward the packet further. After a particular time, it will forward the request packet or any flit that is that is specified to go in this direction, and finally the cores that are running application will actually experiencing unnecessary delay. The delay means the application, the system will be slow, and that will definitely degrade the system performance. So what is an abstract solution? If we think about it, that what can be the possible solution of it? The normal thing is, if we get to know in our class that somebody is stealing our money, then what we do, we start avoiding that person. We start telling our friends, and we just say that avoid that person. I feel he's suspicious and he's actually, stealing my money. So what everybody would know that he is a bad guy, and they will try to avoid it. The simple real life analogy we have used here to come up with the abstract solution. Here we are going from 4 to 15. Upon 5, these 4, the moment it gets to, some behavior anomaly from 5, it actually tells to its immediate neighbors. These immediate neighbors to tell other immediate neighbors, similar way, other immediate neighbors, and this complete cage is formed. The moment all the immediate neighbor around that malicious node will be able to know that there is some guy sitting at particular direction which is actually playing malicious, we need to bypass it. So instead of now going from 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 15, the normal route, now the data will go reroute through other route such that the request or the responses should be sent from source to destination pair, and the system must not degrade its performance. So this is a cage solution. In order to build this cage, we know that the communication links to malicious node to other node must not be entertained, must not be entertained and traveled, so that we can bypass the malicious node. In order to say that this is a bad guy, we need to send some certain information. We call it a message flit or alert flit. These flags, not flit, flags. These messenger flags will be responsible to tell your immediate neighbors that the person in a particular direction is actually suspicious and we must avoid it. We must be together to avoid it. So here I will walk you through this example. Alternative path exploration we will do. Ideally, it should go from S2 to D2 in this direction if we use X5 routing. But now, after employing this mechanism of caging, the data will go through the cage router, and after that, it will bypass it and reaches to the destination. In this way, definitely it will, a few of the hop count will be increased, some minimal hop count will increase, but definitely system will restore its original performance. Another example, another instance is it is going from S1 to D1. It is the ideal case, but because of the cage, now the data will travel this way. In this way that even we are bypassing the malicious guy and still everything is working normal. So caging an abstract solution that provides a combination of that provides the communication between a pair of source and destination. Even if the malicious circuit is involved, we talk to immediate neighbors, and rerouting is used to restore the system performance. And this cage is responsible such that the communication communication links between genuine router and malicious router is not used, it's not utilized. So I think I am well in time. So this is all about this. So if there is a question, I think by the end of this session, we will be having some question answer session. I have tried to keep my seminar as simple as possible. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Dr. Ruchika Gupta, for handling the session as meaningful and insightful.
Thank you, Shubhlakshmi.
Thank you. Dr. Woodby, can you
Yes.
can you
So
share your screen?
can you just enable me to share?
Naresh?
Yeah, because that share, I think now I can. Yes. Thanks, Ruchika, for having my back. So can you share my, can you see my screen, Shubhalakshmi?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. So.
Ruby ma'am, it is visible in editable mode. Yes, now it is full screen, yes.
Okay, I will talk to give a brief overview of a new channel attacks which has come up. So it's called data channel attack on its and reverse AOD.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe you can, there is some bandwidth issue we see. You can just turn off your camera if you want to have the more clarity in the sound.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Perfect.
yeah. So today we will be talking about network data remnant side channel attack on wireless sensor network. So this work has been recently published in Space 2021, and it's a joint work with my MTech student Pushparaj Nayak and me. Okay. So all of us know about this the term called side channel attack, which is basically an implementation based attack on cryptographic algorithm. So here what we do not try to break the mathematics of a cryptographic algorithm like symmetric key encryption like AES or asymmetric key cryptography like RSA or ECC. Rather, while we're running the algorithm in the hardware, we try to gather some side channel information such as the power consumed by the cryptographic algorithm when some key related operations are happening, or the EM trace that is coming up while the program is running on the hardware, or the timing information of different different part of the algorithm which are key dependent, and try to retrieve the key from those information. So as I was saying that timing side channel basically use different time for different logic operation, and the time differs based on the input that we provide. Input means the secret key, and so by measuring the time for each operation, the attacker can walk backward to understand what was the input. Okay, so now power side channel is what? In power side channel, what we do, we take a kind of a power cable and attach it to the voltage supply point of the hardware. Okay, and then from there we try to extract the power signature while we are running the cryptographic algorithm. Now when we run a cryptographic algorithm in hardware, we generally use a lot of register, and they flip depending on the calculation that we are doing inside the hardware. So as a result, we can actually estimate the power consumption while the bit toggling in the hardware or the hardware register is happening. And that can eventually lead to the key leakage of the particular algorithm. So now the third thing is the EM side channel. So here also we do not need to physically touch the device. So what we have to do, we have to take a EM probe near to the hardware chip where the cryptographic algorithm is running on, and the rest of the process is almost same as the power side channel attack. And then we have fault attack or fault side channel. So what we do here, this AES, RSA, ECC, they are all deterministic algorithm. Okay, so what do we mean by that? The many times we are giving the same plain text and the key, we will always get the same ciphertext. Okay, so there is no randomness in the algorithm. So the attacker does what? They leverage this deterministic feature of the cryptographic algorithm. So what they do, first it send the plain text and the key is already there in the hardware and get the ciphertext. So we call it as fault-free ciphertext. Okay, and now when the algorithm is running, we apply the same plaintext. Okay, and in the mid of the algorithm, somewhere in the register or in some state value of the algorithm, we create a fault. Fault is we change a 0 value to 1 or a 1 value to 0. So as a result, what will happen? It will reflect in a faulty ciphertext. Now the attacker can relate different steps of the algorithm with the fault-free and faulty ciphertext. Okay, and retrieve the key. So all these four kind of attack were related to the hardware implementation of cryptographic algorithm in a platform like FPGA and ASIC. But then we have before going to the NDR, we will see that how feasible these side channel attacks are. So we have found that Telegram messaging protocol has different encryption flaws due to timing side channel. Intel SGX are vulnerable to fault attack because we can actually control the voltage supply of the SGX processor. Okay, now several attacks has been done in smart card and the cryptographic library that are used in smart card for encryption to recover the private key. Next, there are many ECDSA cryptographic algorithms that are there in the literature, and we can actually exploit side channel security flaws to break the ECDSA. So it's a digital signature algorithm that can be broken. So side channel is realistic. Okay, it's not a myth. Okay, so now what has happened is that we try to see that whether this kind of attack can be extended to some absolutely different kind of an application, like secret sharing schemes. So what is secret sharing schemes? So in wireless sensor network, we actually work on different modes, okay, which are very lightweight in nature. So we generally cannot use AES or ECC or RSA in a regular basis in those modes because they will take a lot of power, and the modes are very resource constrained devices. Okay, so in recent years we have seen that the very basic idea of leaking side channel information can be extended to wireless sensor network, which are using secret sharing scheme to send a secret message over the network without using any encryption algorithm. Okay, so let us first understand what is secret sharing is. So suppose I have a message and I will divide it into n parts. Okay, so now the sender will do the sharing segmentation and send those share over the network. Now the receiver, if it can receive t out of n shares, then it will be able to retrieve the message. Okay, so suppose there is a secret which is 5. We have a function like fx equals to 3x plus 5. Now we can divide the secret into all these 4 parts. Okay, and now if we can take any 2 of this secret and create this solve this problem or solve this equation using these values, we can actually retrieve the secret b equals to 5. So you can understand that the receiver needs minimum 2 shares of the secret to retrieve the secret key. Okay, and when the secret sharing schemes has come up in the literature, they have told that if an adversary has maximum t minus 1 shares, it will not be able to retrieve the secret key. Okay, so that's the crux. Okay, so we have to carefully understand that how many shares we want to divide the secret in, and how many minimum shares the receiver requires to get back the key. Okay, and how, I mean, how minimum or the maximum number of shares the attacker can get if it tap into the wireless sensor network. Okay, so that's the idea. Now what has happened? So this NDR attack is common in secret sharing scheme because they relies on two assumption that the path between the sender and receiver are atomic. Okay, and all the paths have the same delay. So what happens that at every, suppose this is a real network. So the assumption is that the sender will send the message, and in one time quanta, the receiver will get the secret. But this is not the realistic network, right? In real network, we might have different hop in between the sender and the receiver. So the secret will float from one hop to another, and there are many ways the attacker can tap any of the port and get the secret. Okay, so paths which has multiple hops, and due to network congestion, there are delays in the path. So it not like in one time quanta, the secret will go from one hop to another. So they stay in the router or the hops for more than one time quanta tick. Okay, so it creates an environment for the data to linger into the network, creating a side channel vulnerability that is called network data remnants, that my data remain in the network more than the desired time. Okay, so you can say that it's not kind of a extra information we are getting like power or EM or timing. It's the real data. Okay, but it is staying in the network more than it is supposed to be, and that's why we are going to we are able to hack the network and get the secret message. Okay, so so there are different kinds of network data remnants attackers. The first one is what we call as NDR blind attacker. I'm not going to the example. Rather, if you see the animation, so what happens over here? Suppose this is the sender, and it has divided the secret into 3 parts. And now what will happen? In blind attacker, in the blind attacker, they can pose or they can tap any of the multiple hops in the network randomly. Okay, so as you can see in the first tick, it can retrieve this share. Okay, now in the second hop, they might not be able to retrieve any share. Okay, then in the third tick, again they might fail to find out the secret because they are getting placed randomly into the network. Okay, and in the last tick, the receiver is getting all the shares and the secret is retrieved. Okay, and then there is a second kind of an attacker, which is called NDR planned attacker. So what they do, they progress in the network as the secret progress. Like, suppose this is the secret. Now we are passing it to the first hop. So all the attacker are in the first, length 1 distance from the sender. Then in the second hop or the second tick, they are in the second layer. Then in the third tick, they are in the third layer. Okay. Now in a particular layer, they can randomly choose. Okay, but they will not switch between the layers in different time quanta. So this kind of attacker are called NDR planned attacker. Okay, and at the end, what will happen? The secret will come to the receiver, and it can reconstruct the secret key. Okay, so now you can understand that definitely NDR planned attacker are much more efficient than the NDR blind attacks. Okay. So now we will see that what happens in these 3 wireless sensor network protocols. Okay, so this is this spread is actually the secure protocol for reliable data delivery. Then hybrid secure protocol is an advancement of it, and then reverse AODV protocol is just a routing protocol. So this spread and e-spread actually use secret sharing scheme to deliver a message. Okay, so due to the lack of time, we are not going into the working principle of the spread, but this algorithm is mainly used for intelligent transportation, smart agriculture, military application, disaster recovery, and wildlife monitoring. So you can see that they have some significance. And if somebody get the secret message that are spread over spread, then it can be a real issue to these applications. So spread is a kind of a advancement over spread. So it's kind of an end-to-one multipath discovery protocol, and that was a one-to-one discovery protocol. That's it. That is the difference. And then in reverse AODB, what is happening here, because it is a routing protocol to search different paths, so they send a broadcast route request, and then whenever the receiver receives that request, it sends a reply. So that's the RREQ. Okay. So when the sender receives that RREQ, it stored the path as a multipath between itself and the receiver. So the main problem with reverse AODB is that once this path is recovered between the sender and the receiver, they do not change it over the times. So all the secret generally pass over the same path. So if the attacker is successfully getting the path that is between the sender and the receiver, it can cleverly change the NDR planned attacker and tap the network and retrieve back the key. Okay, so that's the main crux. So now here the for NDR attacks on spread and spread, the intuition is that once the sender select the setup path to send the shares of the first message, the sender does not select new path for subsequent messages. Okay, so it is assumed that after applying the pathfinding algorithm, the sender has n disjoint node path, and then the adversarial model is that here we assume that the attacker can monitor the node and capture the shares at the switches, and we further assume that it takes one tick to travel from one hop to another. Okay, now there are some mathematical model for NDR blind and NDR planned attackers that what is the probability of success to capture M shares until T ticks is required to send all the secret key from the sender to the receiver. So we have formulated some theoretical explanation of this formula. I'm not going into the details. You can directly go to the paper and go into it. But what I want to show you more than that is that in reverse AODB, that does not even break the messages into share. So the single message goes from source to destination or sender to the destination. So now the attacks are much more easier, as I said earlier. So what happens is that the whole one message follow the same path. Okay, and but in the following messages, they can select the different path. Okay, so we assume that the source has already initiated the reverse AODB procedure and it has n partially node disjoints passed to the destination. Hence, we can actually formulate some equation like this to find out what is the probability of capturing one data carrying path out of all n path present between the source and the destination by T ticks. Okay, so once that is done, I will be showing you the results. So as you can see, the x axis is actually the number of shares given that there is a 3-hop between the sender and the receiver. Okay, now the more share is there in the network, we can see that there is a steep increase in the recovery percentage. Okay, L for 4, L for 5, and L for 6, we are getting success on NDR attack for both spread and H spread. Okay, so now the result for NDR attack on reverse AODB, it was expected to have better accuracy in reverse AODB because they follow the same path. Okay, but because there are n different paths and you are only choosing one of them randomly for every message, that's why here the success recovery percentage for reverse AODB is much lesser for NDR attacks. Okay, so now we have actually simulated the attack with a 10 node graph where we have taken L equals to 3 and 3 to 6 and K equals to 1 to 9. So we have simulated it using some in-house Python library code. And we have shown that our simulation result actually matches with the mathematical formulation that we have done in the network. Okay, so this is the simulation result for a spread and a spread. You can see that the more the shares are, the attacker has more chances to place the hop attack and retrieve the secret key. Yeah, so that's it. In the future work, we can say that we want to see that I mean, the loss will be more when the length of the path will be increased. Now we have seen that the shares, if there are a lot of shares, they have a chance to collect more shares, right? But if the length is increased, there is a loss, and the attacker cannot be that much of get success. So can we improve the planned attacker so that we get more success probability? And then the second way of thinking is that whether we can modify the secret sharing scheme without incurring more resource in terms of like execution time or hardware overhead, and get rid of this kind of India side channel attacks. Okay, so these are the two future works. So what I just want to conclude with the thought that here we have introduced secret sharing scheme as a lightweight alternative for encryption. But India side channel is a recent threat to wireless sensor network and MANET, as it can impact the data confidentiality of the given platform. So in this work, we have considered three different schemes, and we have shown that they are vulnerable against India attack. And we have just used India blind and India planned. Though India blind is less effective because they randomly picks up different hops at different tick, India planned attacker can be a great challenge for the network protocol designers. So thank you so much, and over to you, Shubhalakshmi. If anybody has any question, they can ask.
Is there any questions?
Ruby, now you can turn on your camera, I think.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I have a few couple of queries, but I will contact you offline. Topic seems to be very interesting. Let's see, in the interest of time, I'll talk to you over phone or over a meeting later.
Sure,
Very nice piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby Chatterjee, for the interesting talk on network data remnant side channel attack. Moving forward to the next session is enabling secure multi-party collaboration over sensitive data. The speaker is Dr. Nitin Singh from IBM Research, Bangalore. Dr. Nitin Singh is presently working as a researcher at IBM Research, Bangalore. He has completed a PhD from Department of Mathematics, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Before that, he has completed integrated masters in computer science from IIT Delhi. Dr. Nitin Singh worked as a research associate at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has worked as a software engineering at Veritas Pune and VMware Bangalore. His research areas are machine learning, applied cryptography, and blockchain. Over to you, Nitin. It is not audible, Nitin.
Very happy to be here talking. Couple of nice talks before me. This one I'll keep it. This will be fairly non-technical. So should be accessible to a large audience. So can I share the screen, Subhalakshmi?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Sure. Is it enabled, sir? Share is enabled.
I think this can. I think I'll have to enable it in my Mac also. Always.
Yeah, some enabling issue was there, Nitin. This is the same thing with Urbi and Truchika
So
also
yeah,
morning.
so I installed the plugin. I already have the WebEx app, so I don't know why it asked me to install the plugin. I think I'll have to quit and reopen it. So maybe just give me 2 minutes.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, yeah. Subbalakshmi, can you enable sharing for me?
Yeah, sure. Naresh, could you please enable his sharing?
It still says.
Sir, I think you are already presenter.
Yeah, I am the presenter, but I'm still somehow unable to share it. Granted access. Yeah, just a sec. I also have the WebEx software, so is there a way I can open it?
Naresh, is it possible for you to give a help?
Actually, the WebEx client has to be downloaded. Once we have the client.
I already have the WebEx client.
Yeah.
So is there a meeting address I can just put in that WebEx client, which will open it for me?
No, sir. Now, what we can do immediately, you can share with our friend Subbu Lakshmi, so that she will
share the slides. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
To save the time.
Okay.
So Nitin, what you can do is you can send the slide to me by mail, and from here I can share.
That is better.
You can speak. You have my mail ID, right?
Yeah. So Keynote should be fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Keynote. Okay. Sure. I'll just do that.
Don't know why we are going into the technical glitch for all the speakers. Probably some Mac compatibility issue or.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, I think it only strikes when you're trying to share, then only that issue comes up.
That's fine.
So I'll just.
Urbi had the same problem, and then I think she could figure it out. So if you send it, I will.
Sure. I'll just. I'm replying to you, Dr. John.
Yeah. So if there is anything to proprietary, once it is done, I will delete from here so that.
No. There's nothing proprietary in this. It's. So I've sent you the mail.
Yeah.
Hopefully you get it. Yes, kind of ruining the experience.
I have to get it. Yes, now I got it.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid it is not getting opened in my system. Maybe because it's of key format. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a Keynote, so it will open on Mac system, I think. I can try exporting it.
It's not working. It's not working here.
John,
So shall I forward to somebody who is having Mac? I am forwarding.
send it to me.
Ruchika madam.
Okay. Sending to Ruchika. It's Mac format. Okay.
I have also Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Or I can try.
Fine. So I just forwarded to Ruchika and to Nandi sir.
Okay.
Or it's fine. Both of them have Mac.
Okay.
Ruchika, so did you receive the mail?
Sir, I am refreshing and I am checking it.
R&D mail ID.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I received that.
Okay, you can start sharing and then. So Nitin will speak and then you can say at the time Ruchika will share the slide.
Sure,
and
sure, sure.
Sorry for the unanticipated trouble. Sometimes
No,
technology
probably I
fails.
should have been mindful. This has happened before once, but yeah, it actually happens when you're trying to share. So there's very little time for dealing with it. Yeah.
Ruchika, are you there? Is everything?
Yes, sir, I am here, sir. I am just opening it. It is taking little time to open. Yes,
Yeah.
now.
So hi everyone. Sorry for the trouble starting, but I think we are sorted now. So this is a talk on some work we are doing. So it sort of serves as like how some industry perspective on how we are looking at applied cryptography, right? The techniques and the kind of applications that we are seeing. So this is about a platform which enables secure multi-party collaboration over sensitive data. And this is, so I'll introduce the problem at a very high level and also describe some of the work that we are trying to do there. Yeah, Ruchika, next slide, please, Ruchika. So yeah, so the goal is essentially to go from the left side of the picture to the right side. So what we have on the left side is there are organizations, they have their own data and they run some compute on their data and they derive some value out of it, right? So they essentially perform analytics on their own data. But there are situations that you'll derive more value if you could run analytics on combined data. But this is today not always possible, right? Because these organizations, for all you know, they might be competitors and sharing data with each other may not be feasible for the sort of, might be business sensitive data, right? So how do we enable this kind of collaboration? Luckily, there are cryptographic techniques, right, which can help us enable this, and that is really the purpose of the talk here. Yeah, next slide, please, Ruchika. So yeah, so let me just describe the problem setting. So like there are several participants, let's say several hospitals who own private sensitive data. So this data could be like results of clinical trials, right? For richer analysis, they wish to compute key statistics, for example, maybe treatment efficacy, using their combined data, because once you combine data, you have a larger sample and the statistics are a lot more meaningful, right? However, they cannot share private data. This could be due to regulation because there's personally identifiable information there, or they could be because of their business interests, right? The data could reveal leak business sensitive information. And so this is the problem. How do we collaborate when we cannot share data freely with each other? Yeah, next slide, please. So this is just a motivating example. So let's say there are 3 hospitals, each have they have run some clinical trials, let's say for testing the efficacy of COVID vaccines. So they are, all of them have the data, and the data could look like it could contain a lot of fields, right? This is just representative. It could have subject ID, name, gender, address, probably phone number, which vaccine they were administered, and then what was the outcome, right? So now how do, let's say you're checking which vaccines are, have the best efficacy. Now these hospitals would like to combine this data and then come up with these statistics like this vaccine is, has better outcome, or so over combined data, those statistics would be more meaningful because each hospital by itself has limited data. But as you can see that there is information that is sort of sensitive information, it's a personal information that cannot be freely shared, right? Because the non-disclosure regulations there. So what's the naive solution? So that we'll see on the next slide. So Ruchika, next slide, please. Yeah. So yeah. So naive solution could be to hide. You simply hide the sensitive fields, right? You sort of blank them out from the data and share the remaining columns. So all of these 3 hospitals can sort of blind the sensitive data and share the remaining data with each other, and they can compute the efficacy, right? So the question is, does it completely solve the problem, right? So next slide, please, Ruchika. So is this naive approach good enough is the question. Whereas you see, this is, although we have hidden the sensitive fields, this is still not good enough. Why? Because vital business sensitive information is still leaked. For example, still leaks individual hospitals' preferences for vaccines, right? With it's revealing that information, which hospital prefers which vaccine. It also leaks the efficacy of methods of individuals. So while you want to know the how efficient are the vaccines over a large sample, you don't want to sort of compromise your own performance there, right? If you're sort of hospital not performing very well, you don't want that to be out in the open. So the question is, can we compute efficacy without leaking anything additional? So all you get to know is that over this combined clinical trials, all you want to know in the end is which vaccine has what efficacy. Yeah, and so that motivates, yeah. So the theory is strong there. So the theory already has, so there's a notion of secure multi-party computation. So what secure multi-party computation allows is, you have n participants P1 to Pn, and they can compute a function y, which is sort of f of x1 to xn, where x1 to xn are sort of private inputs of P1 to Pn respectively, right? So P1 has a private input x1, P2 has a private input x2, and similarly Pn has a private input xn. What they jointly want to learn is the value y, which is f evaluated at x1 to xn. The condition is they are not willing to compromise the values or any information about their private input x1 to. So this is theoretically possible via cryptographic notion of secure multi-party computation. So the classical example that is given is that MPC can help 2 millionaires decide who is richer without them exactly learning each other's assets. Like they will only, they can get to know the result of the comparison without knowing what the individual assets are, right? Yeah, next slide, please, Ruchika. This is a very just simple example just to illustrate how MPC works. Essentially, MPC works by parties exchanging messages with each other, right, to compute a function. So in that sense, it's a protocol. You have to send and receive messages according to a protocol. So in this very simple example, there are 3 participants, each have a number. So red, green, and blue. So red has number 450, blue has 600, and green has 300. They're trying to find the sum of their numbers, but they don't want to leak their individual numbers to each other, right? So all they're interested in is the sum. This could be anything. This number could represent their assets and they're pooling their resources. This could represent their salaries and they're just trying to find their average salaries, right? So a very simple protocol here is that each of the participants, so let's say red participant there, it splits up its number into 3 parts randomly. So you just choose 3 numbers which sum up to 450, and you keep 1 part with yourself, you share 1 part with the and 2 remaining parts you share with the respective other participants, right? So for example, this is total random sharing. So for example, 450 could be split up as 250. So he keeps 250. Red guy keeps 250, sends 300 to the green guy, and sends minus 100 to the blue guy, right? So and everyone does this. So at the end of this sharing round, all of the participants have three numbers, right? Which is like a random part of each of the 3 inputs. Now what they can do is they can locally add the random shares that they have received. So the red person, 250 he kept from his own share, 100 he received from the green guy, and 450 he received from the blue guy, right? He sums it up and he gets 700. Similarly, the other participants also add up the shares that they've received. Blue person gets 0 and the green person gets 550. And they can find the sum. I mean, it's easy to see that they can find the sum of the original inputs by summing these shares that the sum of the shares that they've computed, right? So in this way, they come to know the sum of their inputs, but these numbers are completely random in the sense the numbers that they've sent don't reveal to other participants what their own input was. So this 300 or minus 100 that's being sent to the other participants, to one single participant, it doesn't reveal that red guy's original input was 450. So this is a simple illustration of how multi-party computation works in general. You learn the output, but beyond learning the output, all the messages do not reveal any additional information. Yeah, so the crux of the matter is it does require point-to-point communication. That was what I wanted to highlight here. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. So that is the theory. I said this talk is more about practice, right? So, but so the theory is strong there. In fact, there's a very rich literature on multi-party computation. But what happens when we try to sort of deploy this in practice, right? So there are like problems, right? So how do parties? So as we saw, the protocol, this notion requires parties to communicate with each other. So, and typically these will be computers, right? Who will be communicating, computers which have access to the private data. So you need information about networking endpoints. So like how do you make 2 computers talk? So you need to know where they are reachable, right? Ports and IP addresses. Then you might, in enterprise setting, you'll also be dealing with firewalls, because most of these sensitive machines handling sensitive data, they generally are behind firewalls, right? They cannot be easily accessed. Then there's also that how do participants synchronize to be online at the same time to run the protocol? This is a synchronous protocol and everyone needs to be online and sort of follow the protocol, right? There's also a related notion, how do participants discover other participants of interest? So that is like on Facebook or something, you can sort of browse and discover friends who have your matching interests. But in this setting, you may not even know who do you want to run a joint computation with, right? How do you discover participants of interest? So, and that's what we are proposing, a platform, sort of a data sharing platform, where you can discover participants, run computations, except with a difference that, yeah, let's go to the next slide to see what the difference is. Yeah, so what we're trying here is to propose a zero trust data collaboration platform. So there are a lot of data platforms today, right? You have Amazon, you've even Facebook, all these social media, because they store your data. You can upload your data there. But in this platform, the difference is this platform does not store your data. You can put some metadata about your data. Maybe you can put a hash of your data. You can put what the data is about, what the schema is. But this platform doesn't insist that you store your data to the platform. You upload your private data to the platform, right? So private data remains with the end users. And platform basically acts as a facilitator for these guys to communicate, right? As we highlighted, to compute any function using multi-party computation, you require a synchronous communication protocol, right? So the main purpose of this sort of a cloud-based platform is to facilitate that communication amongst. On top of it, it can also act as a communication hub, as in it can route communication between the parties. If let's say all the parties are behind a firewall, the platform can route communication between them, can provide some search and indexing capabilities that allow you to find data sources of interest, right, based on metadata. Yeah, next slide, please, Rachika. So yeah, this is the crux of the problem. So how do we run a multi-party sort of platform orchestrated multi-party computation, right, between three, let's say three clients of this platform? So each client also has a connector application that sort of that is deployed locally on the client premises, on a client machine, that maintains an active connection to the platform, right? So this solves the problem, like you don't need to synchronize being online. So this connector app is always listening for any computation request. So it essentially listens to requests from the platform. So if there is a request, let's say for a computation involving three parties, this connector will get that request, and then the platform can provide the endpoints of the respective parties' communication endpoints, and from then on, these parties can communicate among themselves, right? Because they know the endpoints. They can run the protocol and get the results. But there was we also designed the platform to act as a communication router, because in some cases these machines are behind the firewall, so they cannot accept an incoming connection. So this is sort of getting into the networking systems people. So in the sense that there are no public open ports to which you can connect. In that sense, in that case, the platform also provides all of them can sort of connect to platform, and sort of the platform will do the routing of the messages between them. Note that the platform still doesn't get to see messages sent by these parties in the plain text, because it's an end-to-end authenticated, like it's an end-to-end SSL connection that's just routed through the platform. So you still, all the privacy guarantees of the MPC protocol are still preserved. Yeah, next slide, please. So a natural question is, we called it a zero trust platform. Why do we call it zero trust? Like, so in the current major platforms today, right? If they are malicious, they have, I mean, they have your data, and you are basically trusting them not to violate its privacy or misuse it, right? I mean, you have no cryptographic or mathematical guarantee that they can't. But in this, in our case, this platform, if it's malicious, it really cannot affect much damage. So for example, a malicious platform cannot learn about clients' private data. This is true because if the clients are communicating among themselves, then the platform is not in the picture. Even if they are routing their data through the platform, it's an end-to-end encrypted SSL, like SSL channel, which is, so it's based on public key infrastructure, right? So the clients will mutually authenticate each other, and so all that the platform sees is sort of encrypted traffic. So in that sense, it doesn't get to learn about clients' private data. It cannot cause a participant to receive incorrect output, as in if the output of the function is y, platform cannot convince somebody that y hat is the output. That is again coming from the security of the MPC protocol, because it cannot sort of, yeah, just 1 second more, yeah. It cannot forge participant identities, again, because we rely on the public key infrastructure where the certificate validation happens. What malicious platform can do is it can cause denial of service. It can stop sending messages or forwarding messages, in which case your computation will sort of fail. It can also selectively withhold correct output from some participants. So it can happen like some participants get the output, but the others don't. But that a lot of MPC protocols, even in a general setting, also suffer from this problem. It's called security with abort, right? In which the adversary can decide who gets the output and who doesn't get the output. But what it cannot do is convince you of a wrong output or learn anything about the client's private data. So in that sense, it's, even if it's malicious, its effects are mostly benign. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, so some other features. This was at a very high level and research direction. So of course, we have developer-friendly sort of REST APIs that allows users to register to the platform, register themselves, their data. So when I say their data, it's mostly the metadata. The data is never uploaded to the platform, and execute computations on like specify computations that they like to run, and the platform facilitates that. We have a library of pre-built computations, which is sort of called MPC circuits for the popular MP speeds library. There's also support like where you can outsource computation to worker cluster. So if there are a lot of clients who want to run a joint computation, it's more efficient to outsource it to a smaller worker cluster. There are some extensions that we're working on, like right now the private inputs, they can be chosen, like they may not be the correct input. So for example, a hospital may not actually use the correct clinical data in the computation, right? So which is called the problem of poisonous inputs, right? So we can have extensions where the inputs are required to, while they're private, they're required to, it's check that they conform to a public hash or they have a valid digital signature from some competent authority, right? For India, probably for medical, it will be ICMR or something. So you cannot use arbitrary inputs in the computation. Yes, so that's all from my side. I hope it was accessible.
From the audience, any questions?
So Nitin, it was very interesting and then a good overview that you have given for beginners. For security, there are a lot of new things to explore there.
Yeah,
it's good, and thank you for the seamless support from the Ruchika for other end.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
2 different venues, you could share it to another class of people over the net. Some technical issues happen, but in
Yes.
between, overall, the purpose of the talk was made, and then we could get a glimpse of what you wanted to convey.
Yeah.
Seamlessly connected.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, also enjoyed this.
Over to you, Subbalakshmi, to conclude. You are muted. Sharing rights to Subbalakshmi.
Yes.
Naresh. Naresh, are you there?
Ruchika should stop sharing.
She has stopped sharing, but the sharing the right is not given. Naresh, are you there in the back end?
Okay, leave it, complete it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin Singh, for sharing a valuable talk on secure multi-party collaboration. And thank you once again, all young researchers, and thanks to all the audience. Let's wind up this session for a break and come back at 2:25 sharply for next expert talk is on backchain.
Okay, so we are now taking a break. So 2:30, like what Subbalakshmi mentioned. Thank you, Subbalakshmi, for coordinating the last session. Even though there are also technical glitches, the backend team and others to volunteer to the occasion to give it the best possible way. So to all the participants, we are a little late in the schedule, but you got breaks in between. But then to keep things in time, we have to be back at 2:25, and then we have shared this YouTube link also. If someone missed by any chance, in the IVPC webpage, the YouTube link is available, so that even if you can come back and watch later or share to others who could potentially miss this session. So with a rich technical talks, we are completing the forenoon session of IVPC 2022. And then we will see you again after 30 minutes. Have a good lunch break. Thank you. So Naresh and backend team, please stay back. You can stop the recording and please stay back. And then Professor Davide Patani,
yes,
Davide Patti, we will try to see what problem that you face. The rest of the participants can leave and then come back. So now Davide Patti is there in the participants list, but he cannot hear anything. So we have to figure out how to do. So now he is panelist, I think, right? Yes. Davide, can you hear? Can you please unmute?
hello, sir, are you able to hear?
Davide, please speak. Let me talk to him over WhatsApp.
Okay, sir.
No, he's telling he has problems with the mic. Okay. He changed the computer. Previously, it was an Ubuntu machine. Now he changed the computer.
Yesterday we have checked, no, sir, it was working.
Checked it, and then now he's telling the same thing is not working now. Some settings issue. I don't know. People are all facing problem with WebEx. Every speaker had an issue, one or other. Maybe one trial run would have been. We checked everything with David. Let me call him over WhatsApp. The recording is stopped, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I paused it.
Yeah, David. Now you are panelist. Then you could hear us, right?
Sir, we can do one thing. If there is a mic, if there is a mic issue, what we can do, we will ask David sir to join from PC. He can share, and from mobile.
He was. So you are telling sharing from there and trying to join the same link from here.
No, sharing के लिए he can now share from his PC.
David, okay, just 1 minute. David, can you share from that system?
You add me in that call, sir. I have.
Yeah,
you add me
I'm
my
just
WhatsApp.
going to add you. Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, sharing is working.
Sharing is properly working. Only thing is a sound problem. I'm just adding.
So we will solve that sound problem also. What we will ask to join through mobile. You can speak through that mobile WebEx.
So Naresh, I have added you also into the call. Let me add Ruchika also into the call. Ruchika and Naresh, so we have our backend team here. Let me see how. Naresh, you see whether David is in there in the participants list also, the attendee list, than panelist. There is one more David there.
But actually it is not.
Oh, yeah. Now I think he joined. David was there. He left.
Hello, sir. Are you able to listen to us?
A second, he's coming back. Can you hear here?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, just a second. He will be back in 5 minutes. Just a second. I will call him.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
Just a second.
Someone else is trying to help him there.
Okay, great.
Ruchika, from your end all done, no? For introduction.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is done from my end. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, David.
Okay, I found a microphone. So if you hear me correctly, I can use this.
Yeah, now you are using the system. Can you share and then speak and turn on the camera? It has a camera? No.
Let me see if I can share.
Yeah.
If I can share the.
So we are now actually seeing two Davides, two logins.
Mouse is not working. Okay, let me see if I can share. I share screen number 1. Okay, 1. Yes, share. Can you see something? Like the host was removed. The host was removed, like the browser.
Yes, we can see the browser.
Join meeting, okay, something like that.
Yes, we can see that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you hear me correctly?
So can you? So do you have a webcam in the system? No.
I just connected the microphone and not using the phone. Okay, I'm not using that.
Now we are able to hear you, but we don't know from which way we are hearing. Is it from this or?
Sorry.
Yeah. Now we are able to hear you. We can see the screen.
Yes. Now I stop sharing.
Yes. Okay.
And I start the video maybe. You
yes,
see me?
the video is working. Yes.
Okay, so it's not my computer, but I think I'll survive. Okay, the only difference is.
But the words are coming from the correct person. No problem.
I cannot write in the screen. Okay, this is the only difference. But okay, I hope that the people will understand anyway.
Okay, fine. So here you cannot write because it's not a tab or anything. That is the issue.
Okay. So I can just stop the video and stop sharing, and I will.
Now we see there are two Davides. I think one more person has logged in, right, from a different machine. Is it correct?
Sorry.
We can see in the panelists there are two Davides. One is muted, David Patty, and then the one that you are using now. If you see the panelist.
Okay, the other is like another computer that I have here.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem.
No problem. Okay, so I can leave it.
No, no problem at all. We just wanted to distinguish which is the one that you are speaking, so that we will give the screen sharing rights.
I'm speaking from
this one.
This one, okay, and I think I will share also from this one because, yeah, you can turn it off. Okay. It makes no sense.
Now it's only one. Yes, we can see you. And can you share the screen now? But when you share, I think the camera is gone. Is it like that?
Let's see. I share.
The camera is there, sir. Actually, when it is like whoever is speaking, it will pop up there.
Yes, correct. Yes, now it's correct. Yes, we can see you as well as the screen both.
Okay, so
can you share the PPT now? Just share the PPT
or the slide. First slide of your PPT.
Yeah, I have to send it to this computer. So wait a moment.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Okay. I'll just send it. Okay. I sent you an email with the PowerPoint of this.
David, do you face any bandwidth problem there?
Place.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, can you hear me correctly, or is it too much or too less?
It's perfect. You are audible well.
Okay. To present here, it's like PDF. PDF. What is? It's a PDF. So I want just to switch in like presentation mode. First one. This one, yes. Single page. Just full screen. Maybe this. What was program is this? Not a PDF viewer. No, it's not PDF. It's like also PDF. No. I want to full screen. Okay, like this. Okay. Yeah, the other one. So yeah. Okay,
Can you share the screen now? No, the screen is not shared.
I will. Oh yeah, and yeah, I will try to ask. I will try to share my screen. So I go to the browser and I click. Where is the meeting? Here. Here. Okay. Okay. I share the screen on the screen. Yeah. Yeah. You can. Where is the PDF? It's the and the full screen. Can you see full screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Just move the slides. Just.
You also see this floating window or not? This window that I'm moving on the screen.
No.
Okay, so it's only a problem of me. I put somewhere. It's like a small window with your image.
Yes. We can see now only the PDF, whatever you are seeing, the other one. And then moving that I can see. The mouse movement I can see.
Okay, now it's perfect. You see that if I change the slide.
Can you change the slide?
Okay,
yes, it's moving.
Okay, so I'm ready. I survived the last minute problem. Yeah.
So we will keep this first pages like that, sir, till the session starts.
And then Naresh, once the session starts, Ruchika has to introduce with his bio and all. So we may have to give her screen sharing rights, and then we'll come back to him.
Okay.
Okay. So now I stop the screen sharing.
Yeah, screen sharing you can stop, and we have 10 minutes time, 10 to 15 minutes of time.
10 minutes time. See you here. Okay, at 50. Yeah. Okay. Stop videos of sharing.
Okay, so be available online, and then we will call you at 2:25. Be there. Okay.
Stop now. It's stop. So if I click.
Yes, this is what we are now sharing from our end.
Okay, so see you in 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, see you in 10-15 minutes. Okay.
Bye. See you later.
So Naresh and Ruchika, I have to move from my office to home for taking lunch. Then I'll join from home in another 10-15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So if by chance I could not join also, 2:30 you sharply start.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Ruchika, can I share my slide?
Professor Nandi, do you wanted to share your screen?
You back at home?
Yes, sir. I reached home.
Chalo.
Can you it shared my screen?
Ruchika has to stop sharing.
Can you see my screen?
No, we are just making the arrangement. So Ruchika,
Okay.
please stop sharing.
I am not sharing.
So should I stop share right now without introduce?
Yes. Please stop sharing. We wanted to check the settings once again. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So Nandi sir, wow. Sir, you wanted to share one thing?
No, the video is already checked.
Yeah, David is checking.
I cannot share for the moment because the button is not clickable.
Wait. Naresh, change. Now you can share.
Okay, now I can share. Okay, perfect. So I can share here. Share. And then I put my PDF here. And then I put full screen.
Yes, now it's coming full screen.
Okay, can you see me?
Yes, David. Your sound is okay. Your screen is okay. I think we are all set. Now we can stop sharing. We will start in another 5 minutes.
So I stop sharing?
Yeah, you can stop sharing because we have to introduce you.
Okay.
We'll formally
Yes,
do.
yes.
We will start the recording. The YouTube live is also there. It is shared in YouTube live for the others.
Okay, I stop everything. So there's the video and the mute. Okay.
Yeah, you can mute and keep it ready. Nandi sir, you would like to share and check whether for you it's working?
I can share, check also.
Check sir, please check.
Naresh should give share button.
To Naresh, please give to Nandi sir the share button. Yes, sir. Now it's given.
Now it is given. Yes. Let me check. It is working or not.
Yeah. Ubuntu problem, Mac problem, we have to fix.
Is it?
Yes. Correct. All okay.
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 Okay. Fine.
Back to you, Ruchika.
Back to Ruchika.
Yes, sir.
So we can start at 2:30 sharp. We'll wait for another 3-4 minutes and then we can start at 2:30. Okay.
Yes, sir. So welcome once again for the post-lunch session at IVPC 2022. We have our next keynote talk on open trustless blockchains, security trade-offs. And for that, we have our speaker today, our expert, Dr. Davide Patti. He is currently an assistant professor at the Electronics and Computer Engineering Department of the University of Catania, Italy. He has published several works on multi-objective design space exploration, low-power techniques for embedded systems, and network-on-chip architectures. Davide Patti has been teaching several courses in the computer science field, holding courses in computer-human interaction and artificial intelligence at the Faculty of Psychology of Core University, Enna, Italy. He also lectures at the University of Southampton, UK. He is a member of the steering committee of the International Workshop on Network-on-Chip Architectures, NOCARC, held in conjunction annual IEEE ACM International Symposium on Microarchitecture, and has several as general chairs of the same workshop in 2017. He has been serving as TPC member for several ACM IEEE conferences, including UPIOT, Big Data SE, VLSI Design, Scalcom, SITIS, and many more, and as chair and organizer for Computing for Frontiers, RECOSOC, ICM, CODES ISSS. He is also member of the editorial board of the IEEE Access. Dr. Patti is co-author of the NOXIM project, currently used by a vast community of researchers working in the area of on-chip communication systems. He is also employed as an experimental platform in more than 400 scientific papers published in refereed ACM and IEEE international conferences and journals. We welcome you, sir. I am also delighted to inform that Dr. David is going to visit us at IIT Guwahati in the last week of August, and that will be, it will be a nice opportunity to have your discussions and deliberations in person. So on the behalf of complete organizing committee and all the members, I welcome you for IVPC 2022, and we look forward for this informational technical session. Over to you, sir.
Davide, please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. Please unmute. Yes. Now you can share screen and.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I was saying thank you very much for your kind introduction. And today I will give a speech of a topic that in which I've been recently involved in the last years, that will be added to my research topics, and very interesting for me. And I hope it will be the same interesting for you. So I'm currently assistant professor at the University of Catania in the south of Italy. And today I will give a speech about open trusted blockchain security trade-offs. So I will give a perspective on the security of this kind of research topic. I hope to cover all the topics because there are a lot of topics, but maybe I will skip something. But I hope that you will be, if you will be interested, you will have the references to give further insight in the topics that I will explain. So here my contacts, here also my GitHub link, so if you want to keep in touch after my speaking, and also if you want to be involved in the project that I'm developing in this research field. So The outline, I will, first of all, okay, this is a security-oriented discussion of the blockchain, but to understand the second part is necessary absolutely to have an idea of the motivation and the mathematical principles that are behind the blockchain. Okay, without that, you cannot understand which are the security problems. So first of all, I want to be clear here, it's not a discussion. I will not discuss in any sense, in many occasions, the economic aspect. This is science, is not speculation. So I note that for some unfortunate reason, the interest in the blockchain topic is, as you could see from these two graphs, is somewhat correlated to the economic interest. So people seems to be interested in blockchain only where there are high movement in the related topics, related aspects. But this is, I will discuss about science, okay? The price and the economic consequences are only a consequence of the technology, okay? It's like confusing the discussion about, I don't know, TCP/IP, the protocols, and the web, which is really disruptive technology. It's really confusing this with, I don't know, the prices of Apple and Google stocks. Okay, of course, the prices of Google, Apple stock are related to the technology. Okay, this is a consequence. This is not the interesting thing. So this topic is a topic that involves different fields, and everyone introduce itself and discover this topic according to a different entering point. Of course, my entering point is something related to the network and distributed system, okay. But after you are in this topic, you meet several people that are from different fields, for people that are here because of cryptography, people because of game theory, because of economic people that are interested in economics. So it's a huge mix of cultures. Then, and the puzzle is that each of these pieces is essential for making it work, as you will see. Of course, I will give a perspective from my background, okay, but you will be able to be interested in the other topics related to this topic. So first of all, the term blockchain, I don't like too much the term blockchain, but I have to clarify that a blockchain, of course, is a chain of blocks, okay? You will be maybe disrupted from this revelation, but I want to say that this name actually is very, very, very confusing, because blockchain leaves open different questions. How hard is blockchain? Why hard is blockchain? What's inside the blocks? Why don't we have a single block and we have the need for a chain? What's happening in this moment? This chain growing. So if you just give blockchain term, you leave a lot of questions unanswered. And to answer this question, you must understand why and when this concept was born. At the beginning, there was the research that started in the late 80s about the possibility of representing a digital exchange, an exchange of digital values, pure digital values. Let's see which is the difference of physical values versus digital values. Okay, so the question is, it's possible to transfer something, okay, that is purely digital, pure information, transfer pure information. So let's say I have 21 of something that is pure information, okay? I will call it the token X. Can I transfer pieces of this, okay? And, okay, the problem is that if you think that, okay, it's no problem, I usually every day transfer and send everything that is digital. For example, I send emails, I send images. Okay, if you think what happens when you actually send an email, you don't send an email. You copy an email content and give to the sender. You don't transfer the email. If I write a paper and I send an email to my friend, a paper mail, okay, I write with a pen and I send, I actually transfer the letter from me to the sender. This is not what happens with email. Also, when I say, okay, I'm sending you an image, a JPEG, I don't send you an image, okay? The image don't move from me to you. It's just copy. This is the double spending problem. So that what is purely digital has this problem of not being transferable. It can be just copied. Okay, what is the difference with physical asset? When you have this physical asset, the difference is that the representation of the physical asset is the same of the reality of the physical asset. Let's say, I'll give you just a quick example. If you have an apple, okay, a physical apple, the fruit, okay, it's possible to move the apple from me to you. Why? Because the representation of the apple, the motivation for which I see the apple, which is the atoms of the apple. I see the apple because there are the atoms, and I say, hey, there is an apple. When I transfer the representation, the atoms, I transfer also the apple. There is a coincidence of the two aspects. Okay, I move the atoms, which are the apple, but are also what I see of the apple, is the information of the apple. This is not true for information. When you have information, you can copy information. There is no replication cost. Okay, the information is not moving from a place to another. Okay, it's like ideas. If I exchange an idea with you, and you exchange an idea with me, in the end we have two ideas each. We not exchange the ideas. We have two ideas in the end. Okay, so this problem of the feature of physical transfer is used also when you have to transfer abstract things like the value, okay? Because when you have to transfer the value, typically use the physical bill, okay? Physical bill of money. But even if the concept represented by the bill is, okay, I have $10, it's a physical thing. So when Bob gives to Lisa this physical thing, actually cannot do the double spend because the atoms of the physical bill are moved, okay? This is not what happens with the physical, with the digital, pure digital objects. Of course, people cannot go around with all physical gold, physical money, and physical things. So sometimes there is the requirement for like third parties that just have some ledgers when they write only the difference. So if this must give something to this, then maybe that they don't actually transfer the physical asset, but they just update some ledger when they write the right. This is what happens with gold, okay? Actually, gold don't move in the world. Actually, most of the gold is just somewhere in New York and underground, but people exchange gold, okay? But there is a physical correspondence, okay? So this is the way that the typical exchange of physical objects can be helped. But if you try to do this in the purely digital world, in a world where there is not the correspondence, okay, of the physical object, you have no alternatives. Okay, you cannot say, no, I don't want to use this trusted party. I don't want to use ledger. I want to exchange the information. Because as we said before, information cannot be exchanged. Education can be copied. Okay, so it seems that we are forced to absolutely rely on a trusted third party that takes into account the movement of this information, pure information-based asset. So there is no alternative. It seems that there is no alternative. And which will be the consequences of this? If we just if we use this trusted third party to exchange a purely digital asset, it will be like the problems that we have with physical assets. Okay, of course, this intermediary could say, no, it's not true that Alice sent this amount of gold to Bob. Okay, but it's more tricky because the gold is actually in one place or in another. Instead, the centralization of trust in pure digital assets have no replication cost. So maybe that these trusted third party could decide to reverse the event. Okay, just say, no, this is not happened. It happened the opposite. It was not that Alice gave to Bob, was the Bob gave to Alice. No problem. No problem, because there is no correspondence physical object. Also can change the rule. Can say, hey, it's not true that I have 50 of this digital good. I have 100. I don't have 50. What's the problem? You just change a number because it's a pure information. Okay. And you see that it's even worse, this situation. So I think we must update our question. We don't want simply to be able to represent and transfer pure digital goods, something that is pure digital. We want also do it without requiring trusted authorities. We don't want to trust to third parties that have to manage this ledger. Also, we don't even want to trust to the other participants, okay? Because if we need to trust in someone else, okay, it's like a third party, okay? It's the same, okay? If the realization, the correctness of my transfer depends on the goodwill of someone else, okay, it's like having a trusted third party. So we want to go from what you see in the left, when you have trusted third parties that are necessary to the representation of the current state of the world, in a peer-to-peer situation that you see on the right. You just want that you have this amount of digital asset. Let's say, imagine, I don't know, you have 21 or some amount, and you want to be able in any moment to know how much is of this digital good, how is it spread among the participants without having none of them that is the coordinator. They are all equal, okay? This is what the blockchain, I would say blockchain of events resolve. The participant on the blockchain, which as you can see here from this picture, can be human, but can also be, I don't know, IoT devices. As you will see, it's not a requirement to be human. You're just a participant in the exchange of something digital, okay, that can move in this digital reality, okay? As you can see, so you can also be a sensor, etc. All these actors agree on some initial state that will be called the genesis block, okay? Let's say some beginning of the time, the first block. Then you have that each block, when happen a block, when you discover a block, the block updates the current state of the system. So the block is like the news that happened in the things that have been transferred. And so if all these people, all these elements, all these entities agree on what is happening, they agree on the current state of the system, okay? Which is the problem? I would call it an impossible mission. Because, first of all, we must guarantee the order of events. You cannot say this block happened before or after and change this reality. But remember, we don't have any trusted authority. So forget of having a clock. You cannot have a clock. Okay, they must agree on the sequence of blocks without having some source of the time. Okay, to say the time this was before this other. Okay, because having a clock will be having a centralization point, of course. You will see this, you will hear this sentence many times from me, okay? If you have this, then you have a centralization point. Okay, it is no good because you have to rely to the goodwill and the honest behavior of this third party. We don't want this, okay? Must work without trust. The second is the problem. Second problem is that the sender and the receiver must be the correct one. So if this wants to move some amount of this digital good or some information to this, must be sure that only this can receive. Okay. If this happens, we will have some digital reality, and this will agree on some digital reality. Okay. This seems to be a very, very high level purpose, having this digital reality without any trust, any point of trust. And everyone agrees which is the current situation. So this is in computer science is the typical problem of the Byzantine failure. So you imagine you have a set of generals that have to attack this castle, and they can only succeed if the attack is done in the same moment. But how can they do this if they cannot rely to an external clock, and if some of them are traitors? Okay, some of them will just spread false information. Right? So even like this, here we cannot assume that all these nodes will have a honest behavior. Okay. So, and this must work anyway with no global notion of time. Okay. This is a purpose that has begun in the field of from the movement of the cypherpunk movement. Cypherpunks were people in the 90s which were interested in the idea of using cryptography, mathematics and cryptography, to enable digital freedom. You imagine that in the 90s was like the internet was spreading, okay? And they saw a potential threat to the human rights freedom, okay? And liberties. So they say, how can we use the cryptography to help people, okay? To be more free, okay? Maybe people under authoritative regimes, people to accept, etc. Free of speech for journalists, etc. And in this movement, there were several scientists, etc., mathematicians. As you can see here, this story that started in the 90s began to say, okay, we must have we have the internet, but we must have some internet-related way to exchange value, okay, that does not rely to any external thing, okay? We must have some internet money, something that is purely digital internet, and we can exchange without saying this corresponds to blah, 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 to gold, this corresponds to dollars, this corresponds to the bank, etc., etc. Something that is intrinsic in the internet. There was all the problems. Several attempts were failed. You see, Happine, many attempts before Bitcoin, and then, of course, all these cypherpunks used the discoveries of the 70s that you see here, because in the 70s were the major discoveries of cryptography, and then the cypherpunks tried to use these to discover this kind of solution to this problem of the decentralized and trustless exchange of value. Then, suddenly, all the pieces of the puzzle fell together correctly. On the 39th of October 2008, a mysterious guy, same name Satoshi Nakamoto, well, of course, we don't know, a group of people we don't know, and posted a white paper, say, hey, I solved the problem. Okay, he used all the research done before, but as you can see, all the pieces were put together in the right way. On the 3rd January 2009, the first Genesis block, the first block of the first blockchain was mined. Okay, there was the hidden message inside also. Okay, just to make the long story short, and in the next months, slowly, very slowly, several scientists, hackers, cypherpunks began to be interested in this movement. And they joined the network, and suddenly on the 2nd December of 20, after 1 year, let's say, Satoshi made the last post and disappeared. And so this is, as we'll see, a good thing for decentralization, because suddenly this like a network, this living, is like an internet living entity, was bootstrapped, had the time to grow, and then now is unstoppable and has no leader. It is like a reality. You cannot do anything about that. So let's see which are the ingredients that Satoshi used to make the things work. Okay. So it's like I'm telling you the receipt. by listing you the ingredients, and we will see how they work together. First is I would not be technical. I would be very fast. But to understand security, you must understand how this magical receipt has been cooked. Okay. So the first concept is a concept maybe many of you know of the hashes. Hash is a simple mathematical transformation. It is a function. So you put whatever input, an image, a text, maybe whatever input or whatever side, and the output is, let's say, is a fixed output length. Is, let's say, 32 bytes. Let's say 256 bits. End of this one. Okay? It don't depend on how much is big the input. You have this output. Of course, you can try in this link by yourself to just put some random strings and having output. What you will notice, it's a strange thing. It's like when you slightly change the input, here you have an image, but imagine just putting a text without a dot, with a letter, more, etc. When you slightly change the input, you see here this cat here are not is missing a piece of whiskers. Okay, you see here the face. Okay, it's just a stupid example, but if you just change something very small, the output is completely different. Completely different. So these are the properties of the hash, and just keep them because we will use them in the security aspect of the program. First, if you have the same inputs, you have the same output. It's the family. Okay, good to know. Second, if you slightly change the input, you clear? Hello without, okay? You have a completely different output. Okay? There is not a proximity in the input that relates to a proximity in the output. Second, other set of properties is that if you want to create two inputs, if you want to find two inputs so that the resulting output is the same, it's impossible to do. Okay, it's impossible in the sense that it's not feasible, but of course there will be collisions. Okay, it's very easy to understand this because if the inputs would, the input side, which is infinite possibilities. Okay, there are infinite possibilities for the input. The output side is 256 bits. So of course, the output is limited. So you have infinite inputs possible for a finite output of 2 elevated to 2 to the power of 256, okay, the combination of the bits. So of course there will be combination, but it's impossible to find them. Also, if you have a result of a hash, it's impossible that you discover which was the input. Okay, it's impossible to reverse. Say, which is the input that produces this output? And also, if you have one of the two inputs, you have an input and you know that the result is this. Okay, I reveal to you this. Okay, say, hey, the input is this. Can you find me another different input which has the same result? It's impossible. It's like this, but having an help. It's impossible even having a help of one of the two inputs. I want to just get some particular result. I cannot. So collisions are impossible to get, and it's reversible. Okay, this is counterintuitive. If you look at the code implemented with hash function, you go to the C++ code, and you go inside. Very simple. It's just a mixing of bits. Shift, XOR. Okay, it's something that every student in computer science knows. But the incredible thing is that this simple instruction create a complex behavior. Okay, this is counterintuitive because you always think, okay, if I have simple instruction, then I can reverse this instruction. Okay, if I rotate the egg 3 times on the table, I can reverse the egg and do the contrary. Okay, but this is not always true. If the simple instruction, okay, I drop the egg on the floor. If you just drop the egg on the floor, it's impossible to unscramble the egg and say, okay, this was a simple instruction that I can reverse. Okay, you cannot reverse the simple instruction of dropping the egg in the floor. This is the same for the hash function. Hash function implements irreversibility through simple mathematical instructions. The first idea of Satoshi was this. Okay, we have block because the block contains the updates of what happened. Okay, why if we put a block after another, instead of numbering the blocks, 1, 2, 3, okay, like in the book, for example, we just put at the beginning of each block, see here in the middle, the hash, the complete hash of the previous block. And in the next block, what you put, the same, the hash of the complete previous block. So each block begins with a hash. The hash of what? The hash of all the previous block that comprises the data, so what happened in the block, but also, okay, the hash of the previous block. So this hash here is computed on this plus this, okay, the upper side and the lower side. Interesting. This is completely different from what happens with book. Let me tell you, if you have a book and you change the content of page 45, okay, what happens to page 44 and 46? You change the content, you change a word. Okay? Nothing. The page 44 and the page 46 does not depend on the content of page 45. It's just a numbering, okay? This is not what happens here, because if you even slightly change the content of a block here, of course, the hash of all this block will be different. It means that not corresponds to the hash here that was specified before here. But if this will be different, also the hash of this should be different of all this. So the consequence is even here. It happens an incredible thing. If you change even 1 bit of this chain of blocks, even 1 bit, then all the subsequent blocks are instantaneously incoherent. Okay, and everyone can just find it. Okay, not corresponding, no, at the same moment. Remember that computing a hash is very simple. The problem is reversing a hash. Remember, checking that the hash of this does not correspond, it's very easy. If you click 1 nanosecond, the problem is trying to find a hash that corresponds, okay? So if you wanted to cheat, you should have a hash here that remains the same, but it's impossible because you change it here. So it's impossible to have the same hash for the irreversibility. So imagine an attacker that just want to, okay, change the reality. This is on the upper side, you have a reality, then the lower side, you have another reality. What should do this attacker? Okay, he could say, no problem. Computing an hash is very simple. So if I want to change the payload, the data here, look here, this is the sequence of blocks, and I want to create this alternative reality. I will just change here, okay, putting what I want, changing the events that happened in this block. And I know that I have to change the hash. Okay, I am an attacker. I know what I'm doing. Then I will compute the hash here, which is very simple to compute. And I will put this hash here. Then I will recompute this hash here and put the hash here. Okay, so the problem is this. I say to you that the hash is very easy to compute. So if you change something, okay, the attacker could just recompute the hashes and put the right hashes in the next block, okay? The problem is that, and this is the second genius idea of Satoshi, the second genius idea is this. Okay, the hash, it's easy to compute. So everyone could attack a block, change the content, and change the hash of the next blocks. The solution was the proof of work. The blockchain works with a proof of work. So you cannot just add the next block. When you add the next block, The hash, which usually is, we have seen here, the hash is a number which seems like a random number, okay? Okay. When you add the next block, you cannot add the next block if the resulting hash does not start with a given amount of zeros. Okay. If you just use the links that I provided before, when you try the different inputs, you have the random number of the hash. It's very difficult, but sometimes you get an hash that starts with a 0 at the beginning, just randomly. But if I ask you, make an hash that starts with 2 zeros, it's much more complicated. And then if I ask you, make an hash that begins with 3 zeros, it becomes exponentially complicated to generate an hash which randomly just start with zeros. So the proof of work is this. When you want to add a new block, you cannot add a new block if the resulting hash of the block does not begin with a given number 0. That numerically is just saying that is lower some target, okay? Imagine wrong try, wrong try, wrong try, wrong try, correct, you win, okay? So who wants to have the block, the blockchain, okay, just have to recompute a different hash, okay? Of course, you cannot change the content of the data because the data that wants to put in the block are this. So there is just a number that means anything, nonce, okay? You see here, nonce is the abbreviation for number that should be used only once, only one time. So it's a number that does not mean anything. It's just because increasing this nonce, you have different resulting hash. So it's like when you try the ticket of the lottery, okay? It's just trying another ticket of the lottery, okay? So the proof of work is what guarantees that not anyone can just attack the network because you have a computational effort to put, okay? And this computational effort is not for free, but we'll return to this later. But you would say, okay, but maybe that, okay, people, these people that try to have new blocks are called miner, okay? Why miner try to find the next block? Okay, because if you want to use the blockchain, you don't have to find the new blocks. You just broadcast, okay? Look here, this is the situation. There are normal nodes of the blockchain. This node just broadcasts the transaction that we will see what is, okay? Let's say the events of what happened in the blockchain. They broadcast, but some of them are miners. What does it mean? That some of them want to make this kind of work, the proof of work. They want to try to find the next block. So they just collect what is broadcasted around. Imagine there are a lot of transactions moving broadcasted like a gossip protocol that the miner collects of this transaction say, now I try to find the next block. And they compute the hash. Win, not win, not win, not win. At some point, some of them, one of them will find the next block. Of course, they put electricity, hardware, and work to do this. So look here, the profit of the miner is having a piece of this digital value, okay? They can take it. The protocol say you can take a piece because it's like you discovered the next block. Thank you for discovering the next block. It's like the miners of gold. When you find the block of gold, you have some piece of this gold. But you have to pay the costs, okay? Electricity, hardware, labor. So if you think about this, since the economic incentive is not to do a negative profit. So in some regard, it's like the current block reward it's something that has a value, economic value, of the cost that the miners are willing to pay to extract this, okay? So when a new block is found, very, very, very difficult to labor and work, okay, just the miner broadcast to everyone. To the normal nodes. The normal nodes say, this guy was very lucky. It's true, okay? So this is the main network organization, okay? This just broadcast because you are a user, so you have to do some transfer, etc. The miners try to find new blocks. So when one of them finds the block, because the hash begins with a 0, just tell it to everyone. And tell it to everyone very quickly because he wants to declare that he is the winner, okay? We will see what happens when we have two different winners, okay? Okay, and everyone, since the hash is very simple to compute, everyone, yeah, everyone looking at the block, it's very easy to see if the hash is truly beginning with the number of zeros. So imagine that just checking that the block is correct is like instantaneous. The problem is finding the block, is not checking that it's valid, okay? Okay. One may think, okay, but maybe some miners put really big computers and try to find all the blocks and become rich, okay, and take all these digital assets. The third genius idea of Satoshi was the difficulty adjustment. So the number of zero that you must find to say that you have found a new block is not constant, but change automatically so that a block is found at a constant time. Okay, so imagine that the speed at which the blocks are found, it's always the same, because if there are a lot of computers and computing to find the next block, it will be more difficult to find because the number of zero will increase. If remains only 2 computers in the heart, okay, because the Bitcoin experiment has failed, then these 2 computers will find a block in the same constant time because the difficulty will be very easy. Okay, so as you can see here, this is the difficulty adjustment. You see that starting from the CPUs in 2008, then different kind of hardware. This is the difficulty that increased, and this is the kind of hardware that people are putting. GPUs, FPGA, then application. Now there are application-specific circuits that try to find a few nanometers these blocks. Okay, so there is an economy of trying to find the blocks, and the difficulty follows this. Okay, kind of follows this effort. Okay. This graph seems to be always going up, but if you zoom, it's not possible to zoom here, but if you zoom, there will be periods in which it's also decreasing, okay? Okay, so we accomplished the first mission because we have guaranteed that the order of block is established. The order of block cannot be changed, not because of a numbering, not because there is an external clock, but because they are tied together, okay? With the hashes, okay, so they cannot exchange and move and corrupt it. And also, there is a proof of work so that you cannot go up in future of time very quickly because the difficulty adjusts so that the speed, okay, it's always the same. Now we have the second problem, finding that sender receiver are the correct ones. I will go very quickly. The blockchain uses asymmetric transaction, asymmetric cryptography. So the idea is that, okay, imagine having, I will make an analogy. Imagine having a box with 2 keys and one red key and one green key, okay? This box has 2 locks, okay, two different. If you close with the red key, you can open only with the green key. And if you close with the green key, you can open only with the red key. Okay, imagine some mechanical mechanism. So if you close with one, you can open only with the other, okay? So if Alice wants to send X amount of Bitcoin, okay, let's say X amount of digital value to Alice, how can Bob be sure that only Alice can receive this value? This is the second problem of the blockchain, okay, in our list, okay? And how can Alice be sure that it was Bob the sender, okay? So we have a problem of the correct receiver and the correct sender. The problem is solved in this way. imagine you have this magic box, okay? So Bob must send this to Alice without sharing, of course, any secret, because if they need to share a secret, it is not good, okay? The asymmetric cryptography is based on the fact that the public key is known to everyone. So every user has a public key. It's like the phone number, okay? It's not secret, the phone number, okay? Everyone has a phone number. The private key is never shared. So the red one it will be the private key. So imagine this box that the red one is the private key, the green one is the public key. So I give my public key to everyone, okay? But I never share the other key. So how does it work? Bob wants to send this hello Alice message to Alice, to Alice, want to send to Alice. So Bob just close the box using the Alice public key, okay? Of course, when Alice sees this box, she is the only one that can open, because if you close with the Alice green key, you can open only with the Alice red key, okay? This is the property of these boxes. So the first mission has been accomplished because, okay, we are sure that Bob is sure that only Alice will be able to open this box because it's closed with the public key of Alice. Everyone has the green keys and the public keys of everyone, so it's not a problem for Bob closing this, but only Alice can open. But we have also another problem. We have the problem that how can Bob be sure that this message will be read only by Alice? Because this problem is not solved yet. No, sorry. The problem was, how can Alice be sure that it was originally Bob that sent the message? Because when Alice opened the box, the only reality is that she knows that has been closed with the public key, but she doesn't know that she is not sure that it was Bob. The solution to this is that in reality, when Alice opened the box, don't find the message. No, this is not the real ending of the film. When Alice opened, find another box inside, and this box can be opened with the Alice private key. Because Bob can open, this substitute this. So when she opens this is a replication of this, okay? When she opens, finds a box, and this box can be opened with the Bob public key. When she opened with the public key and the box open, she is sure that only Bob could have closed. Because remember, only Bob has the red key. The red key is every user for himself, okay? So we have accomplished the message, okay? The only Alice could open the first time, and after opening, only Bob could have closed what's inside using his private key. Oh, now how can this magic work? And I will not go into it, but the problem is that you have public key and private key. In the end, you will discover that these are two numbers. The public key is known to everyone. Okay? So if I want to send something in the blockchain, I will use the public. The problem is that only the private key will be able to unlock this value. Okay. So my question is, how is it possible that two numbers are related, that one unlocks a problem solved, but another one without revealing the both? Okay. And this goes to some mathematical things that I want to cover just quickly, but just to understand. Imagine you have a constant g, a number, and you multiply by n. Please notice that n is red, okay? So remembers you the private key, okay? Then you have that if you multiply n times g, you have p. But, okay, if I tell you that g is a constant and I tell you the result, I say, hey, the result is p. Can you understand which is n? It's very trivial. You just make the opposite operation. You just say, okay, n is p divided g. Okay, so the multiplication is reversible, of course, there is no problem. Okay, how does it work in cryptography? How we can make something that is not like this? That you have n, if you give p, people don't understand n. Okay, you give to everyone p, and people don't know n. This is done with elliptic curve map. I will know. Don't be scared. Imagine this is a curve. Okay, imagine it's like a game. Okay. Imagine you have this curve, and imagine you have 2 points, okay? And you invent this kind of game, the game of point addition. Look here, the addition between point A and point B is just tracing a line, seeing the intersection, point G, point C, and going symmetrically down. Okay, so A plus B is tracing a line, going to the other side. Beautiful, beautiful game. So this seems to be a game. To add 2 points, you trace a line, you go on the other side of the intersection. But the incredible thing is that this kind of invention of the addition in the elliptic curve respects all the properties of arithmetic. So you can have the associated property. If you make A plus B and then only A plus B is this. The intersection goes outside. This is A plus B. And then you sum up G. G is the intersection, goes B, it goes there. This is A plus B plus G, okay? According to the, if you do the, do first the last B plus C and then add B, it works. It goes to the same place. This is B plus G, this is tracing the line and go to the intersection on the other side. And then you sum this with A. So you make the intersection and go to the other side. It's always intersection and go to the other side. Oh, the result is the same. You see here? But it's a completely different. So also the addition of a point to itself, it's like a shortcut, because if you say point A and point B becomes near, very near, as you can see here, plus P is like tracing the tangent. Okay, you go to the tangent, is P coinciding with P, you get the intersection, you go to the other side. So everyone you want to just double the current value, just trace the tangent and go to the other side. So if we have an addition, we can invent a multiplication. So imagine that 6 times P is P plus P plus P, doing this stupid game several times. What happens, and I want to give just the intuition about this. If you look here, you can make it by yourself, but if you look to P for P, it seems like a ball that randomly bounces. A ball, boom, 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 boom. It's not something that you can understand intuitively. You can do it, but it's not going in a precise direction. So what happens is that this kind of multiplication that we have invented is not reversible. So if I tell you a starting point G, and I tell you, hey, I arrived here, try to understand which was the number n that I used to multiplicate. You cannot say if it's 1, if it's 2. Okay. Starting from here, you cannot understand how many times I multiplied G, because it's like a random walk. It's deterministic, but seems random. So you look here, you cannot say it's 3, 4. You have to try every combination. What we have done that the multiplication on the elliptic curve is a not reversible operation. If you have the result, you cannot just make a division and understand which is the n that originated. So what we will see, especially in the second part, is that the identity in the blockchain is the public key. Okay, and so you have to create your identity. Your identity is just created by creating a random number n, which will be your private key, and multiplying by a constant. Okay, the constant is fixed. Okay, is fixed. You will give to everyone p, your public key. No one will be able to understand which was the n that created p. Okay, so it's a mystery. You give to everyone p, they use p to send you something, but you will be the only one able to make and solve the inverse problem. Okay, I think it's time for a 5 minutes break. Then we will start from the second part of the presentation. Maybe you can make some question at the end of this 5 minutes break. Sorry for only 5 minutes, but I'm a little late. Okay, so see you at 5 minutes at okay, in 5 minutes. So at the 30.
Yes, fine, David, it is fine. So we'll meet after 5 minutes, no problem.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, see you.
Yeah. So meanwhile, if any participants have any query, keep it ready so that when David is back, you can ask the queries. You can please raise your hands. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
I'm here.
Yes, we are set to start. No problem.
Okay, okay. So I will skip some details, but if you want to go deeper, you can understand how can these mathematical works more in deep. But I wanted you just get the intuition, okay? The intuition is the important thing here, okay? And the intuition is this, so we can skip a little slides of mathematical aspect. The intuition is that participating to the blockchain and having some piece of this digital asset is not something related to an account, a storage, a registration, some sign up, something. The sentence having Bitcoin in this place, it's absolutely not sense. For example, I'm talking about Bitcoin. Of course, there are other blockchains, but I related to the first and maybe the only decentralized blockchain. So this is my main interesting topic. So owning X amount of Bitcoin, this digital asset, please notice the lowercase. When I say Bitcoin, I mean the digital asset. There is some amount of 21 millions of these pieces, these atoms, okay? And when I say Bitcoin with the uppercase is the protocol, okay? It's like the difference between the packets and the internet, okay? So having X amount of this digital asset doesn't mean that you have some place where you have this digital asset. It means this. It means that some other entity in the blockchain, some other entity with another public key, okay, in some previous event transaction, wrote a message when she said that X Bitcoin are sent to the owner of the public key P, which is your public key, even public key, sorry. Okay. And second, means also that you are the only one which has the magic private key N. We can resolve the mathematical multiplication of N times G equals P, okay? So it's strange because we are like having this in this place. No, you don't have this in this place. You have then in the history, someone used your public key to create a mathematical problem that only you can solve. Sounds strange, but this is having a piece of this digital asset. The ability to solve a mathematical problem that created from a previous entity. So this is what happens. You have owner one received something because someone, for some reason, we don't investigate the reason, signed some message. But if you want to transfer, must use his private key, okay, to unlock the mathematical problem, okay, and tell that the next one to be the receiver of this will be the owner of public key 2. So everyone creates a problem to the next one, solving the problem with this private key, okay, of course. And this transfer of digital value by means of signed messages, okay, works without trust in any of the entities that are involved, because the cryptography is trust in math, is not trust in a server, and because everyone can quickly verify that the hash are correct, okay? So in different blocks, you must imagine that there is this flow of this digital value, okay? You imagine that this flow, and these are maybe people, maybe entities, maybe, I don't know, a smart bike of a city, of a smart city, has a node, a Bitcoin node that when you use that bike, automatically your smart jacket has a chip that, okay, transfer a transaction according to the number of kilometers that you have done with this bicycle, okay? So you will receive an amount of these pieces of digital asset automatically in your jacket because they talk with each other. The bicycle can talk with the jacket without registration, without having met before, okay? And then you have this jacket charged with this digital asset, and I don't know, since this is a good behavior for the environment, is a very good green behavior, then when you go to the bus, you will use this charged digital value directly discussing with a transaction with the bus. It will make, I don't know, will make it stay in the bus for free. Okay, so there are incredible applications that can be done in the era of IoT and et cetera, if different parties can exchange digital values without the need of a coordinator, okay, that just follow and decide to follow the transaction or to manage this situation. It be worldwide. Then, okay, of course, there are several things, several places where you can just check the current status of the blockchain. As you can see, there is no registration, there is nothing. It's just a reality that happens. Okay? It's just moving atoms. You know, if I give a stone to you, nobody in the world can say he's not giving the stone to him, okay? Because I just transferred the atoms. This is happening here, okay? The people can just transfer digital value that is created by the miners. Remember, the origin, because if you think of this slide here, if you go behind, who was the first giver, the first origin of this digital app? It was the miner that put the thermodynamically effort, okay, the energy to move atoms so that the computation created an hash begins with a 0. So it's like the Bitcoin is digitalized energy. It's like the effort, the thermodynamical physical effort is translated in a digital correspondent, okay? This is very interesting to explore. I don't have time here, but if you're interested, just trying to explore how the mining is helping the renewable energy, like wind, solar systems, etc. Okay, it's very interesting to me because they have an exceed of energy that they cannot use. A solar system, for example, the sun goes up and down, but does not follow the user's request. Or maybe the waterfall. The waterfall continues to fall. You cannot stop the waterfall because the user are not using the energy. Okay? And what do you do with the excess energy? So it has been created a market of miners that go there and say, hey, why don't you sell excess energy that you will just waste to me? I will digitalize using Bitcoin and we create, I will monetize your wasted energy. So this is an incredible emerging topic, but I will stick this, investigate by yourself. Maybe when I visit your university, I will discuss this more accurately. Okay, so this is a platform in the end of the story. Now let's see in which different actors, human and non-human, can exchange value. We have seen where the values come and the potential application. I just told you a few sentences. Now see the security trade-offs. Which are the security problems of this? First, there are two kinds of security aspects. The first is the user-centric security. So what depends on the behavior of the user? Okay. The second is the intrinsic chain security. So independently from the kind of user, okay, excluding the user and his behavior, okay, the correct or wrong behavior. Which is the design? Which aspect of the design of the blockchain influence the security? Okay, these are completely two things. Okay, I will give just a first sight of this. So first of all, we discuss the user. It's always a trade-off. Okay, different users have different competence, different knowledge about the blockchain. Okay, okay, it's sure that whenever you apply some security procedure, you can have a higher level of security. You can see, you can increment the complexity and say, hey, now it's more secure than before. Then you can add another layer. You say, now it's even more secure than before. You can always add a level of complexity. The problem is that at some point, the level of complexity that you had to your security exceed your level of competence. Whenever, and this is the most common case of losing assets and having problems on the blockchain. The problem of blockchain users are the users themselves. When they use security procedures that exceed the level of competence. So what I say to you is that the technical complexity of the security that you use is part of the risk model. You must beware from yourself also, okay? And now we see which are the user trade-offs that can be done. So you must check which is your level of knowledge and use the appropriate level of security, okay? So if we remember, the user identity is the public key. At this point, I give the public key to everyone. You know, the public key is the public key. The name says the name itself. So since G is a constant generator point, is a number, it's constant, okay, it's the number from which you begin to do the multiplication in the elliptic curve that I showed you before, is a fixed point, okay? Then the only things that I must keep secret is the number n, which is the private. I never transmit the public key of 2056. Forget of problems of brute forcing. Okay, it's impossible that someone guess your private key by random brute force, because it's about 10 to the power of 77. Imagine that the number of atoms of universe is to the power of 80. So it's like you choose a random atom in the universe, and someone else can understand which is the atom that you choose in the universe. It's something like that. Okay. The first degree of freedom that the user have in the storage of the N, which is the only secret that must be kept secret, is the level of storage from hot to cold. What does it mean, hot? Hot means more accessible, easy to use, easy to access, but more near to the online activity, to the blockchain online activity. So for example, having a private key stored in a web application is very hot because it's in the cloud, okay? It's in the web, in the internet. So even the server goes down and someone attacks the server can get your private key. The second is, look here, the temperature becomes lower and lower. Then you have the mobile application. Okay, it's in your phone, it's online, but it's okay, it's warm, it's warm. Then you have your desktop app. Maybe you have your personal computer, you have your password. It's in your computer may be also disconnected sometimes, so it's warmer. Then you have the so-called hardware wallet, we will see later. And then you have the power wallet. Power wallet is, I don't want to use electrons in computers. I just write in the paper, and every time I just read the paper. Okay. So this is the coldest that you can have. Of course, the more warmer, the more is accessible. The more cold, the more is difficult to access. So probably you will keep some identity warmer and some identity colder. You can have different identity, okay? The second degree of configuration for the user security is you want to choose is custodial or self-custodial. Self-custody means I keep the private key. The private key is in, I don't know, in my paper, in my computer, but I have the private key in software, in hardware. The custodial, it means, okay, I use some external service to keep my key. Okay. I don't have my private key. I know that seems very dangerous, and it is very dangerous. But most of the people do that. Just give the private key to the exchanges to make trading, to make the other stupid things, and they maybe the exchange close, and you lose the access to the blockchain. As you can see, these two dimensions that I show you, hot and cold, can be combined with self-custody and third-party custody. So you can have cold self-custody. You have the key and you keep in some specialized hardware. You can have, this is the worst, the worst of everything. You have a hot third-party custody. So you have in some remote site that can be hacked your private key. You don't have the private key. They say, hey, you cannot access more to the blockchain. Okay, Of course, there you can have multiple identities depending on which is the risk model that you want to assume. Then let's continue with the problems. Okay, assuming that you want to keep the self-custody, let's see which are the disasters that you can create as a user. The first is the brand wallet. Okay, I hate writing 256 bits of the private key. I can also, maybe I make 1 and 0 and I make a mistake. Okay, I will not do that. It's too much effort for me. I have a great idea. I remember that you told me when I followed the lesson on Professor Patti, he told me that if I type some text or I put an image, if I do something, I can create an output of the hash of 256 bits. So why don't choose a sentence, a phrase that only I will remember forever, something that is very related to me, like I like the cats, or something that is very related to me, and I compute the hash, and I use the resulting hash as private key. So I take a sentence, I take the resulting hash, I use it as a number, I multiply by G, and I will get a public key P. If I give to the people my public key P, I will be able to receive things and access to the blockchain because I will be the only one that knows that secret number N. And there is no need to write the bits of the secret N, because every time I need to write it, I just use the computation of the hash of this magic secret sentence that I have invented, okay? I invent some particular sentence. Okay, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. Why? First of all, the brain is not a good source of entropy. So if you think that you're thinking something that you can remember, it's probably something related to you, or is a permutation of something related to you, okay? And this is very risky, because even part of the sentence could be used to attack. The second is that the attacker maybe not only focused on you, but just trying random sentences. So maybe there you risk because someone before computed all the combination on some particular words. Okay? So, for example, if I use I love the cat Sylvester. Okay, the problem is not that someone has to guess that I think this sentence. Davide Patti, why must I write this sentence? The problem is not this. The security model is maybe that someone has computed all the hashes of the sentence I love with the name of, okay, computed before, okay, and then periodically check. Okay, this is not attacking me. Okay, this is an experiment. I just give you the link, but I will go very quickly. Some beginning of books, like and also songs, Bob Dylan, the beginning of the Bible, has been used to create hash and to create public key, and some pieces of Bitcoin were put in each of these private keys. Public keys corresponded to this private key. In less than 1 day, they were all swept. What does it mean? It means that there are in background thousands of pre-generated servers that try every time pre-generated sentence taken from databases, from songs, from films, from computer, famous sentences, etc. Tried periodically every time. So this is very risky. The solution, this is the so-called BIP39 standard. BIP39 standard is a very genius idea. It's solving the problem at the opposite. Instead of using a secret sentence that you invented to create the secret number, the private key, you do the opposite. You make a random number using a random generator and throwing the data. You just create a random number and then translate it in a sequence of words. How? Let's say you generate a 128 entropy. Okay, let's say this is a random number. I will make the example with 12 words. Then you, of course, add some checksum. It's very easy to add the checksum. Imagine whatever you can imagine to create a checksum. Maybe you can do the hash of this and add the first 4 bits of the hash. So imagine this guarantees the correctness that these focus on this. You have 132 random bits. Okay, this is your private key. Imagine that you split in segments of each bit several slices. Then, since each slice is 11 bits, each slice can index 2 to the power of 11 is 2040 for combination. So why don't you use each of these slices of 11 bits to index a particular vocabulary that is called the BIP39 vocabulary, so that you can create a sentence which is created by using these 11 bits to index this vocabulary. So as you see here, these bits respond to this word in vocabulary. Of course, the vocabulary is composed by 2048 words. So I used as an index of the vocabulary. This vocabulary is a standard because it has words that are very different one with another. And this is good because even if you write by pencil in a piece of paper and you write with a very bad writing style, it's very hard to be confused between two words because the words have always a given amount of different letters, okay? So this is beautiful. You have invented a vocabulary that can be used to store a random number that has very different words. So you can write even very quickly in a piece of paper and okay. This is the standard of security that is usually used by more medium advanced user. Okay, you can try this to make different random numbers and see which is their sorting sentence. Now the self-destroying user that absolutely want to destroy his security have another great idea. They say, dude, I have another great idea. I know I will use BIP39 12 words, but I have a great idea. I split 6 words. I write 6 words and I put in one place, and I write the other 6 words and put in another place. Huh? So that the criminal, when find one of my 2 secret places, will find only 6 words. He will not be able to do anything. Okay. Because we're missing the other 6. Okay, that's a great idea. Yeah, actually no, because the key security is not linear. So when you have, let's say, 12 words with 128 bits of entropy, okay, the 12 words that I've shown here, let's make an example. If you remove 1 bit, the combination of 127 bits will. Okay, so even removing 1 bit makes half of the combination. So removing 1 bit has an exponential effect on the entropy. So cutting 12 words into elements of 6 words and 6 words result, instead of having this number of combination, you have 2 to the power of 64, which is this number of combination. Okay, it's half. But it's half of the length of the number. It's not half of the value of the number. Okay, remember that half of this number should be something of the same length. Just to make a comparison, if you, let's say that trying this 1 nanosecond per test is like 500 years, trying the second is like 10 to the power of 20 centuries. Okay. So the first, you can imagine that, okay, I divided by 500 multiprocessor system. Okay, I keep for 1 year of computation. Okay, I will get your secret word. Maybe that for some reason, okay, depending who you are, it could make sense to put this effort. The second one is completely impossible. Okay, completely, absolutely impossible. So this is not a good idea. Some common suggestion is just to write these 12 words, make the identical copies and put into geographically different places. Okay, too difficult geographically, because if one place there is a earthquake, you have the other, etc. Or put something in secret box. Never type your secret words in a website, never, absolutely, because the secret words are just a backup. Okay, you don't need to put anywhere. The phishing attacks are done by asking you the secret words. Okay, hey, please enter your secret. You don't have to type anywhere. They were created only as backup of the secret number. They are not a password. To help in this, there are a kind of storage that is called the cold storage. So we go to the other side, the cold storage, which is done by hardware wallet. Hardware wallet are very cheap devices that just do one thing. They just sign transactions. So you have to enter your secret words in this separate device, offline small device. Then the secret N is created. Then after that, you don't have to enter anymore. This device contains the secure elements chip, which is a chip that is designed, for example, by ST Microelectronics, to be like attack resistance, and you cannot do side the channel attacks. You cannot measure the electricity to try and understand which are the bits, etc., etc. The idea is that in reality, you need to use the private key only when you want to sign new transaction. Okay, so when someone wants to send you this amount of Bitcoin, does not need you to be online or you to do anything, because what is a transaction? It is just creating a mathematical problem that only you can solve. So you don't need to be online. You don't have to do anything. Okay. The only need you will have to access to private key will be when you have to sign a new transaction to move your asset. So if this if this hardware wallet retains the private key and is offline, you just give the transaction data, it signs the transaction internally with this microcontroller, and then you have the output, okay, of the signed transaction. The good news here is that the private key N never leaves the chip. Is always offline, okay? And this is the best security practice that you can use. Also, there are some hardware wallets you see here. Some have also some of them have also our open source and open hardware design. So you can, if you click the link here, you can see also the design of the hardware. So you can check by yourself that if you have the competence, that the microcontroller is designed in the hardware to do exactly what it does, right? So this is a very interesting solution. Lastly, there is the 5-branch attack. The 5-branch attack is an attack that happens when you do too much association in public. You are maybe a very important person, I don't know, and you create a correlation between your public key and your personal identity. Please notice that I have to use my private key, but I don't have to reveal my identity when participating to the blockchain, okay? Only the public key is required as destination. When there is too much association between the public key and the personal data, okay, and you are some potentially attacked person to be attacked, what happens is that doesn't happen. It doesn't not happen what you see on the left, but happens what you see on the right. What is on the left? The left is the nerd imaginary. So like, okay, these are the criminals. The criminals say, hey, we need to attack this encrypted laptop, but that has an incredible level of security. So we have to put a lot of money to create this incredible computing system to decrypt this kind of $1 million to decrypt this system, blah, blah, blah. This is the nerd imaginary. What can happen is just that they say, I know where you live. Okay, let's buy these $5 wrench, go to your home, and just treat you in the head until you reveal which is your secret words. Okay, $5 to solve the problem. So if you you're suitable of attack, you can be forced to reveal this. And it's not the level of cryptography that will save you. So Even to this, there is an advanced solution, which is just add the salt to the seed words. Salted seed words is supported by most of the hardware world. It's incredible. It's just, okay, you have the seed words, but when you unlock with a different pin, a salt, which is a secret word, which is not a BERT39 word, okay? It's a secret word that is not one of the word vocabulary, is added to the code word. So it's like you go in another seed. Using the same seed word, you go in another seed. But from the perspective of the unlocker that force you to unlock the device, it doesn't notice this. Okay? It cannot understand that these are not, this is not the reality. Because this is the reality. It's just an alternate reality that has been created by salting, by adding this entropy to your previous seed words, okay? Please notice that at this point you can, okay, you can hide these BIP39 words, but you can keep these in the mind, okay? And of course, they say if the criminal is so advanced that even can imagine that you have assault, but this is very, very rare case, you can reveal a false assault. Okay? You cannot check in your mind to understand which is the real one. This is the beauty of this. Okay. Another kind of security when different people are involved, the multi-signature. So you can not have only imagine you have your partner, and you want to be sure that if something happens to you when you die, you won't be able to access to the blockchain. Then you can create a multisig. You have a public key, which is the sum of 3 public keys, of which 2 are required. Okay? So every time you need to sign, you and your partner can sign. Okay? But if you or your partner is not more in this life, unfortunately, maybe you have the 3rd key given, I don't know, to some legal entity, okay, to some other party. And you don't need this 3rd party to be trusted, because even if you give this 3rd key to the lawyer cannot do anything with this single key. Okay? This is just used for creating also society and things, more complex schemes like this. The last part is, okay, we have seen the incredible disaster that the user can create. Now we go quickly to the intrinsic in-chain security. Independently from the user. Independently from the user, when a blockchain is designed, okay, there is so-called trilemma. You want to have scalability in theory. You want an incredible number of transaction events per time. You want an incredible number of nodes participate. But you also want security. You want to be immutability. You want that the reality of blockchain is not changed. And you want also decentralization. You want that is censorship resistant. You want to trust to anyone in particular. This creates a trilemma, as we will see, because when you try to improve one of these directions, you have to create trade-off on the other direction. Let's see an example. I want to scale. I want to have a lot of transactions for every block. So I make very, 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 very big blocks. Imagine that the Bitcoin blockchain has block of 2 megabytes, very small, 2 megabytes. And so you can only, even in a small device, even in a Raspberry Pi, small computer like this, okay? You can run a Bitcoin node. Beautiful. But if you want to make a lot of transactions, the more you want to transaction, maybe, let's make an example. I want that 7 billion people do 2 blockchain transactions per day. That's 24. There is some computation here. You end having like 24 gigabytes block instead of 2 megabytes. What storage capacity to run a node? You need more bandwidth. You need more memory. What happens? It happens that only few rich people will be able to run a node. because the hardware resources to run the node, only some people will have these big computers. Okay, so what happens when you increase the block size? You create centralization, and this is what happened to the different alternative blockchains. You can read the history somewhere in the internet. Several alternatives that have tried to increase the block, they ended up with having like 2 or 3 nodes in the world. And so if we don't have decentralization, we return to the problem of the trusted third party. Remember, if we end with few nodes, it's like having centralization. And one can revert and change the history. The second approach could be, no, I want to, this was like the green side. I want to go this other side. I want to reduce the block time. Okay, let's keep the block. I have understood in the previous slide, let's keep the block very small, but make a block every 5 seconds. Very quick blocks, every time. This means reducing the proof of work difficulty. You know, if you want to be able to find the block very quickly, you must reduce the number of zero of the proof of work. Remember the difficulty. Okay? What happens if you do that? You do that you are suitable for the so-called attack of the chain, the 51 attack. If an attacker wants to change the history, okay, must have a computing power that is bigger than the remaining honest node, because if you change the reality here, and you know there is a proof of work, remember, you cannot add the nodes, you must be faster than the other alternative reality, because you must faster, because you want to create an alternative reality. So you must make the proof of work very quickly. But of course, the more it's easy to find the block, the more it's easy for creating this kind of attacks, okay? In the blockchain case, for example, it's very difficult because when you try to do that, okay, you will need the 51% of all the computing power bigger than all the remaining nodes, and this is an incredible computational effort. And if you fail, you just lose your alternate reality, okay? So you created something that has no value, okay? Because everyone will believe to the longest chain of the honest node. These are some computation. You can read this later, but this is the probability for an attacker to revert a chain, a transaction, a block that happened after that block happened. Let's say if his computing power is, let's say, 10%, the Q here, 10% of the total network, which is it's very. Imagine having a single entity having 10% of the total global computing power. It's incredible. So it's not a small number. But even this, just as you can see, exponentially goes down. So if you just wait a few confirmation of nodes of blocks that are attached to the current block, it's more difficult to revert the reality. Yeah, you know. So imagine here doing some transaction. Time after time, new blocks are created on top of the previous one, okay, using that hash chain attachment. So as the time goes by, it's like the block that you see here in red, Alistair, where there is some particular transaction, is like buried under some reality that becomes exponentially difficult to revert. The more blocks deep becomes, the more it's difficult to change the history, because you have to recompute all the hashes of the next blocks, and there is the proof of work. Okay. To conclude, another problem of is the splits. Okay. Imagine that the last block was, imagine the star block. Star is just a symbol to imagine a particular block, okay? And all the miners are trying to find the next block. Imagine that almost in the same time, this miner here finds this block with a white triangle, which is built, is the next block of the white star block. And of course, when it finds it, the miner tells to everyone, hey, I'm very lucky, I found the block. Because it's his economic interest when the miner finds blocks to communicate to everyone very quickly, so that this becomes the assumed reality. But imagine at the same time another one finds another block, the orange one, okay, found and attached always to the same reality. Of course, it all at the same time is spread this information. So that creates two different alternative reality in the network, like a segmentation of the network. Is this a problem? It's not a problem, because even this node will notice that another one has found another almost parallel reality. But at some time, someone will be the believers of the right chain, someone will be the believers of the left chain, but at some point, another one, let's say this one, will find this green block. And depending on which is the block on which is found, this will be the longest chain. So this will spread, hey, I found a new green block based on the white triangle, and then all the other believers of the other sides of the blockchain will just discard the orange block. Why they will discard the orange block? Because they have no incentive in continuing to follow the orange chain. Because the longest chain is now the green chain. And so when the next block will be found, it's probably that the longest chain will be again the one of the green chain. And so it makes no sense for the miner, okay, to try to win, you know, I make the analogy of the lottery, okay? It's like trying to win, trying different dash. It makes no sense to try to build the next block on the orange chain, because if you win, you just recover the same length, but maybe in the meanwhile the other one will be longer. So it's just an economic aspect. This is another genius idea that make all the things work. The longest chain, it's mathematically the longest one, but it's also the one for which makes sense to make the mining. Okay. So to conclude, the security, it's in the blockchain related aspect, it's always a trade-off between the scalability and is always a trade-off between security and decentralization. Okay, different alternative blockchain have been created. Okay, every time they give away all the security or give away the decentralization. Okay, but I will skip for sake. And these are the two visions of the community to conclude. Some things, okay, I want to have a new blockchain. So I solve this problem. I make bigger block. I make this. And every time they lose something and it's not working anymore at the same time. The other part of the community, the majority says, something strange happened. Okay? The decentralization that we have achieved with the Bitcoin network is the most important thing. If you don't have decentralization, you don't have blockchain. You don't have anything that makes sense for blockchain. Okay? It was probably due to some irreparable condition, like the lack of the leader, the slow and silent growth of blockchain. But anytime, everyone has tried to attack, and after 13 years, the experiment is still alive. Okay? But I want to tell you, don't trust me, don't trust anyone, even to the speaker of this. Do your own research and try to understand in the other blockchain what they have sacrificed, okay? Which are the trade-offs that they have sacrificed. Okay, remember that in the end, if you remove, if you avoid and you discard the decentralization, you end up with having a distributed database, okay? And as the great Antonopoulos said, if you replace the word blockchain with the distributed database, and the meaning doesn't change, that's not a blockchain. Okay, it's an incredible video. You can look if you want. I would just make a stupid example. Imagine you have a consortium of 6 or 7 people, okay, society, that want to use they call it the private blockchain. Okay, but what does it make sense? They in every case they are a consortium. They need to trust each other. Okay, so why they need to concatenate in blocks using the hashes their data instead of using a centralized database and using the private key just to access to the database? Because in every case, they are a consortium of people. They are private. So they, in any case, they have to trust each other. Okay? Okay, so it makes no sense having something that requires trustless, but it needs to change. Okay? Imagine that if there are 12 people, 12 participants in this private blockchain, 6 of them could rewrite the history. So even the security of the blockchain makes no sense in a private blockchain, you know, because these few participants could revert to the history. Okay, this is the final checklist which I want to give you. And a blockchain must be decentralized, no trusted third party, no need to centralize the authority. Otherwise, it's a distributed database. Must be immutable, must be impossible to reverse events. Okay, but not because the people are good, they behave in a good way, but because it's mathematically impossible. We must trust the mathematics, to the law of mathematics, not to the people and participants involved in the blockchain. Open, anyone can participate, just you need a random number, and trustless. Everyone can, in every moment, verify with very small hardware that the reality is the one that you have. If you just start from the Genesis block, you can see that every block is attached to the next one, and this is the reality. The final goal achieved was to realize some kind of digital scarcity, some digital element that has some atoms that can be exchanged between entities, okay, without trusting in anything else than the mathematics. Okay. Future works will be the development of upper layer that are built on Bitcoin to implement the services and the future services of the internet. Once you have this solid layer in which you exchange this digital, I would say digital gold, you can implement a lot of services. This is the Lightning Network, which is a layer 2, based on the idea of making the flow of the digital asset without creating every time a transaction on the network is built upon. Okay, it's incredible field of research. I will start a project this summer developing a simulator for the Lightning Network because it involves a lot of routing issues which are completely different from the classic routing issues. But okay, if you want to follow me, get in contact, and here are some references, and thank you very much for attending. If there are any questions.
Yes, thank you, David. Now we have a few minutes left. We can have some question answer session. If any of the audience wanted to ask questions, anything, feel free to talk to David or put up in your chat box. Your chat box should be accessible.
The chat box here.
Yeah, chat box. If anyone wanted to discuss. So I think this last slide itself is a rich set of links to a lot of resources.
Yeah.
Anyone here wanted to?
Anyway, you can also contact me later because I know that I put a lot of stuff and maybe that something will be some kind of idea will come later, and you can contact me if you need to contact me for any further development of the discussion.
David, can I ask some clarification? Most of you have only talked about proof of work, but other proofs are exist. Can you say something on that so that attendees can get some idea, like proof of authority, proof of stake?
So, sorry, you say that. Can you
have
repeat
talked about mainly the proof of work.
Yeah, okay. You want to, okay, I can give you, okay. I will quickly give an hint about this.
Okay.
This is important because I just skipped it because of time, but of course, it's part of the conversation. The idea, because many of the alternatives proposed to the change of alternatives to Bitcoin have been proposing the proof of stake instead of the proof of work. So the majority of the alternative blockchain now has the proof of stake instead of the proof of work. Okay, they are smaller, they are bugged, most of them are scams, but it is in my opinion. But okay, they use this proof of stake. This proof of stake. Proof of stake is the idea that instead of adding the next block by putting some computational effort to find the next block that begins with some hashes, 0. Okay, so you can add only if you have proven to have put some effort, some energy. Instead of doing this kind of effort, the chance that you have to tell that that block is valid, you see on the right, are proportional to the amount of digital asset that you have in the total of the digital asset. Okay. It's like a voting power. Okay? So it's not I put computation, okay, after a while, if the computation is enough, I can tell this block is valid. It's if who has the biggest amount of token votes that this is the truth, this is the truth. Like a democratic system, in theory, like the votation. Okay, this is the next block. Yes, this is the next block. This is the next block. Yes, this is the next block. The problem here is very, very dangerous, and I want to be clear.
You asked the question.
Sorry?
No, you asked the question. Okay.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes.
The problem is this, which is the big difference? If you want to change the history in the proof of work, you have actually to go to some past block and redo the proof of work. So you have to actually put the computational effort, okay? Put hardware, put energy to pay the electricity bill, to a lot of physics, okay, involved. It's not something in theory. Instead, if you want to change the history in the proof of stake, you just must have the majority of the signatures, okay? The majority of the amount of stack as compared to the total amount of stack. So if you collaborate with other criminal people, you can create an association of people, okay, that have this interest in changing something, okay, and just having the majority of the amount of asset, they win against the reality. And this comes without cost, because if they fail, imagine they fail. They try to do that, but they fail. What have they put? Nothing. They have only tried to use their vote to change the reality. They have not put money. They have not put electricity. They have not bought hardware. So the difference between proof of stake and proof of work is that changing the reality in the proof of work means using the physics and using the electricity and the energy.
Okay.
In the other case, it's just corrupting the votes of people. It reminds me something that happens also in the real world.
Okay.
Don't seem to me something really innovative, the proof of stake.
Okay. One of the participants is ready to ask question. Go ahead.
What is the questions?
No,
I will just.
Sorry, can you send me on the WhatsApp, because I cannot access to the.
No participant given permission to speak.
Wants to speak? Okay, I can speak.
Naresh, can you see anyone who is raising the hand, or else one that has come to me, I can ask. So, David, here goes the question. What are the infrastructural challenges for a blockchain technology to reach out to common people like us? Like if you wanted to make the whole thing standard, so what kind of challenges that you face? Because it is then across countries, across framework. So how challenging it is to have to move to a blockchain kind of a phenomenon?
Okay, which are the challenges so that blockchain can reach common people?
Yes, common people. The infrastructural challenges.
Yeah, yes, it depends on who you are. Okay, because if you, of course, if you are someone living in a country which has problem of controls of the politics on your assets, maybe that you are interested in doing study and solve the problem. So the common people in some countries are people which are very strong incentives to try to access the blockchain and try to participate in the world, or people working and want to transfer the value in other countries to their relatives. Okay, but if you are talking about common people that don't have this kind of problems, okay, it depends on the level of skills that they have. Okay, so a common people can start just by having an account in some place and not understanding that it doesn't own its own keys. Then can understand that by using $20 can buy a private hardware wallet and just connect to the wallet and have a more accurate security level. Of course, there's need for the spread adoption needs to be use cases. Okay, so if you look at the countries in which the blockchain as an exchange of value has most reached low-class people, it's in the places where low-class people really need it, a way to sense of resistance in the transfer of value. They want to escape to the inflation of their countries, for example, in South America. So when there is the need, even the not skilled people solve the problem and try to get access to the technology. Okay, so depending on the kind of user you're using, of course, there is the higher level services like the Lightning Network that will guarantee easier access for typical things like exchange of value and payments and something like that. So lower level are still being developed. Okay, we are at the beginning. Imagine for the people who are there. I don't know if it's like we are in the internet of, let's say, 1993. Imagine the internet of 1993. So there is the internet, there is the web, but it's very rude. There are few higher level services. Few skilled people use it, or nerds of the technology, or people in regime countries that use the web in the early 90s to exchange data, use the email because they were journalists. So there are particular people that use it because they need to use it, okay? And common people that are still like nerds that use it, technological skilled people, because it's something that is still at the infancy. Okay, we are still in the beginning of this phenomenon.
Okay, so one more just question, since the whole talk you are focusing about how secure the blockchain technology is. Okay, so I was just asking then why there is a reluctance to embrace technology. Many governments are not coming forward to embrace blockchain technology for transactions. There is a lot of ifs and buts, but you proved that the whole thing is proof to secure and it cannot be tampered with.
So sorry, I cannot hear clearly. So if you can summarize somewhere in the.
Okay. So I will repeat once again. If you have showed that the entire blockchain concept is very secure, nobody can tamper in between. So why there is the reluctance to embrace the technology? Many countries are not open to blockchain-based transactions. What could be the problem in it? Because if it is fully secure, then we should go for it. But many countries are not saying yes to it.
You ask why the countries are not saying okay to this if it's something secure.
Yeah, because it is totally secure. This is what you proved. If it is secure, then why can't we go for it?
Okay, of course, it's secure, that cannot be altered. Okay, but remember that some part of the control of governments is the ability to change some aspect of the economy. So every time there is something new that a government cannot control, every time in history, is not something related to blockchain. Initially, there's some prudence, okay? If you remember what they said about the internet in the 90s, when the internet was born, in the first year, I still can remember the government saying, internet, it's for criminals. We don't want the internet. You must be online, but without the internet. This is a famous sentence of Bill Gates. You must be online, but without the internet. Okay? Because internet is from dangerous people, the hackers. Okay? So every time there is a technology that adds something that cannot be controlled by the politician opposes it. Of course, next, new people comes and the new politician and understand more which is the situation. But the initial reaction is to just try to kill it. Because every time that people don't understand must be killed. Every time that you don't have the control, it's better. Then when the knowledge comes, everything will go fine. We go fine ever this time because it's inevitable.
Okay then, David, I think we are reaching the end of the time slot that has been planned. So hopefully there is no question. Anyway, David has shared his slides also. So can you please unshare your slides and then candidates also if later if there is any query to get back to you. So Naresh, can you please give me the slide sharing rights?
Okay, I can. Yes, I can send you. I can share the slides, no problem.
So, so request backend team. Okay, I will just share one thing for you and then. Okay. So thank you, David, for the wonderful session of the last 2 hours, joining from there and taking time to join early to make sure it's a glitch-free experience to all of us. And since you have already planned to visit us, and we look forward for your visit at IIT Guwahati, and probably you may not have visited in India before. So I request,
never been there. Never been.
So hopefully we will start a new fresh beginning from here. I request the candidates also if so he's planning to visit in the last week of August from 22nd of August to 29th. So if any of the candidates would reach out to us and then if you wanted to come for a 1-week visit to IIT Guwahati to personally then interact with him and look for any further opportunities for collaboration or learning or planning your higher studies in Italy in his place. If there are any such special requests, we could float a program for outsiders also. Kindly let us know. And one thing specific, David. So this is a map of India. So whatever shown in the red color is where we are now. It's the state of Assam. It is in the northeastern portion of India. So you would be coming over here. And these are a few glimpses of the beautiful campus that we have. It's a 25-year-old campus, and we look forward for having you here. So state of Assam, this is the traditional way in which we honor and so respect our guests. So now we will give it in the virtual way. Once you are here, we will have this all in real. So thank you very much, David, for accepting our invitation to be part of this one-day workshop. And we look forward for more active collaborations with University of Catania. 2 of our students are planning to visit University of Catania to Mauricio's lab the month of July as part of the ongoing Spark project. So probably you could meet them.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sir, you wanted to add anything?
No, it will be a pleasure, and I hope we receive further details later. Okay, so thank you very much again, and this is the beginning of fruitful collaboration, I think.
Welcome to IIT Guwahati and in advance. So try to come and spend good amount of time with our colleague, student, and neighbor institute students and colleagues.
It will be a pleasure. It will be a pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
So
for the
thank you,
invitation.
David. So thank you very much and have a good afternoon there.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Good evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so dear candidates, we are now moving on to the last session of today's IVPC. So this we are keeping it as an interactive session with some initial introduction from Professor Sukumar Nandi. So this session is all about to discussion about potential career options, higher studies options and planning for the students who are there in this platform, future options, in what way we can help you, we can guide you. So Professor Sukumar Nandi, as mentioned in the introductory session, with over 3 decades of teaching experience and one of the founding faculty members of IIT Guwahati right from 1995 onwards, he would be the best person to take the lead of this. So over to you, Professor Nandi, to start the session on future career options.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So it is the last item, but interesting item. Future career options in IITs. You can add also IISc and also NIT or centrally funded technical institution within India, obviously. So as I am from IIT Guwahati, I want to give some glimpse of IIT Guwahati as last slide of Dr. John Jose was giving glimpse. I am not giving glimpse, I am giving informations. Okay. So is Indian Institute of Technology established in 2nd September 1994 as a 6th member in IIT system. Now, I think most of you know total 23 IITs exist, in which the UP, Uttar Pradesh, happened 2 IITs because it's a large state, and some smaller state not having IITs. But we have multiple options. 23 IITs is not a small number, but big to make careers. So if you go by our IITs, first batch of students joined in 1995 with 3 disciplines: CSE, the computer science engineering, electronics and communication, and MeitY. We have at present 11 departments, 7 interdisciplinary centers, 5 schools, 11 batch of BTechs or 11 disciplines in BTechs. We have the first IIT to start at BDes, Bachelor of Design. We have 10 MTech program, 1 Master of Design, MS by Research, MSc in Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry. MA, we have 2 programs, you can go through it. MBA, we started this year. We have PhD, we have MTech plus PhD, MS plus PhD. Please consider this as a case study. Same thing is replicable for different department in IITs and also among IITs. Our first batch BTech started in 95. Now computer science department IIT Guwahati offers BTech, MTech, MTech plus PhD, PhD. MTech options are available. Persons to join is persons having GATE, qualified GATE obviously, project staff, sponsored from any company or industry or organizations, and part-time. Similarly, we have a special program. I think it is the unique program among all IIT, specifically for non-computer science and information technology with GATE in any subject. So those students who completes BTech degree in any disciplines, BTech degree any discipline of non-computer science and IT can join in master's program and PhD program. This is together dual degree. Both degree will be given at the end of PhD program. And this program is very, very successful. And most of our dual degree students are well accepted by industry, academia, and abroad different forum. And they are found to be our main flag bearer in terms of contributions. We have PhD program where persons can have a GATE or NET, JRF. That category with regular will get the scholarship. We have sponsor option, we have self-finance option, we have project staff, part-time and external. These are the different category. External here stands for a person can do PhD anywhere in the country or outside country. We have option also, and there should be R&D options, and one faculty member will be from our IIT and another will be from that organizations. That is external, but coursework and the comprehensive has to be completed at IIT. Whatever degree I have told till now will come back later on also. So we have 28 faculty at present, 80 research scholar active. I have put it here. Some of the research scholar joined but not inactive, so that's why I have not put it here. Around 130 master student and 460 bachelor students. Specifically, if you go, 5 research group we have: theoretical computer science, computer architecture and embedded system, where Dr. John, myself and other faculty members are here. Man-machine interactions is another, where AI, VR, AR, VR and computer visions comes in. Computer systems, which operating system, network, distributed system, IoT, information security, the projects comes under computer system. We have AI, ML and data mining, another group. At present, we have 15 sponsored projects approximately, because exact figure is very difficult to say. Every time new projects are coming up. In our institute, our department, we have USP, unique selling point, that is 24/7 access to dedicated workspace for every student. What it mean by this? We have lab, and labs are divided into cubicles. Each and every cubicle, one high-end desktops, and with drawer and pin-up as well as discussion boards available in every cubicles, and access to that by 24/7. And easy access to the faculty member by student, and publications in reputed conference or conference extra paid charges we support. Please remember, whatever I told is a case study. It varies from IIT to IIT, department to department. We have mentioned one dual degree, and we have mentioned our MTech degree. But in other IIT, it has a MS degree or MTech by research. Those options are created to take care of project stuff. In our IIT, other department also, we have MS options, which is not reflected here. So MTech by research, that is in IIT Chennai, Madras, Chennai. MS is available Bombay IIT for the project staffs. Obviously, this MTech by research and MS research or Master of Science in IIT Kharagpur, these are created to the people who join in a project staff and wants to do their future career. So joining any IIT for per se is computer science IIT, Guwahati, we can have options in two ways. Every IIT are similar. Short-term engagement, or sometimes we offer schools. I think you have seen some of the winter school or summer school, different IIT proposing. We are also doing certain schools also time to time. That is another option to do it. Or internship after 6th semester usually, but a person can join after 4th semester also in bachelor degree. In master degree, the BTech projects or bachelor projects or master projects can be done in any IITs, but it can be online as well as the in-person. We prefer in-person, but it can be done online. For that, joint effort from the institute, the students are studying one faculty and the respective faculty from other IITs can part of it. We have option for postdoc fellow. Every IIT has option for short term. In our every projects like IACA, Information Security Education Awareness, we have project fellow options where we accommodate PhD degree holder to spend some time and contribute to the e-security related works. Similar things available for other areas also. Long-term engagement, if you look into it, for CS, IT pass out, we have MTech and we have PhD. You can directly join into MTech or PhD. We have already mentioned that MS IT, non-MS IT, non-CS IT pass out, do have a dual degree options. When I reached here, now our electronics department having MS plus PhD in electronics and electrical engineering related disciplines. Similarly, the other places also having dual degree options. I am not talking about integrated MTech because it's entry at the JEE level. So dual degree options is very attractive, and in our PhD ordinance we have modified in such a way that student can join directly from PhD to IIT system for higher studies. Dr. Rajat Subra Goswami Chakraborty has mentioned clearly that with BTech, directly PhD is possible, and there are quite good number people who completed BTech plus PhD, and the BTech plus PhD in IIT Guwahati, we have options. After GATE, a person can join in BTech plus PhD options, but we changed our ordinance little bit to accommodate to give dual degree. That is, after BTech, if anyone join, can get master's as well as PhD degree at end of the PhD degree. For that, within 6 months, the student has to franchise his or her choice to go for dual degree or single degree PhD degree. Every IIT have postdoctoral fellow. We have also postdoctoral fellow at institute level, at project level. As I mentioned, ISEA, we have short-term postdoc fellow and as well as long-term postdoc fellow. And it is exists in almost all higher learning institute in India, including IASC. One most important things, again, I am repeating to all of you, those who not able to get chance to join master's program or PhD program directly, here is another options. Join in any project, any one of the IITs or anywhere, and you will find there is plenty options for higher studies, either master's or PhD as project staffs, either MS PhD or MTech PhD, MTech research plus PhD. So this is an lucrative offers. Look into the project opportunities. You can spend one semester or 2 semesters. You can get acquainted with the IIT system. Then you can go for the next PhD options or master's option or master's plus PhD option. It will be very good. And to know that there is PhD position available, please visit every IIT websites, the recruitment page. I'm not interested to waste time here. So you visit the recruitment page, you will find easily there is project recruitment as well as the faculty and non-teaching staff recruitment. Follow that link, you will get to know a lot of things. Now, most important things, what I wanted to say today, what we observe, most of the bachelor degree students are least interest to look their or assess their capability and credential through test like graduate aptitude test in engineering, that is GATE. And GATE is basically available for all of the people who completed, who are in third year of, just completed second year, third year of the undergraduate program and subsequent years can appear in the GATE, and GATE is available for engineering, technology, architecture, and postgraduate options subjects for science. The slide is not updated. Now, humanities and social science, that is linguistics and other things also added in GATE. So, why I pass GATE? Obviously, if you pass GATE or candidate pass, join in the clear GATE with very good score, can get, already I have mentioned, master's program or doctoral program in any well-known institute, including Singapore. Singapore, most of the institute, that is NTU, NUS, and recently started Singapore Institute of Technology and any other institute in Asia, some of them, they accept GATE score is one of the entry point for their master's or PhD program. So one option is that institute within India getting options for PhD or masters, as well as some of the institute in Asia Pacific also accept the GATE score. Over and above, GATE score is the qualifying, GATE qualifying is the qualifying requirement for appointment in, for interview appearing for public sector units like ONGC, IOCL, DRDO, any such organizations they stopped their written test. They take from GATE. I am emphasizing this. We have to spread this, that GATE is a mandatory for public sector unit, any jobs or autonomous things, as well as R&D organizations, studying within India, as well as abroad some organizations. So let us see a glimpse in GATE. GATE nowadays is very simple, 100 marks, which has 10 questions, around 15 marks general aptitude, because it is also taking care of the qualified candidate for PSU, that forced us to add the general aptitude. So no written examination for PSU for their recruitment. That's why general aptitude we have added with 15 marks. Engineering mathematics, 15% weightage, and section for concerned subjects. So if you look into the electronics and electrical engineering, you will find different modules or different subjects, the electrical circuit, analog digital electronics. There are certain marks distributed, and marks distribution across sections varies. Relative importance given to each section also changes. So read or try to find last 5-year question paper, guess which one each section is getting more coverage, and accordingly this. If you look into this total in GATE question paper, it's a 3-hour exam, obviously online. 1 mark 30, 2 marks 35 questions, total 65. Average time available for 1 mark question is less than 2 minutes. For each 2 mark questions is less than 4 minutes. So time calculation is also one of the requirement. It comes to multiple choice question. You can see that is having negative marking also. It depends on the question pattern, 1/3 or 2/3. Similarly, multi-select questions means multiple answers in that, and in that case, no negative marking or partial marking, and numerical answer type test, no negative marking, and usually 40 to 60% marks covered here. Enter the number answer using virtual keyboard. So practicing is required. So if you go to the last two, that's the multiple select questions and numerical answer type questions, there is no negative marking. So anyone can sit and try to solve in 3 hours as many as possible, because if you not possible, you do the reverse engineering. Look into the question, try to match the answer. It may satisfy, may not satisfy, and continue this effort. And finally, these two cases you can guess and you can mark it. And if you come to multiple choice question paper where negative marking is there, if you are not sure 100%, don't mark. If it is 1/3 negative, you might take little chance, but if it is 2/3 negative, never you take chance. The statistics says that a person which just open online examinations and do nothing, only close the examinations, is found to be within 50,000 rank out of 2 lakhs aspirant in subjects, some subjects. And so if you don't do negative, and if you try your level best in 3 hours to answer some of them, definitely you will get a score. Now look into the other aspect. In general category, how qualifying criteria is decided. In general category, 25 marks out of 100, or the mean plus standard deviation, whichever is larger, is assumed to be qualifying marks. Above that, it's a cutoff. After above that, it will be general, and there are certain. Remember, multi-session papers, normalized marks are also considered. So in short, passing gate is not big issue, it's a mindset problem. So change your mind, try to sit in a gate, because today MHRD or the funding agency directive is that if you have completed MTech from any place without gate, wants to join in institute like IIT, you want to get the scholarship or assistantship, gate is mandatory in any time. Qualifying gate is mandatory any time in the career. It's a mandatory, not valid, that expire within. By the way, the gate is available for 3 years, validity 3 years, and it can, anyone can start from 6th semester or 5th semester onwards, and it is in bachelor degree. So with this, I want to stop talking. If anybody has any questions, I'll ready to answer some questions. So I'll stop sharing for the time being. Anyone have any questions for any options in IITs or PM or any public sector unit or any positions in NTU or NUS, what kind of gate score and what kind of score, also you can talk to me.
So request participants either to type down in the chat box or directly raise your hand. We can unmute you and you will be given a chance to speak. So in the last edition of IVPC, this was one of the well participated and then well interacted session. So kindly make use of the opportunity to reach out to Professor Nandi.
Don, you found anyone?
No, sir.
they are happy, appears to be. Okay, so one thing I have not. Yes, continue.
Hello.
Yes, continue.
Good evening, Nandi sir.
Tell me.
Sir, I am Dr. Manager Yadav from Rajki Engineering College, Sonbhadra.
Okay.
Sir, I just know about the ISEA project. So, what is the procedure and how to get the ISEA project?
Okay, so you are asking something outside the things. Okay, I forgot to say about the opportunities for the faculty member in other institute, in what capacity. That's why I kept it at the end, research collaborations. In any case, I am just putting in faculty member in other institute other than IIT have options to come and spend good amount of time with any IIT, because we have a TechWave program, or we have CET, Center for Educational Technology. With that, a faculty member can come to any IIT if they are under that program or not. They can approach, they can come and spend 1 month or 2 months and discuss with the mentor or the host and prepare new course curriculum, or you can prepare projects to funding agency for joint project and other. So as well as faculty member can take leave and join in our IPDF, the postdoctoral fellow, any such postdoctoral. Now coming back to your question, IACA phase 1, we selected 39, I think Chasmurthy is here, 39 institute, and we requested those institute, and most of the institute decline, and ultimately, actually we get requested a lot of institute, and but ultimately we got very few, that is 39, which is not a big number, and our learning, we found it is not that simple to go and gifting money is not happening. Then in the second phase, which started in 2014 and continuing to today, and it's going to be closed in very shortly in another maybe 1 or 2 months, and new phase will start. In this phase, we made it, first phase we made it mainly for the education, the courses for retrofitting, cryptography courses, and awareness and some capacity building. Second phase, which is the present phase, we made 4 ISRDC, which supposed to do, and they are doing related to the research, as well as some of the RCs like IIT Kharagpur, they're doing research. So research portion I've added into the systems, and we able to reach up to this level. And this was selected based on the pick up by committee. Now phase 3, we are going to do in different way, totally different way. Our learning from phase 1 and phase 2, we reached in a stage that project should be, everyone should demand for project. Like if, unless child cry, mother cannot understand child is hungry. So there should be some appetite from the people who wants to do the or take the project. So phase 3 project will not be given directly to any institute. Every institute, this is our thinking and likely to be happen. We will make 10 clusters, in which every clusters there will be multiple institute and organization, including NILET and CDAC and DRDO or any other organization, including industry, where one of the IIT or IIT like institute can be leader, and there will be another set of institute who will be the co-lead institute, and there will be some institute who they will take care of training and others like NILET and CDAC and others, and there will be another set of institute called spoke. They will take care of the what is called any product development, the proof of concept, and similar kind of hackathon and other things will be built in. So the future, if you want a project, you have to be part of any of the institute. Together, you can bid for a ISEA projects. Otherwise, ISEA entry will be difficult. However, MeitY has multiple options. I am part of the MeitY. So in e-security divisions, similarly R&D in IT, R&D in electronics, R&D in CCBT, there are multiple options. You can submit project either individually or jointly with other organizations, and so that you can be part of there. If you somehow miss ISEA future program, you have multiple options. You can take part of it. That is also possible. So other option is that you have other option which is available is that Technology Incubation Hub, DST, in 11 institute available. You can submit project there also, they will fund. Okay, I think it is okay. So I got chat box one question is that is valid gate only considered for PhD admission? Answer is if a BTech student immediately after passing out wants to join PhD program, valid gate is mandatory. If a BTech student if student completed bachelor degree, then completed master degree somewhere, and during BTech or master degree, having qualified for the GATE, and that GATE is no longer valid, then also able to get admission PhD program in IIT. One important thing for this valid GATE or GATE once qualified in lifetime before joining IIT systems is required to entry for IIT systems with, if you get chance, you will get a scholarship or assistantship. But if you do not have GATE, then also you can complete PhD. The other category, that is project staff, external, sponsored, part-time. Next question is, okay, UG student if wanted to do project work in final year, is it possible? Yes, 100% possible, but correct few persons you have to contact, and the faculty member you are targeted, you can talk to your teacher in your institute and make the teacher to contact the faculty member in IIT, and they can jointly look into it, because one faculty member should be from the institute you are studying, and if problem is identified, then definitely you can identified by both faculty members, one from your institute, one from IIT. Definitely you can continue your undergraduate project as well as the master's project. Whoever masters can join either online or offline. Then next comes to, please post your query. Then it comes to, sir, phase 3 cyber security. I have already, okay, phase 3, this is phase 3. There is any cyber security awareness program for school and college. The cyber security awareness for school and colleges, we have separate program, and it is done by CDAC Hyderabad directly. That is for school, college, parents, and other citizens. We started this since first phase. We have a big program in phase 3 also. As part of the ISDC IIT Guwahati, we have visited 7 technological institute, starting from one side the Kerala, to other side Bangalore, Mysuru, Delhi, then Coimbatore, and we likely to visit some other places also. IIT Guwahati organized some of the things in the engineering colleges also, and we are planning to do more in future. Okay, next is, sir, there is any chance to work with research group of your institute? Yes, it's possible. Please contact John or myself. We'll look into it. In different capacity, you may be part of it. Anyone has any other questions? These are the chat questions I able to answer. Anyone have any other questions or clarifications? Please go ahead. Okay, what is the procedure getting internship after 6 semester in IIT? It's institute to institute, it is varied. It's not only our institute or some institute, it's purely institute to institute varied. And our case, before COVID, we were having option for online submissions. So student can submit online, And after that, the centrally in our department as well as some other departments, similar concept, and we shortlist those based on the faculty member choice and the student who apply. We do the matching algorithm, and we were selecting few of them to join directly through without any contacts. If you have some contacts with some faculty member or your well-wisher has good contact with faculty member in IIT system, including your teachers, then obviously options will be very nice and easily acceptable without following the central options. Directly can be pitched in and you can be inside. Another important things I forgot to mention is that after BTech also you can do internship. That is also possible. Or after MTech also you can do internship, or you can join in projects. Most of the violations done government sector employee, how tackle those labs, what plan CDAC and MeitY have. By the way, in this regard, I am taking liberty, or later on I may hand it over to Chasmurthy to talk about, but he is here in the team. So basically, violation is a crime, and under the IT Act, everyone can be punished. Now, Government of India, specifically MeitY with NIC, CDAC, and our IACA group, do nots for the government employee is circulated. If government employee will not follow these do nots, they will face a challenge in future their service. So this is the recent measure we took it at the ISEA, CDAC, NIC together made it for the MeitY, and MeitY has circulated to among government employees. I think Chasmurthy, I am correct? If you are here. Murthy Garu, are you here? Okay, this is the correct information. Now question is there any conference coming up near future on security? Well, IACA, we completed 4th edition in last year. Our target every year we'll do the conference related to information security under IACA banner. But because this year we are switching over from second phase to third phase, we don't have these options. Next year, definitely we will have option for conference, and conference we want to host in across India. So that is possible. But at present, you can visit international conference on information security systems, system security, ICISS. It happens in India, within India. It's a very good conference. It's a Tier B conference. Similarly, there are some specialized conference available in India. Otherwise, every conference having the security options, you can look into it. Next questions comes around to this: what are some of the fields that one can go in cybersecurity privacy apart from ethical hacking? By the way, whoever is written, I don't want to name the person. For me, hacking is hacking. Ethical hacking has no meaning. Breaking the procedure, the well-defined guidelines or procedure or the rules and regulations is hacking. The ethical hacking, better not to use the word ethical hacking. Someone has coined it. Better said learning, hacking for protections. Okay, in these directions, if you look into this, there are multiple ways, like we have done this today. One is blockchain, another is PUF, as well as the physically unclonable functions. These two are very, very important from future security point of view, emerging security point of view. 1 minute, I have some call. Hello? Yes. No, that form, that some field was not working specifically. Okay, I will check it. No problem. Okay. I have done it. Everything I have done online, but last because of your form is not working. Okay. Okay. Okay, I will do it. Fine. No problem. Okay. Bye. Coming back to this, so basically cyber security, there are multiple fields. One I mentioned, the blockchain and your physically unclonable functions. And if you put little mind, what is the attack which mentioned in the modeling attack in physically unclonable functions? Now the best things is happening. Machine learning, people are telling machine learning can be used in security, as well as is machine learning secure? So basically security in machine learning and machine learning in security. So is vice versa is happening. How this to, so it is one side. Similarly, one of the speaker Nitin has talked about secure multi-party computing, which is nothing but federated learning, where security issues also very, very important. Another name is federated learning, and fidélity is one of the important, where data privacy is one of the important requirement. Data privacy is one of the important. So data cannot be shared, whereas the model will learn and do it, and that's why there is concept of membership attacks and other things coming up. So there are plenty of options in different domain, 5G security, fintech security, all those securities are available time to time. Please visit our ISEA site, you can go through that. So as I mentioned, visit websites for do nots issued by government officers to government officers. You can see it is in the chat box, it is given. Next question is, can CDAC with relevant stakeholder regulate the model policy corporate sector to at least minimum or operation build up in that? So this is a policy decision, sir. I better not to speak because this is a, we are capable, CDAC and NILET, specifically CDAC, NIC, we are capable along with the IACA community, we are capable to do this, but the policy decision has to be taken by the MeitY, and that has to be percolated to the different ministry, and finally that has to be accepted. And so this is a policy decisions in we have very less control or commitment. I am talking on behalf of CDAC. Anyone else? Murthy Garu, you want to add if you are here?
Sir, so no particular, sir. So
I have already taken care of your question also.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, I am showing this Chasmurthy is one of the pioneer in this our ISEA community. Basically, it's known to ISEA community because one of the pioneer running the ISEA PMU project management unit, and he looks into that ISEA all activities. You can contact him directly, and we have also Sanjay Vasji, which I can visible. So Vasji, you have anything to comment? What I commented related to some questions? I please unmute.
Sorry.
Please.
I've heard through the session mostly throughout the morning and then the afternoon sessions also, and the chat which you have done with the participants also. I think the queries have been answered well, and the project. I mean, we are at a crucial stage of getting the next phase approved. Once the larger project comes into picture, probably we will have all these participants and the people who are willing to join. We will be having some way or the other, to get them included in the next phase of the project. So I am hopeful that we will get the approvals very soon. And once that is done, we will go for the next bigger scale project very soon, sir. And I just want to thank you and your team, sir. This was a eye opener for certain people when the sessions were very good and very well conducted. And some of the things which even I had no idea even remotely, which are being possible through through the new kind of technology and the intervention of new technology. So I hope this is useful to the student community, sir.
One thing I forgot to mention that you are the key person for our IACA. Since inception, we are involved. One of the key member. As phase 2, definitely you are the driving persons, and phase 3, definitely you will continue as a driving persons.
All of us actually. So
all of us together.
We are there together, sir. Yes,
we
sir.
are together. We are doing.
Yes,
so
yes.
Anyone have any questions? We have 3 people now, include and 4. John is also here. So any other questions? Otherwise, we will have to close the program. I think this chat section is very, very important, or this question and answer section is very, very important for everyone.
Right. One more thing, sir, you were mentioning about the guidelines issued and all. One more thing which we have done for the government employees is that our email.gov.in, the first interface itself, now we get a tip, daily tip on cybersecurity education is added. So anybody who is entering in the first stage itself, he is able to see certain tip, and then if he clicks on it, he is taken to the site page where we have kept the detailed video on that tip, and then even he can download the entire guidelines which have been given. The other related stuff like quizzes and other things are also there. So if they want to test their knowledge and all, that is also there. So a kind of comprehensive package is being built for, so that everybody actually starts getting an idea that okay, this is being done, and this is something which they should look at. Besides that, since last 2 years, 1.5 years, we are going in a big way on the cybersecurity training and the awareness for the government employees. So we have conducted VILT mode, the 1-week training course for around 70-80 of our government organizations, the ministries and the departments. Besides that, a recent addition is that for past, I think 2 months, we are observing a cyber Jagrukta Divas on the first Wednesday of each month. So like we did for our own employee, it is being observed across the board it is being propagated by the Home Ministry and the state government as well as the central government. All the ministries have been requested to conduct certain programs and things to make the people aware on the cyber crime and cyber Jagruta element. So for ISEA community, we have got them involved into especially the week, the first week celebration of every month, the Wednesday, where we conduct a 1 or 2 hour session for the employees of MeitY and the organizations. And the content is given to almost all the people across the board where they can conduct similar sessions. All MeitY organizations are doing it, sir. So that is to add to what you have mentioned besides the academic part and all.
Please visit 2 websites. One is cybersecurity-awareness.in, another is IACA.gov.in. Please put up into this, and you can find it. There are those who are interested there, you can find their virtual laboratory and other things available at this. The learning, testing, and everything is available. So we are doing time to time, updating things. Please visit.
Yeah, the awareness one is infosecawareness.in.
Oh, sorry. InfoSec awareness.in, and another is ISEA.gov.in. Please visit and please give your input so that we can do better in future. John, can we wind up now? Dr. John, Program Chair.
Since just one word of thanks, we can wind out. So, dear members, the dignitaries, Vyasji from MeitY, Chesmurthy, CDAC, and other members of the technical team from the backend who supported us throughout the day, from CDAC and from ISEA PMU. Professor Nandi.
1 minute. One Surendra Singh also from MeitY is here.
Yeah, he is there. So
since morning he is there. He is also
part
of our team. Okay.
So just now I saw the participants in the panelists.
Okay.
So welcome you all to the last the valedictory session. Today we had a long day, morning from 9:30 onwards, with the additional secretary Jaideep Kumar Mishraji joining us for the inaugural session and setting out the vision for the next few years, and special emphasis to the Digital India program that is going to kickstart in the subsequent weeks. And especially in ISEA phase 2, over the last many years, there were many programs that has been running. If you visit quickly through the ISEA website, you will come to know what is awareness, the number of manpower that is being trained. These activities will not be possible without the wholehearted effort of number of people spanning across states, across institutions, and the vision and guidance set by the senior mentors of this program and senior executives from MeitY also. I joined the ISEA program a little late in 2018, and Professor Nandi asked whether can we have a foreign collaborations by inviting the experts in the field of security. I am recently very young in the field of security, but over the last 3 years, we could also start hardware security research with mentorship of Professor Nandi. So the IVPC program, this is the second edition of it. During the pandemic time, we wondered how to reach out to scholars, and then everybody was just attending programs, lot of online programs. So then we thought of why can't we chance to young researchers to present their idea. This is the way it started, and then we had the first edition in early 2021. And then this time we coined it in a different way. We then invited experts, chosen few young researchers, and reached out to some of the foreign university professors who were willing to collaborate with us. And we got support from many such of them, and a lot of people participated. But being a working day, maybe the attendance is little low because still some of the colleges are winding up their semesters. That could be the reason that some of them could not join. But anyway, from the backend support, YouTube channel is being shared. It is kept in the IVPC website. So before concluding, special thanks to all the members who have put in a lot of effort in making, right from the registration team, from the website team, from the CDAC. They have put in a lot of effort, including the brochure preparation, and we were not sure when to conduct the program. Many times we revisited the program dates, and then ultimately we could converge to June 23. So special thanks to all the members in the organizing committee, especially from the CDAC team who have helped. A big round of applause to all of them for their wholehearted effort. Chesmurthy sir and Naresh and all the members in the web team. I don't know who all are worked because sometimes we also contact over phone. Thank you for all the support to reaching out to the nook and corner of the country. Sitting in Guwahati, Hyderabad and Delhi, we could reach out to many states. Thanks. And special thanks to all other my PhD students, myself and Professor Nandi's PhD students, postdoctoral fellows, and members in the organizing committee, Shivakumar, Ruchika, Tejaswini, and Naresh, who helped us in the other logistics associated with this program. They were here for many programs, so this time also they were putting in all the effort to work as a well-oiled machinery. We look forward for your support in future activities of IACA also. And there is no need to specially thank Vyas sir, because I was seeing he was there throughout from the morning. I know with the Digital India program that is going to be there in the next week. He should not be here watching this program from morning to evening. I think many programs are being directly coordinated by him at that ministry level. So this is some of the message that I also felt that I should be telling. Even he's very experienced in this world. He always still have the charm to learn new things. So that is a message to our younger generation. Whatever be the program, there will be something new to learn. That's why he was sharing. And he was very humble enough to appreciate that he even learned today something new. So that is a good message to all of us that for every program, there will be some takeaway. And thank you, sir, for being with us. And we look forward for your guidance in all these subsequent events as well. To Surendra Singh from MeitY is there, and he was also been supporting in all activities, even at the last moment when we asked about coordination from MeitY and all. So thank you. We look forward for your support in the future activities as well.
He was also listening since morning to.
Yes, he was also listening. I was seeing, and sometimes we don't know who are listening, and sometimes whether they'll be taking part in activities. But I know that now many people were actively participating in this program. And thank you for all other members. From
Jaideep Misra ji also listening.
Still, sir is there. Okay. So people are keeping.
I've also had a good share actually. I wouldn't say I was participating fully, but I was trying to do multiple meetings. But the sessions were very nice, and I think a lot of blockchain also, and I think Dr. Pati was sharing. So I was, and a lot of other. I think there was one presentation by Dr. Urbi Chatterjee. So few of them I was able to participate, at least share some of those inputs. So I'm extremely thankful, and I'm very happy that we did a good job today. So congratulations to all of you. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. We are honored. You will be staying back till the back end of this program, and we wish also all the support from our side and all the good initiatives that you under the ministry is planning in the subsequent week. The whole country is waiting for the Digital India program that is waiting, and we are also giving awareness to all the colleges where we are going in what way students, the faculty can be part of the initiative. Wish you all the best for
thank you. A lot of new terminologies I have learned today, so I will try and remember them. Morning from PUC, I mean, I kept mixing up between, because we are actively engaged in that IPv6, and I think Professor Nandi has created an anagram of it with us. So I kept
IVPC and IPv6. Yeah.
It's really a tongue twister because we are otherwise using only IPv6 and all.
Correct.
So, but it is very nice. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you all the participants who attended this program and the invited speakers. We look forward for future activities. Keep on visiting the IACA website. This program and the whole project has created a lot of awareness, and at least now many college students know about the activities. We would be happy to reach out to your campuses if any participants want our programs, awareness programs to be conducted in your locality. We will be happy to visit with our experts. Please reach out to either to me or to Jasmurthy sir or to Nandi sir. We will be happy to reach out to your place. And to once again, no need to thank Professor Nandi, because he at this age also, every morning he come to my campus, what next, what new program to conduct, and I'm booming with the energy. So thank you, sir, for giving us a chance to be part of the ISEA program and believing in our capabilities, and looking forward to work with you for more number of years to make our country proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to you. You are tirelessly working. So you need also thank. So hope your energy will continue so that we will reach every part of the country, because he has gone to Noida and he conducted several such workshops alone also, and virtually myself, and so many things. And we have planned to go to Jammu, Inaugural also. We are trying our level best. We will help. And person behind me or helping everything is this person. Okay, John Jones.
Oh, very good. So thank you. So congratulations. Thanks to all the team, Chasmurthy, CDAC, Professor Nandi. Anyways, although I thought Professor Nandi is still too young, I think. So we should not be saying with his age. So I think he's still getting younger as we move on to ISEA 1, 2, 3. You grow younger by the numbers that we are climbing up, sir. So thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. All the best.
Bye.
Thank you all. See you for the next program of ISEA. Bye.
Bye. Bye, sir.
Sure. So Naresh, we can end the meeting then. Thank you.
We have to make a report.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Chasmurti is waiting when report will be ready. Because we are going to have PRSG very shortly.
Okay.
That's why. I think Chasmurti, I am correct.
Certificates also will issue, sir, for every participation. We'll send the certificates.
No, we are going to have next PRSG very shortly, correct?
Yes, sir. Maybe in this July itself.
Okay. Okay. See you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. See you soon.
Thank you, sir.
New program.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.